live now, but for whatever reason, it didn't work. Anyway, welcome to my people on Rumble. Welcome to my people on Twitch. And of course, I'm going to have my people on YouTube and even Facebook on momentarily. We haven't committed on a decision to stream on TikTok yet, so it's still out in the wind. And I've told you guys about X or Twitter. We only stream there on big occasions. You guys see the name of the stream? You know, maybe a little bit clickbaitish, right? Is it over for Drake? But that could mean a lot of things. You know, obviously, we don't think he's going to be going to Meek Mill status. I heard Meek Mill is charging $5,000 for a shout out on the story right now. I don't think Drake will get to there. But is his reign at the top that was basically on challenge for, I got to say, now it's 2024. Yeah, it's been on challenge since pretty much 2015, about 9-10 years ever since the whole Meek Mill thing happened. I think people were like, yo, we could never fuck with this nigga and get him out of his spot. Even when Pusha T went at him back in 2018, it was probably even then acknowledged that you're not going to get Drake out of his spot, but maybe it could damage his reputation, his legacy, his credibility. This recent issue with Kendrick Lamar has people actually even wondering, which I never thought this would be part of the discussion. People are saying, has Drake or has this battle had a negative effect on Drake where now people are looking at Drake, whether his current releases, his status in the culture, what he means to the culture, his music he's putting out very differently, which if those things are true, might signal the fall off, right? Keep in mind, Drake has been the most dominant rapper of pretty much, Jesus Christ, I can't tell how long it's been. But yeah, so we're going to get into that a little bit. You know, it was also spurred in terms of the title by me doing some numbers digging last night. You know, I was thinking about, you know, since my man called Cherry over Spotify, he was sending me a bunch of like numbers, you know, throughout the battle and everything. And I remember saying to him, I said, this doesn't make sense. If everybody's telling me that Drake is so much popular outside of this beef, why in this beef, in this battle, Drake is getting cremated when it comes to numbers? And is this just only because, and I remember Carl told me, Carl was like, yo, Ak, this is only in a bubble. You got to realize the reason why, this is what Carl said. And Carl, you know, apologies if you didn't want me to share this, but, you know, because he said it on a private conversation where we were just kind of arguing back and forth. He was like, yo, I think what's going on, this is what he said. He says, I think the reason why Kendrick numbers is so crazy is because all of Drake's fans are going to Kendrick's fans. So they are going to Kendrick's, like, releases because they want to see the back and forth. That's kind of intuitively what happens in a battle. To be engaged, even if you like one person, you got to go check out the other side because you got to know what your favorite artist is going to respond. And I remember saying, I guess I understand, but wouldn't it be reciprocal? Wouldn't Kendrick fans then also go to check out Drake? But then there was almost like this understanding that if you're a Kendrick fan, which I'm wondering what you guys think about this. By the way, welcome to the stream if you guys are just tuning in. We're getting hot and heavy early. I know I streamed the last 2 days, so if you're here, I don't know if you're at work, wherever you are, please lock in, order some food, whether you're about to leave work, you're about to drive home, I'll be here. I'll definitely be on. Let me see what time it is. 4. Yeah, we're going to be on for at least the next 5-6 hours easily. Shit, I might take this all the way to midnight. Let's see how the vibes is, right? Cool. Here's the thing. So, again, I'm talking about why the hell it feels the numbers have flipped. Like, you know, there's actually a tool on here. I'm going to use it real quick. And by the way, this is a preview of all the topics. I don't want to get into either topic yet. But, you know, I kind of want to tease. That's what I like to do. Like, start the stream, tease the topics in the stream title, and then we kind of just jump into topic by topic. Anyway, but this is interesting. Kendrick, how many songs Kendrick Lamar have on Spotify? Okay, I think I might have to use this site here. Okay, this was interesting, right? So Kendrick Lamar has 115 songs as a lead artist, right? Solo 74. Lead means if it's not solo, there was features on it, but it's his song. And as a feature, he has 114. So he has one less song as a feature than he has as his own, okay, which means he's pretty much 50-50 on whether it's his song or a feature. Regardless, he has 229 songs on Spotify. Now, the reason why a lot of this was like kind of shocking to me, here's the thing. If we go to Drake, and here let's go to artists, right? Drake has 482 songs, right? So we're gonna go to, so Kendrick Lamar, 229. Drake has almost, let's see, about 2.5 the amount of songs that Kendrick has. It was a little bit, actually just say 2 times. He was a little bit surprising when you know, I see some outlets, which I haven't verified yet. They were like, yo, Kendrick's 3 songs is outstreaming Drake's whole catalog. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Anyway, I'm putting this in a context of us having a good conversation today. Also, if you guys are around and you want to go chime in, you want to get on Discord, today is a good Discord day. If you care about debating with me, you could hop on Discord. I'm going to try to get some new faces and some new voices in there. If you want to debate with me about whether this or any other topic, I highly encourage you to get on the Discord, okay? Regardless, this is a major topic we're going to be diving into. I'll give my opinion, but of course I want to hear you guys' opinion as well. Has this battle, and again, we don't know if necessarily it's over, even though Kendrick and his team, they're taking it as it's over, and pretty much Drake said, I'm about to be on some summer vibes. But I don't think this back and forth is over by a long shot. I'm telling you that because I know that. It's not over by a long shot. Drake ain't never gonna mention Kendrick's name or never throw some more shots. And by the way, some of the songs that I heard that Kendrick having a tuck, I'm not sure he won't release at some point later, maybe even on a project, because things has been, you know, the beef kind of like stopped abruptly. I think Kendrick expected it to continue. Even after Not Like Us, which was a hit record. But I think on Drake's side, shooting happens. Kendrick's side, he finds a hit. Everybody's like, all right, you know what, we good. We don't need to keep releasing records week after week or 10 minutes after you release. So it's an interesting time in what's going on in the back and forth. Okay, let's actually analyze. I think we all have acknowledged that Drake had nothing to gain from this back and forth with Kendrick Lamar, other than trying to defend his legacy. Also, you know, it's kind of one of those things where, you know, Drake has a lot of fans who are hip-hop fans. I kind of fall on the side of that. Like, I love when Drake is in his bag rapping. You know what I mean? I think me personally, I think he's the greatest rapper of all time. So when an MC challenges him, even if it's a guy who's super cultural and super creative and artistic, I want him to defend that shit. I want him to body that nigga. That's just the reality of it. However, he really only did it for, you know, talking point's sake. Okay, legacy's sake. There's no gain here. He wasn't going to have a win on a commercial side. He wasn't going to really have a win other than, yo, he's really that guy. Like, yo, he's always defended himself type of shit. Like, pretty much almost like water cooler points. Now, that's what he had to win. What he had to lose was pretty much maybe ultimately what might be happening. Now, we're going to be kind of analyzing this in totality, and there's a lot of things to analyze with it. What he had to lose was maybe Kendrick was going to strike big, hit the lotto, so to speak. I'm saying hit the lotto, but maybe some of y'all just say just win the beef. And convince people that Drake, who I've told y'all in a previous stream, Drake has been like the guy who I think people have accepted to be number one. He's a cool guy who can hang with Future and Yeet. He hangs with Yachty and 21 Savage. He's a pretty good, like, accepted guy as the number one numero uno, okay? He could rap with J. Cole, but he could make, like, swag songs with Yeet and Yachty, right? Did this battle ruin the perception of Drake in a lot of fans' eyes, and also ruin maybe a cultural equity for Drake that he probably spent a while to build up? That is the question that's probably going to lead into this, is it over for Drake? Because obviously that's a very facetious title, or a title that's a little bit clickbaitish, because could it really be over for a nigga who's literally the number one streamed artist of all time on Spotify? If you guys don't know the stats, Drake is actually 1 billion streams away from being the first artist ever with 100 billion streams on Spotify of all time, okay? So to put it in perspective, Drake is not only the number one most streamed artist of all time, He's about to be the first one to hit 100 billion. Yes, even for Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny, The Weeknd, Justin Bieber, Ed Sheeran, Eminem, Ariana Grande, Travis Scott, Kanye, all of those people, okay? He's the guy. By the way, as a lead artist, this is actually interesting. I didn't know Drake got so many off features. As a lead artist, wait, hold on. Yeah, no, that's daily. That's daily. Let me see. Can I sort by lead? Okay, here we go. Bet. As a lead artist, Taylor is actually the most streamed artist over Drake, which is kind of interesting. Anyway, we'll get into some stats. By the way, if you don't know this website is pretty good for Spotify streaming data. I think they have an API that hits Spotify, and it comes up with daily, weekly, monthly stream data. So if you ever care about chart stats like I usually do, this is one of the websites you could kind of quickly go to and kind of get some stats to validate a point or a theory, which I've done multiple times. Anyway, okay, back to the point. Has this battle made people look at Drake and say, yo, I don't know about this nigga no more? And I'm wondering that because, and you know, I just posted it as I got on stream, the whole thing about his last 3 releases getting mass dislikes, right? Could be bot forms, right? Could be people just hate botting, or it could be people trolling. Like, you know what I mean? Hey, shit. You know, it's like the Soul Train thing, even though Soul Train was a horrible song by Namir. But once people realized that was a thing, everybody just joined in to just add more dislikes, right? Like, it was one of those things like, yo, let's just keep running it up. Maybe that's what it is. So that's just trolling. Or maybe this is signs that the culture is feeling differently from Drake. Now, what I will say about Kendrick Lamar, I think successfully used the cultural card and his cultural equity to draw for, if we're talking in Uno terms, Drake. He checkmated Drake. Culturally, he almost made it where people are thinking, is Drake even worthy of some of the things that we've all accepted and not even thought twice about? Should he be saying nigga? Is he a white boy? It, like, some of the things that we just haven't even thought about, right? So I will say that, and then I ask, is that enough to get, because this is more than the culture, is that enough to get people completely just hating on Drake? Because I think we all went into this believing, yo, no matter what happens, unless one guy completely ethers the other. And I would say, I don't know what you guys say, I don't think Drake ethered Kendrick, nor do I think Kendrick ethered Drake. However, I think coming out of this, I see a lot more hate for Drake than I've ever seen before. And I'm chalking up a bunch of it to be bots and, you know, just people trolling. But I'm wondering if this is a trend more than a blip. Okay? Now, obviously, we just had a recent song getting dropped by him, which was the Sexy Red song. We'll kind of get into that, but I'm asking that question now, right? Do we think that Kendrick did what people would think is impossible, which is turn the culture against Drake, where now it's again cool to hate Drake, but maybe in a capacity we've never seen before? You guys be the judge for that. We're gonna get into a little bit more of the, you know, the minute details. Again, if you guys didn't see my tweet, I did send out a tweet like while the music was playing when we started, and I basically say, yo, either niggas is hating on Drake or they're hate botting his releases. His last 2 releases, that's more dislikes than likes on YouTube. What am I talking about? The Hard Part 6 has 1 million dislikes and only 650 likes, 650,000 likes, which is a 61% dislike ratio. And then you look at his recent release with Sexy Red. He says, which is called You My Everything. This has a 80% dislike ratio, 18,000 likes and 74,000 dislikes. That's surprising to me. Now, I try to do something about it. I guess we're into the topic. So, Drill, you can just use it as the first clip if you want. We're into the topic already. I tried to. I was like, yo, what the fuck? I tried to do some qualitative digging, right? You my everything, and let's go to it. Because I'm like, what the fuck? That just seems a little bit odd, right? So if we go to it and Sexy Red, let me see if we can pull it up. By the way, this is another thing too. This is how you know Drake shit is getting crazy. Again, we don't know if it's bots or it's real, but this is how you know it's getting heavily disliked. When you search a song, look, all right, let me actually just search it right away. Sexy Red, You My Everything. It should pop up normally, right? Okay, then. But usually any string of words you're going to type in, even if it's not artist then song, it's always going to pop this up. However, when any, this is just YouTube algorithm shit, anytime something's getting heavily disliked, YouTube starts to demote it in its recommendations, right? That's why everybody that does a video on YouTube says, yo, hey, hit the like button. Some of these guys will tell you to hit the like button before they even tell you what the fuck you came for, right? Yo, hey, you support the channel, hit the like button, right? Because it's all about trying to rank higher in the YouTube algorithms and support database, right? Like, for example, if you just type You Not Like Us, Kendrick Lamar, you're going to see, I'm just showing you. So I type the title first, then Kendrick, it pops up. This is a sponsor post, right? So this don't matter. It pops up with the first thing is Kendrick, right? Why? It's trending on the music page, number one, that helps it rank. Number two, it's 99% likes, right? You kind of have to, if you like, yo, You My Everything, let's put Sexy Red. This should pop up. Yeah, it doesn't even show look, You My Everything Sexy Red shows a different video. It doesn't show the main upload, which is on Sexy Red's page. Why? Why would it show, and by the way, if you guys don't know what these pages are, like Vibes Only, and no disrespect to them, and I'm not trying to, like, snitch on everybody, like, these are pages that are almost like paid pages that get to curate music that works with the labels, and they upload replicas of the actual release, but they'll do it with lyrics, or they'll do it with like visualization, right? But they're not the official release. They're not the official upload. The official upload, let's see if we could go down and even see it. We're scrolling down, we can't even see it, right? Why? It's because it got too many dislikes, right? So you got to go to Sexy Red's page. You got to click there, then click here, and then you'll find it. Where is it at? You My Everything right here. Why? It's getting mad dislikes. Now, I actually don't have on the, I don't have on the, so if you guys don't know, there is a, dislikes is still on YouTube, right? So you'll see a up button, and make sure you can see this up button. It says 20K, and you'll see this down button. If you hit the down button, and I'm not a hater, but I'm going to just hit it for just this purpose, you don't see a total. If you hit the button for like, and I'm going to leave it at like, by the way. Yeah, it's at 20K, so you're not going to see it jump with one like. But here's the thing. They do tally the counter for likes and dislikes. Now, this tally actually rolls into something that YouTube keeps count of, but they don't show it. Why don't they show it? For visualization purpose, and also because people in the past have known to troll with dislikes when that counter was available and could be seen. It's like a Yelp page. If people see everybody puts a negative review and everybody's spamming it, you might have never been to the establishment, but since everybody's doing it, monkey see, monkey do, you do it as well. What this does by not showing the dislikes, even though they're counting it, by not showing the number, it doesn't encourage people who might not give a fuck about the song to just hit dislike to feel like they're a part of the hate train or the hate campaign, the FOMO type of shit in terms of hate. However, if there's a special type of plugin you could put in, actually, maybe I should do it and show y'all. You put a special plugin on your browser, and it actually shows the dislikes. Now, remember what I tweeted out, right? And this is a while ago. This is when it had 18,000 likes. It has 74,000 dislikes. So now I could imagine now it has 20,000 likes. It could probably have, I don't know, maybe 90,000 or 100,000 dislikes, which is kind of crazy, right? Here's the point what I'm trying to say. By the way, I'm not that thrilled with the song. I don't like the song that much. I don't think, and let me be very clear about this. Sexy Red, this song to me is garbage. I think you're garbage on the song. I think Drake actually is good, and I don't know why Drake would pick this song to give a verse to. You can't, listen, maybe Drake is not reading the room, but you can't decorate a pile of shit. You just can't do it right now. I know it's Drake featuring Drake. We all love that. But that song was garbage. If it was that other song that Sexy Red had before, which Drake is actually featured in the cameo, right? The one I was supposed to be in as a cameo too. The Get It Sexy. I like that song. I think that's a fire song. Get It Sexy. Get It, like that's a fire song. Just Sexy Red alone. If Drake featured on this, by the way, this is a cameo. If Drake featured on this, I think, maybe you would have better reception. Regardless, I guess I'm stuck in between saying the song ain't that good, but usually you don't see a 20% like ratio when you have two established artists, Sexy Red and Drake, who have a lot of love from the masses. That leads me to look into other shit. So then I looked at the Hard Part 6. Now, whatever you want to call this, some people's opinion is that this is a bowing out attempt by Drake. They feel like Drake wove the white flag. I disagree. I think Drake was basically saying to Kendrick, whenever you're done lying, holla at me because I'm ready to get it in. Obviously, he mentioned about, I'm about to go on vacation or whatever, and people said, nah, that nigga's done. Somebody says, oh, well, they start flipping his own lines against him. Well, right now, you don't sound as enthused. I get all that. Not even going to knock it because those are valid points. Cool. However, and by the way, we can't see the likes here. Again, I don't have the plugin. But even on the screenshot I showed, and this is from a while ago, right? When this has 650 likes, 650,000 likes, it had 1 million dislikes. So right now, it has 731,000. I could imagine it probably has 1.2 million dislikes. That to me is a little odd. By the way, the views still are going up. It's number 22 trending for music, 19 million in 2 weeks. That's pretty good for a song that is just put up with no video, just a screenshot of a day-free comment. So that's a little bit, I'm like, what's going on here, right? But that's not only it. The only video that's came out of this whole beef, Family Matters. The only video that's came out of this whole thing. Drake shot a whole video for it. He has 3 beat switches. You know what I mean? Like, he's going in. A lot of people, let's be honest, qualitatively have said Drake Family Matters is the best song in the whole beef. If we're going to be just honest. In terms of bars and being a bop, they've said this is the best song. Right? Now, not like us is performing, like a hit record. Let's clap it up for that. But when people are saying, what's the real best record that came out of all this? A lot of people are saying Family Matters. Okay, good. We have 830,000 likes. And again, this is an old screenshot. Well, actually, it's not that old, right? It's 830 here. This has it at 828. But think about the like to dislike ratio. Now, most things on YouTube get above a 88% like ratio because people usually don't go to what they don't like. So if you're below 85 or 88%, it's telling YouTube that people severely have a ill or negative reaction to the content you put out. They don't like it. Now I'm looking at this and it says 828,000 likes and 408. That's about a 50. Well, that's about 66%. So 66% of the engagement in terms of likes and dislikes are likes. That means 33% about are dislikes. That is out of the ordinary. Now it makes me think, again, is this just natural hate? Also, I won't also discount maybe remember I told you that I felt like Kendrick had more support and wasn't the underdog. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I feel like only Drake fans are supporting Drake. There's been a whole group of people who kind of sway with the wind, but they've wanted to see the king get beheaded. They're the people who tune in to see Floyd Mayweather lose. Not that they hate Floyd, they just want to watch history get done. They want to see the shit happen, right? I told you there was a bunch of people that just wanted to see Drake lose, not necessarily that they wanted to see Kendrick win. They just wanted to see Drake catch the L. Maybe those are the people who are kind of like, probably doing all this shit, right? Like, all right, this is like trolling at this point. People are saying, yo, look at the likes and dislikes. It's important that we just kind of hit the dislike here. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Maybe there's a bunch of people who just want to see Drake lose. But to me, this is out of the ordinary. Not only is it out of the ordinary, now we got to say, is this trolling or, and by the way, for the people who are going to say, yo, Ak, don't what's it saying? The roosters come home to roost or whatever it is. I forgot what the saying is. They'd be like, yo, remember when Meek told you that he was getting botted? Okay, very different. Very different than what I'm seeing here. Okay? Very different. Like, again, we're not going to take anything away from Kendrick Lamar and Not Like Us. We're not going to take anything away from any of his releases. But let's not act delusional and act like Family Matters wasn't slapping. People wasn't roasting it. People definitely wasn't roasting it. Meek was just getting roasted by the culture. He didn't understand internet roasting. Like, the level that Meek was getting roasted, I didn't see Drake in this aspect of this battle get roasted. Like, I mean, obviously Not Like Us is doing his thing, but I think people appreciated Family Matters. That's why I can't understand what this is. Okay? So, again, maybe it's botting, or maybe people are just saying, fuck it, we trolling this nigga, right? So, I'm analyzing both perspectives, but it is kind of interesting. I'm wondering how long this lasts. Obviously, I offered my opinion about Drake dropping the fucking, Drake dropping the song with Sexy Red. Like, the song with Sexy Red would have not been, it just would have not been the thing I would have done. Sorry, people. It just would have not been the thing I would have done coming out of, like, some of those things that you knew were going to be, like, sticking from the Kendrick's diss. But this is, like, outstanding hate. Imagine 100,000 dislikes and 20,000 likes. Which now I'm starting to think, is Drake the victim of a possible hate train? And I know somebody gonna be like, yeah, y'all niggas didn't believe when Nicki said that. Now you wanna ride Drake dick and believe when well, Drake never said it that. I'm just thinking right now out loud. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Maybe we're actually in a post-Drake dominant society where it's actually good to hate on Drake, right? Like, right now, if you hated on Drake, it probably got you going up a little bit more. I'm not sure. Again, I'm throwing out these as theories. We're trying to explain what's going on here. Somebody, okay, I'm reading some of y'all comments. Tropical Taste, he says, yo, Ak, if you think about it, he deserves it, and people are just now seeing the truth. What's the truth, my brother? You gotta tell me. Hey, listen, I need y'all to get on, I do need all my people. If you comment a lot, I want y'all to get on Discord. I want to talk to y'all. Today is the day. If you are a commenter, you always have, because sometimes I read some very brilliant comments from you guys. I need you guys to get on the Discord, right? And come debate with me real quick, okay? I might have a guest today. I'm kind of monitoring it if it's going to come through. Might have a guest. But it's not pertaining to this topic. It's not pertaining to this topic. Okay. All right. Okay. Heavy Lifestyle, I see you. I see all my people. All right, hold on. Come on now. Don't do me like this. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Why does it not let me see the old donations? Okay. So, chat, I'm monitoring this, but I'm calling it out early. By the way, Brand Blunt, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, never heard of any rapper using slaves in a reference to the diss. The culture has spoken. Hey, Brand Blunt, good comment, and thank you for the donation, by the way. You know what this battle taught me, right? And by the way, I think this is why Drake should probably realize, you know what his Achilles heel is, right? The kryptonite for Drake, like what works for Drake is numbers, bops, when he could talk success. What nullifies that if the other artists could kind of have near to your success? What definitely is his kryptonite is if that other artist could start talking that black excellence, I'm what the culture feeling. That was one of the most potent lines that Kendrick did. And I ain't gonna lie, like watching all the niggas who been hated Drake, I watched them just beat their chests just at like, that was like a war cry by Kendrick when he was just like, yo, I'm what the culture feeling. He was like, yo, and when I mean we, I'm talking, it was like, basically it's more than me, nigga. I'm what the culture feeling right now. And everybody who hates Drake was like, ah! And I was like, oh shit. That's one of the things I realized, for whatever reason, maybe it's the fact that he got a white mom, black dad. Maybe it's because he was born in Canada. Maybe it's because like he makes pop music a lot. He makes music that doesn't really seem to be super pro-black, or, you know what I mean? He hasn't necessarily connected with maybe the plight of African Americans, which, by the way, have no doubt what hip hop is. Hip hop is basically black culture still. I don't care where it goes. And it's always intuitively tied to the black struggle. That is one of Drake's weaknesses, right? Where it's like, yeah, you could beat a Pusha T, but you beat him, or you could beat him, by knowing that your success, your ability is kind of equal, but your success has so much outweighed him. You're what that nigga would have wished he became. You could always son him, right? The exact, like think about Dragon Ball Z. Like, who was the fucking exact kryptonite for somebody else? Regardless, you guys are spam in the chat. Regardless, someone who gets numbers by being the guy that the culture would see as, oh, he never sold out. He always like held it down. He's never doing too much. He's a cultural representative and he's never compromised. That person you can't beat, right? Like, you can't even beat that person. You know what I mean? Like there's just too many avenues that nigga could just flame you up. Like Kendrick could have came back and said, yo, my nigga, you paint your nails to go appeal to the bad bitches and the kids. Like, yo, what's up with you? Like, and that would have went crazy just off people saying, Kendrick don't do that. So, you know what I mean? There is like this archetype of what Drake's supposed weakness would have been, or the archetype of the rapper that you would say it would be the hardest for him to defeat given where his weaknesses would be. And it would be literally Kendrick Lamar. Like, literally. Like, it would be literally a nigga who does numbers, also sells out arenas, but doesn't do any of the pop things that you've done to fucking whatever. Anyway. Still, I'm wondering if Kendrick's... again, I'm wondering if this is trolling, botting, or Kendrick's performance in this battle has really gotten the culture to look at Drake very differently. Like, they're listening to his music differently. Like, I was reading comments, and yeah, this is why I went to Sexy Red comment section. Like, the likes and the dislikes are one thing, but like, I had to get a little bit more qualitative. I want to hear the people. That's why I'm inviting y'all to come talk to me today. I gotta hear the opinions. Like, some of these people are like, yo, I like look at Drake different. I hear his music different. Like, everything is different after this battle. And I'm like, really? But for some people, that's what they're saying. It's like, they're almost like, I don't know, maybe it was like, remember when Jay-Z was just like, at a point, which two points in his career, he was just like, yo, we ain't doing the jerseys no more, or the big ass oversized white tees. Yo, it's button ups. And like, I ain't gonna lie, shit. You remember like me as a kid growing up, like the dope thing was to have like a little button up. Like I remember going to I think with H&M, I was getting the little button ups, my nigga. You feel me? Like you trying to, because Jay has made the baggy whatever clothing like out of style. Like nobody would fuck with it no more. Then of course he did it kind of on a culture level with kind of with DOA, with Death of Autotune, right? Because do we blame that with T-Pain? T-Pain was like, that just shows the power of the culture is so much more than the power of being the most popular, right? Like, the power of the cultural equity is probably worth 100 times more than world popularity. At least in hip-hop. At least in hip-hop. What do y'all think about that? Anyway, so I went to the comment section, and by the way, this is a live video. We here. Let's, and I was like, nah, this gotta be all bots. And this is what I was reading. Yo, this is just two bad bitches singing. This shit wasn't released, it was escaped. Ice JJ Fish wrote this shit. Kendrick Lamar. What? Why are we talking about Kendrick and a Drake release? Yo, this is a Drake and Sexy Red song. Why is, and by the way, and this is why I said Drake might have invited this, like, bruh, the nigga literally says, when I see you stand by Sexy Red, I see two bad bitches. Maybe the first song you drop shouldn't be with Sexy Red, but whatever. Kendrick Lamar says Drake sees two bad bitches when he's stand next to Sexy Red, and 1 month later, he did this song with her while he's trying to fix the L that he took. Oh, my God. Over a Metro instrumental. Okay. Drake, stop rapping with this woman. This goes hard on mute. You can't convince me this ain't a white flag. All right, let's look at the top comment first, and then we'll look at the most recent ones. Sort by... Oh, these are the top comments. Let me see. Okay, this is like a stock comment. Yo, Sexy Red, thank you so much. Because of that note you hit in the beginning, my 96-year-old grandma finally recovered from her 20-year coma to turn the shit off. This other guy right here. Bro really thinks he's a bad bitch. You know what's so crazy? Nobody said that before. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yo, if we talk about influence, I always say culture influences, right? Like, with all due respect, I've always said, you see a bunch of white girls doing dances, like they'll do whatever dance on TikTok. They don't create it. It's always like a cultural nigga, like in Philly, like they're like doing this and doing all this. And then the white girls on TikTok, they just copy it, right? And it's like biggest thing in the world. I want to rock, like, but really that came from culture. That came from, I forgot what the name of the dudes out of Philly that really taught Uzi to dance. That's culture. Like, culture creates, culture influences. Everything else, even when it gets popular, they just imitate. They can't trend set, right? And I'm looking at this shit, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Look, you might pop ass with them. Drake fans down so fucking bad, they trying to convince themselves this is a banger to cope. The fact they made it, listen to it 1,000 times, I've mastered, whatever, have different people clear it and still drop it is crazy to me. Look, when I see you stand by Sexy Red, I believe you see two bad bitches. You might pop ass with them. When Kendrick, see, look at these likes. Look, another like. You might pop ass with them. I'm like, what? I've never seen two careers end in a single song before. What? This shit is crazy. Does Kendrick Lamar have that much cultural influence? And this is going to sound crazy because Drake to me is just a more popular global superstar. I was on Flagrant 2 and I was talking about this. And I remember Andrew Schultz said this. He said, yo, Kendrick is not even nearly as popular as Drake, which I agree. But he was just saying, who gives a fuck about Kendrick? Drake should have just ignored this, or like, you know, no one's Kendrick can't do anything to affect Drake. And I remember saying, maybe globally, if you're looking outside of hip hop, Drake's popularity, even as just a brand, is just way more than Kendrick. But within hip hop, what Kendrick has done as an artist and his career, he's not that far from Drake in terms of even popularity. Just as far as the culture is concerned. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yo, like, this guy still does some numbers. And I remember shows was like, nah. And then watching all this, I'm like, maybe this nigga Kendrick did fucking affect some people. Or maybe they're just trolling Drake. You know what I mean? Because do I think that people are not going to like Drake? Nah. Like, you know what I mean? You know, the difference between, and, you know, I think Meek Mill right now is, like, back there, like, fucking whacking off to, like, some Diddy pictures or whatever. But he's probably, like, loving this moment. He's like, yeah, I remember when I told niggas that Drake was using bots. Now Drake's about to use my excuse. Or maybe people for Drake or Drake fans are about to use my excuse, talking about bots and this, that. No. The difference here is, and this is what I think, you know, very, very different from Meek or anybody else. Drake has given 15 years of music that people love. It's impossible to kill that feeling. He might not be as popular, or maybe in this moment, in this cross section of time, we look at him and we be like, damn, bro, like, yeah, Kendrick made you look whatever. But it's impossible for him to get Meek Mill. Right? Meek Mill lost his entire career. Like, Meek Mill is literally selling shout outs on Instagram. Like, that nigga is, somebody sent me a screenshot. They say, yo, Meek is selling shout outs for $5,000. I couldn't believe it. That's one level of getting killed. And then I'm like, nah, Drake can't get killed like that. And even if you think about the Ja Rule effect, Ja Rule, yeah, he had some bops. But Ja's run was like, you know, 4 or 5 years of him being like the guy. The fan base that Drake got, like, Drake got music that is matched. Think about the last 15 years of your life. Think about it. Bro, I was 19 years old. 19 fucking years old, my nigga. 19 years old, just listening to Drake and just so, like, enamored because that nigga's music was matching what I was going through at that time in college, like, kind of growing and maturing as a young male. I've listened to his music for 15 years afterwards. Sometimes it's not always like I'm like, oh, it just completely matches. Because sometimes he's talking about shit, I'm like, all right, I ain't there yet. But get it. It's impossible for you to just be like, oh, fuck this guy who's given a 15-year soundtrack to your life. And by the way, that goes for even Kendrick and definitely even Cole. This is why the whole thing with Cole apologizing, I do think Cole could never talk too crazy on the level of, he can't talk too crazy, like, that the masses will like, you know, fuck with him, be like, oh yeah, Cole, keep talking all that shit. But his fan base ain't gonna desert him. Them people at Dreamville Fest ain't gonna desert him. I watched Cole come to my college at Rutgers University, and he sold out like the fucking gym there. And people who I know went to that concert, hold on. Sorry, I think it's allergies. People who went to that concert went to concerts 12 years later. Like, that guy has been in their life. It's like the soundtrack of their life. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, he apologized to Kendrick, fuck him. Now, J. Cole isn't that for me. And even then, I still like his music. Still think he's dope. I just don't think he could say he's the best. But the people who love him, they're not going to abandon his music. Even if they think he shouldn't talk that best shit no more. What the fuck? Sorry, chat. Okay. All right. But yeah. Just look. Just look at these comments. OVO. Like, look at these comments. Drake knows his core. Drake know her. What? Core fan base is 14 and under. Is she singing? Why are they calling Drake she? Is she singing off key? What key is she in? A minor? Like, well, like, yo, what's up with these comments? Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. They're quoting Kendrick Lamar. And so I'm like scrolling down. Bro, I probably read like 3,000 comments last night because I'm like, all right, I want to see recurring comments because I know how to like decipher bot comments. And I'm kind of going, I'm like, damn, I think maybe there's a decent amount of people, whether they're trolling or not, I don't know, but they're not rocking with Drake right now, which is kind of interesting because we would have to give that credit to culturally how Kendrick framed the argument or the issue with him and Drake. He made it kind of unpopular or uncultural to fuck with Drake within the moment. I'm not saying people are going to just not fuck with his music. By the way, I still think he's going to be the most popular artist still. But it kind of shows that, damn, maybe Kendrick has caused, at least in the interim, a little bit of a hiccup for Drake. And I'm like, fuck, that is crazy. So Brad Blunt, I agree with you with that synopsis. DeMarco Smith says the numbers don't matter to Push because whatever he say, the industry gonna listen. That's what being a legend means. Drake could never shake him. Okay. Northside Capo, thinking for 5, he says Charlamagne had the best point. Drake ain't gonna change music. He not gonna let K-Dot Ja rule him and take him out his lane. The red song is his lane. This red song is his lane. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, so I guess the point that was being made, and I think I heard Charlamagne say it too, when Ja Rule was being attacked, even though I just think it's impossible for Drake to be Ja Rule. Like, it's just impossible. Again, people love Drake way more than they've ever loved Ja Rule. But anyway, when the term Ja Rule, a lot of people are saying it's not only because Ja was beefing with certain people who were, very popular, and there was kind of like maybe a little 20v1 situation there. Ja Rule turned into the artist that was trying to now portray thuggism. Not saying he wasn't a nigga from the street or whatever the case is, but his music and his hit songs, what would I do without your baby? Like all these songs, you know what I mean? Like, I'm real, the way I don't know why I'm trying to sound like the Cookie Monster when I'm trying to, Ja Rule, don't get mad at me. But the songs that were popping off were like, it's not, like, it must be the, not, whatever. Anyway, all of these songs by Ja were like, songs for the ladies, songs that were dope, that were just kind of cool. And then when he started beefing, he felt like he was almost surrounded, so he stopped making those songs and started making I'm a thug songs. Like, yo, I'm gonna fuck y'all niggas up, fuck you, and you know what I mean? You gonna clap back? Which by the way, I like that record, I ain't gonna lie to you. We gonna clap back, and I ain't gonna lie, definitely did like the record. I got 100 guns, 100 clip. Like, he started making more aggressive type records. And yeah, maybe people gave him a little bit of respect because he was trying to defend himself in a battle sense, but people were probably looking at him like, yo, bro, go get J-Lo, nigga, and go do another record, my nigga. What the fuck are you doing? We don't want to hear you being tough. We want to hear you singing the hoes, you know what I mean? With that little smirk or whatever on your face. And I guess to Charlamagne's point, he was saying Drake isn't going to let this battle, right, change how he puts out music. Which means if he puts out music with Sexy Red, he's still going to put out music with Sexy Red. If he likes working with Yachty or likes dressing like Yachty or likes painting his nails like Yachty, he's still going to do songs with Yachty, likes working with Yachty, and still going to, paint his nails. Might be actually a valid point. Really valid point, to be honest. But yeah, I was surprised, man. I'm like, what the fuck? It was just it was so much hate comments, like so fucking much. So much. It was so much hate comments. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Why is everybody like, are people like, again, like I understand the concept of people like, oh no, Drake, they believe that Drake, didn't get the upside in the battle according to them. Like, I get that. So you want to troll that person, right? But I don't know. I'm feeling like it's a little bit too much, man. I don't know. Anyway, his streams are still going up. Modita, that's not nice for you to say. Told me I'm getting cream pie by Drizzy. Oh my God, what type of Diddy stuff you want? Stop it. Drill says, shout out to my man Drill. He cuts up all these clips. He says, Drake fans ain't gonna stop loving Drake because of Kendrick. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've always said this. Up until 2015, Drake fans used to clown Drake. It's like a lot of y'all, I'm not gonna call y'all fans of mine, but y'all are in the audience, y'all chat niggas. Y'all clown the shit out of me. Y'all have everything to say about me. But anytime a nigga gets at me, or anytime you see like, yo, it's defense squad mode, like, I can't remember one of the first times I seen that. I think definitely on Everyday Struggle too, when y'all felt like, like people were picking on me or whatever. Like, yo, I saw y'all were really going in, bro. I'm telling you. And that's the relationship I thought Drake had with his fans. Yeah, like Drake fans kind of, like, because Drake is like a emotion almost damn near. So, they, they love his music, but they'll make fun of him too. And then when the Meek shit happened, oh my God, Drake fans activated. When the Meek shit happened, they fucking-vated. And, afterwards, I think just a lot of people just started liking Drake, so it wasn't that type of thing. This is just an interesting time where it sounds crazy, but I think that Kendrick fans are trying to still convince themselves that Kendrick won. It's kind of sad. Like, they're trying to convince themselves that Kendrick won by, like, still wilding out. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, let's show the effect of Kendrick, which if you are a fan of Kendrick or just a random fan and you said, hey, qualitatively you thought that Kendrick's music was better during this battle, hey, more power to you. Like, that's a good opinion. I can't knock it. If you thought Drake's, I can't knock that either. But Kendrick fans seems like the only way they could kind of get the win for Kendrick, they got to be doing the most, which maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't know. All right. Anyway, speaking of which, somebody says, yo, Drake jumped on Sexy Red You My Everything, right? And they said this shit was not good, right? But they're talking about, have you heard about J. Cole, who jumped on like pretty much the hottest artist out of New York right now, which is Cash Cobain. He has a song called Grippy, right? J. Cole jumped on the song. Oh my God. This shit is like, yo, I'm going to be honest with you, man. It's exactly what you would think of when you would think of one of these pro-black, super militant, Dr. Umar Johnson type of niggas trying to finesse a chick from out of some pussy. You know what I mean? Just sounding mad, like just out of touch, right? Anyway, this is another thing I keep telling you about the Kendrick shit, though. Look, okay, these are objective points, I think. Yo, they didn't like the Sexy Red and Drake song. They didn't like the Cash Cobain and J. Cole song. But then they quote Kendrick. Them superpowers getting neutralized. I could only watch inside. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy because everybody's giving Kendrick the credit for anything they don't like about Drake or anything Drake does. It's kind of odd. Anyway. Extremius Clippius. I like that name. By the way, 3 Diglets, thank you for telling. Says, Ack, you're overthinking this whole thing. Am I? E-Black, thank you for the 20. He says, yo, welcome to every Meek Mill's fan reality. We was wondering how the culture betrayed him for a Canadian rapper. It's over, son. E-Black, that's a good point too, right? I think what we realize is that when you're a gangster rapper, with all due respect, when you're a gangster rapper and you rap ignorance, like, and I'm going to throw these rappers into the mix. I'm not trying to disrespect them, but this is who they are. If you're 21 Savage, if you're Chief Keef, if you're Waka Flocka, if you're Meek Mill, even if you're Future, and I know somebody be like, well, Future is more of like, he's a street rapper, but he's not like a gangster rapper, whatever. When you have rapped about debauchery and fuckery for the majority of your career, you can't then try to play the cultural card. The person to play the cultural card, it's a soapbox type card, and you can also be advocating for black genocide, right? So Meek can't be like, yo, I'm what the culture is feeling. No, the culture isn't feeling the nigga who's saying, let's spin the blocks and spin the blocks and spin the blocks. No, it makes sense for someone like Kendrick or someone like Cole, right? I think that's the culture didn't turn its back on Meek. I just don't think those people could use the cultural card unless they have a real, some real action or it's a white man going against them, right? If they're going against a legit white man, yes. If they're going against, I don't know, maybe if they got, because we all know in the black community, a nigga could have 59 warrants, 35 felons. He could be a 96-time convicted felon. If the police arrest him or profile him, they're gonna march for that nigga. We gonna be, why did y'all, like, come on, like, what? Yeah, nigga, I looked up his name. This nigga said he's a decorated felon. Of course I profiled his bitch ass. But in the black community, we will ride for that guy because even though you've gotten convicted of 96 felonies, for your 97th, the police should treat you and act like you're an angel, okay? So in that case, we'll ride out for the gangster nigga, but not in the case of like a hip-hop type of context. We're not going to ride out for Meek Mill trying to like what the fuck is... And also, here's the thing too. Most gangster rappers, because they lead with violence and, oh, I'm like that, trenches, streets, they don't even know how to frame or use the cultural card because their music, they've never stood for anything. The thing with Kendrick is that there's always been, even if he talked about the violence he saw, the things that was going on around him that people could be like, oh, that was kind of staticky. He always showed that he was someone that was for the progression of the black plight. He was someone that, you know, when people are like, oh, he's for us. So, of course, they're going to rock for, like, Kendrick. They're not going to rock. Yo, if Chief Keef, again, obviously, he wouldn't be no rap battle, but if Chief Keef tried to, like, frame himself versus somebody else to say, yo, at least the streets fuck with me, or, yo, the culture fucks with me. No, we don't fuck with, like, I mean, we love him, but we don't fuck with the nigga who is basically, like, the clear war on the block right next to him, like, you know what I mean, and basically smoked on every dead child that's been in Chicago. No. So I actually resent people saying that the culture betrayed Meek Mill. No, Meek's not clever enough to put it in that way, and I don't think gangster rappers could use that card. I don't think so. Okay. You see that Meek fan trying to jump up in this shit? Amin Dana, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Thank you for the Canadian donation, which I'm guessing you're from Canada. He says, there's far too many things that to refer to when it comes to Drake compared to K-Dot. Even Diddy Truth came out eventually, and he was denying things all along. Drake became more defensive and deflecting every other line. That looks bad. Which, by the way, that's another point that I believe Charlamagne said. Drake playing any type of defense or playing, you know, deflection games makes him look worse. I'm not sure if that's the thing that sinks him, but I understand that. Like, for example, you know, Drake flat out said in push-ups, the whole premise is drop and give me 50. Basically saying, yo, you're giving 50% away to this guy who tells you what to do. Literally drop and give me 50, nigga. Right? You got to drop your music, give me 50. Also, if I tell you to go do something, you better do it. That's the same, drop and give me 50. What does Kendrick come back and say instead of saying, oh no, I own all my shit? You know what he says? He says, speaking about splits, he said, you show me your splits, and then I'll get back with you. I'll double back with you. Like, he basically didn't answer it at all. He ain't answer it at all. He didn't answer it at all. He accused him of getting extorted by Top. What Kendrick said? Kendrick said, he basically said, he shout out to Top, and he says, yo, he said, extortion's my middle name. When you get off that plane, what's up? Kendrick never really answered to nothing that Drake said. He was just kind of like, it felt like he got his own mission going on and he was just going. He didn't give two fucks. But I do think it's hard to like keep arguing when a nigga like throws in like the pedophile thing. You know what I mean? It's one thing is like, oh, your contract's fucked up. It's another thing when a nigga saying you're fucking kids and there was already little weird things out there that people were trying to latch onto. So I don't know if Drake, if he just ignored it, it would have worked. But that's a good opinion. Thank you. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, okay. Here we go. Finally. Dejon Watson says, Drake should have sent a cease and desist to the record. Parker says, yeah, it's natural hate. Kendrick opened the door. So you think there's just hating on Drake? Holy shit. Najee Okafor, he says, yo, Bow Wow was doing Drake numbers with CDs CD sales before streams. Yo, I hate when y'all just compare everybody to Drake. Like, if you compare Drake's pop appeal to some of these guys, maybe there's, like, yeah, Nelly was doing wild numbers. Bro, did Nelly have the heart and the souls of these people like that, bro? Like niggas have grown up on Drake. Like, the same way how people love, put it like this. Drake is a pop artist and Jay-Z at the same time. There's people who grew up on Jay, right? Who just loves everything Jay has said. There's people who grew up on Nas. Love everything Nas has said, even DMX. Then he's just had a shit ton of hit records, so you can't just compare him to Bow Wow. I don't think, if Bow Wow had people rocking with him and loving him to the level that his music connected beyond the hits and was just part of their lives and they felt they knew him, I don't think he'd be like, is he doing a reality show? I don't know what he's doing, but I don't think he'd be in a different place, bro. Or maybe just music evolved, because these days people do care much more about your outside the music stuff, or make sure the music is congruent with your life. Anyway, Parker also said, Kendrick made it okay to hate on Drake in public. Yo, that's kind of interesting. Brad Blunt says, what about, and by the way, Najee Okafor, thank you for that was your 20th donation. Damn, thank you, my boy. Brad Blunt says, or maybe people don't fuck with the songs. I highly don't believe that people don't fuck with Family Matters. And even though people want to say it's a white flag with The Hard Part 6, I'm sorry. The Hard Part 6 is a really good song, especially from a rapping perspective. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I'm not believing that. The Sexy Red song, I'll give it to you. The Sexy Red song is like, Pick the Coolest. He says, yo, can't listen to Stick Talk in falsetto. Was hilarious. I still feel like he lost, though. Okay. Miguel RRT says, what does Diddy and K-Dot have in common? They both beat women. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think people just kind of skip past that whole thing with Kendrick. Like, and that goes back to the last person who commented. I guess maybe you don't have to respond to everything, because I know pedophilia is like a very crazy accusations, but accusations of abusing women is too, and Kendrick didn't seem to give a fuck. Like we didn't even see Kendrick try to go out of his way to post a picture with his wife to let people know, like, nah, we good over here, nigga. Like, to keep it real, you know what's interesting? Like, Kendrick's wife even, or like his girl, nigga, she wished herself a Mother's Day. You feel what I'm saying? Like, nigga, once I seen this, I was like, Drake might be right, but nobody give a fuck. You know what I mean? She said, happy birthday to me. If a woman is saying happy birthday to her goddamn self, you know shit ain't sweet at the crib. That's the day women flex on other bitches with gifts from their man and by showing out with their man and their kids. She posted up happy birthday to me and happy Mother's Day to all the real ones. Tells me that it's not a happy home, or maybe they're separated, but it doesn't confirm anything about abuse. And also, she didn't do what Drake would probably have wanted her to do, which would clearly signal that, whatever he's saying is true, because even if they are taking a break, okay, is that like that's not like a got you, right? So, yeah. 3 Diglets. He also says, ain't been the same since nothing was the same. Stop it, 3 Diglets. You wildin', my boy. John Blue, he says, you are not giving music fans credit when it comes to the dislikes. Why couldn't it be simply that the Sexy Red is just trash, even with Drake on it? John Blue, I'm giving you that credit, that this Sexy Red song is not that good. And again, we've heard mid songs, trash songs. A 20% like ratio or 80% dislike ratio is kind of exorbitant. And if this was just a one-off, fine. Family Matters, which a lot of people like, getting 500,000 dislikes is, and then also the Hard Part 6. I don't think the majority of conversation is that those songs are trash, my boy. That's why I'm actually bringing this up, right? Chicago Lives, or Chicago Lives, maybe that's it. It says, it's definitely trendy to hate Drake right now. BBL Drizzy was huge and a brilliant chess move. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll give Metro that credit. I didn't think that him dropping the beat for BBL Drizzy was going to, and by the way, I don't think it's necessarily the beat. I think he started a challenge and fans wanted to get active in this beef anyway. Like, he did one of the old school. Remember, like, labels used to try to start up challenges to promote a song? Like, I remember infamously, like, the labels for, like, the Black Beetle, like, remember the Black Beatles song from Ray Shremmerd, when they were trying, like, they were starting it up where people were doing the mannequin challenge, and, you know, they were obviously pushing that. I thought the overt attempt to try to make a challenge shit was over, though. Like, these days, that's moved on to TikTok. There's all little strategies try to get that pop in there. But Metro just put out a beat. The sample was already out there. He just put some drums to it. Literally what Drake said. Metro, shut your ass up and make some drums. He literally shut his ass up and made some drums to an already existing sample. And everybody jumped in. You could go on TikTok and see so many different people, right? Like BBL, Drizzy, TikTok. You could just find so many people on there just kind of like getting it in. Gonna lie to you, the worst part about this showcase, and this is what so you know how Drake used AI? This is what AI, before Drake, you know, embraced it. AI showed people that, yeah, we love Drake and we love Kendrick, but there's really creative motherfuckers out there that just aren't Drake, who aren't Kendrick, but if they had to write some bars or if they had to make a product, they could make products that people could actually consider and be like, wait, is this Drake? Is this Kendrick? That's what AI did. It taught people that even though we love these great, talented, smart, creative musicians, there were so many more talented people in the world. What this BBL Drizzy shit did was kind of open it up, and you're like, wow, there's dumb amount of talented people. Like, look at this shit. BBL Drizzy. Nah, this shit, I've never even heard this. This is BBL Drizzy. Oh, I ain't gonna lie. This sounds like a different sample. By the way, this is the talk box that I think this is the talk box technology that was used on. So it's not even autotune. It's called like talk box, I believe. It was used on Computer Love talk box. I don't know if I ever seen this. I think there's a performance with the guy doing it. Is it? Yeah, you put this little thing in your mouth. Almost looks like, you're fucking hookah. Let me see if I can find the original. Oh yeah, here it goes. I always thought this sounded better than autotune in certain cases. But yeah, Computer Love. Yeah, anyway, this guy brings it back and he's using the BBL Drizzy. I ain't gonna lie, this sounds fire. One thing I'll admit that I was wrong about, chat. When I first heard Not Like Us, and I first even heard the BBL Drizzy shit, I'm like, it's no way niggas are going to be dancing outside of this battle and beef to Drake being a pedophile and Drake having a BBL. It just seems odd. Like, people like dancing to, yo, bitch, suck my dick, or like, yo, she got a fat ass. Like, I didn't think people would dance to clowning Drake. Like, this shit's crazy. Like, you have to realize the context of the song, yeah, it might sound catchy, is Drake got a BBL. And remember Drake commented, was like, nigga, you made a beat by my ass? Right? And in the other, you know, with Not Like Us, is like, yo, Drake like little kids. Like, I don't think people could foresee that being the shit that no niggas don't give a fuck about dancing to. This shit's on fire. Nah, that's fire. Somebody got to sample that. Yo, people are fucking talented, man. I kid you not. Anyway, let me see. Voxzilla, thank you for the 8 English pounds. She says, yo, Ak, you gotta realize, man, people have outgrown Drake's music. It hasn't evolved that much, and when it does, it's off the back of somebody else's wave. That's his problem. Voxzilla, do we actually believe that, though? And I know somebody gonna be in the comments saying, yo, Ak is just copping a plea, yo, he's doing tricks on it. Like, yo, relax. I'm really asking that question. For All the Dogs, it was an R&B album mostly in the first part. Then the Scary Hour version came out, a little bit more rap. Again, I'm not saying that Drake's music, I'm not saying For All the Dogs is a classic, but it's still a good album. Are we acting like, yo, people are just over Drake? Y'all let me know. Extremious Clips, thank you for the 10. He says, I agree with you. Drake has been the soundtrack to Lies, but it's now time to hang it up. This is where, like, that statement alone. No one was saying this before, like, 6 months ago. Are you telling me it takes that quickly? Where people were, like, there was a conversation that Drake's still gonna run this shit for another 10 years. There's nobody who's even close to, you know, being in the realm of competing with Drake for his position in the game at this point. And people thought, yo, he might have another 10-year run. And you're telling me just all of a sudden it's just snapped, it's just switched. And people are just saying it's time for him to hang it up, like it's over. Then he continues, says, in the past 5 years, he's given us Rich Baby Daddy, Tootsie Slides, and Girls Want Girls. Just trash. Well, I would say there's been a lot of other tracks. Like, you might not like those tracks. Those are meant for a certain audience. But, you know, on all those albums, he gave us other great songs. But okay. Parker, he came back again. And he said, yo, the people want real art again, Ak. Is that, do you think that's the case? Because if that's the case, it's going to affect more than just Drake. And here's the thing. I think Drake could adjust to whatever the culture wants. I think Drake has never gone against the wave to set the stamp. Drake follows the wave and he just stays on top. Let me give you the example. Drake is popular enough that if he wanted to make lyricism be at the forefront of what people were consuming, he could have. But instead of challenging where music and the wave was going, he followed it and added on to it. Right? I think that, let's say Kendrick changed the wave right now, right? Which, by the way, I was saying is going to affect more other people than Drake, because I think Drake could get on some substance-filled shit. I think he's that talented. That's why, you know, the best guys could do it all, right? Who it affects is the Sexy Reds. Like, if people are now desensitized or now tired of the, oh, my pussy stink, my booty black, I'ma fuck them all. Like, if you're tired of that, Sexy Red's out of here. Like, she's done, right? But along with her being done, is like a whole archetype and a whole sound of music that's just gonna just die out, right? Now, I can't say that that's all that Drake does. Drake kind of does everything. Drake sings, Drake fucking raps lyrically, then he swag raps, and he yachty raps, and then he kind of does it all. Nigga was on the track with Yeet, right? Anyway, check-in report. What up with you? And thank you, brother. He says, yo, the battle is over. And remember when Nas won the battle, but with Hove, but not the war portion? Will Kendrick disappear again? Well, so that's the whole thing that's happening. I've heard, and again, I can't say these are verified sources because I don't even want to cap to say I know actual legit source. Like, usually with Drake, I could tell you, like, if it's a real source or not. Or I can tell you if it's from him. With Kendrick, I don't have an actual legit source of Kendrick. It's people who I know are kind of around, but sometimes you got to be kind of careful with Kendrick and his team, because I think sometimes they throw shit out, and I've learned this in the battle. They'll kind of let things go out that they capitalize off the narrative. I don't know if you get what I mean. Like 100% during that battle, I think Kendrick and his team realized that the venue of where people were getting their first reaction and where people were also judging and viewing this battle was through my stream. And they specifically, I have a lot of proof to say they specifically tried to use me against Drake in a sense. You get what I mean? Be like, all right, like for example, I heard they spend, I think I told you, they spent up to 6 figures, like just marketing, taking the reaction of me reacting to like Euphoria, not Euphoria, but it was 616 or Meet the Grams. They took, remember Drake had dropped something and then they dropped immediately. The reaction I had, they spent mad marketing dollars getting it out to every blog, which is kind of smart, right? It's like, all right, cool. Let's play Drake's biggest fan against Drake, right? Which, actually I can't even, that's fucking clever. I can't even lie to y'all. Anyway, he said, will Kendrick disappear? Okay, so I said that to say this. I've heard, and I guess I was adding a lot of grain, or like take this with a grain of salt. I was adding a lot of salt grains to it. So I don't know if this is actually a thing. Because Kendrick's streams has gone all the way up and he's done so much, I heard that his album is pushed back slightly. I heard his album would have been here for in the next like 2-3 weeks. That's what I'm hearing. I heard that Kendrick would have been dropped his album. If this battle did not happen, his album would have came. However, everything has changed. Number one, a lot of people are giving him so much positive press and reinforcement after this battle. Number two, the streams from the 3 diss songs that he has up, right? Think about this. The streams from only the 3 diss songs he has up on Drake that are on DSPs, they have done so much streams, it's equivalent to 2 albums. Not Kendrick albums, but 2 regular albums from a lit artist. So essentially, if we're thinking about artists who work for a company, even though he works for himself, allegedly with PG Lang, but they have distribution deals and whatever the case is, if you have to check the box of maybe, you wanted to get, I don't know, let's say 500 million streams, right? Like that was the goal. Like you needed to drop your album and get 500 million or 1 billion streams. Well, those 3 diss songs got those streams that your album was supposed to get. So now what that does, if you're a businessman, it makes you now play the game different. Because you've satisfied the quota in what you needed to provide in streams and sales, obviously you do want to take advantage of the moment because you're lit right now, so he is going to drop. But you don't necessarily have to rush out your product because you're dominating streams with 3 songs. So from what I heard he's like, he's refining the album, he's polishing, but he's letting the songs that are doing, like Not Like Us is going crazy. Let those do the numbers, which by the way, they're doing 3 songs are doing so much numbers, it would be equivalent to 2 regular artist albums. And when I see regular artists, I would say like 100,000 or so. So that's why I've heard that his project, isn't coming immediately, but it is coming. So to answer the check-in report, he's not going to disappear, supposedly. He's playing it as a businessman, and then he's going to drop his album. So his album is going to come, so he supposedly won't disappear. I guess I said a lot to say that, right? Yeah, and he's like, would he flop the opportunity to even be the top guy? I do think time is still of the essence. While he could wait a little bit, he has to drop definitely within the next 6 months, right? Okay. Johnny, he says, I'm surprised that the executive is allowing the algorithm to go against Drake. My theory is that Drake is beefing with the bosses behind the scenes. Well, I feel like we'll be going into like cynicism a little bit when we start talking about this. I do believe that, the deal that Drake has, it's not incentivized to make sure they're going to recoup, but it's not incentivized to make sure he has this unprecedented leverage that he's going to continue to squeeze Universal for more and more money for less and less of the product to come, which means they need to, and by the way, if we're thinking about The contract, which Drake has confirmed to us, is $400 million. And is Drake in a 360? We don't know. I mean, Drake Lemon Pepper freestyle. I did think it was kind of ominous a little bit. You know, by the way, Drake has been on tour like the most out of any rapper, which is a little bit odd, But he did also rap on Lemon Pepper freestyle when he says, yo, and this before people knew his deal was a 400, but maybe this is like a double entendre or a triple entendre, I guess, at this point. Says, yeah, hard just turned purple, 360 up front, it all comes full circle. Now, 360 obviously is a 360 deal. People would instantly think about it. And then when you think full circle, you now think about, well, if Universal is in a 360 with Drake, and again, these releases that he just dropped, right? They're not, number one, it's going to generate a lot of revenue, but they're still not counting as albums. If he tours, they get benefit from it. As long as his career, which I think that could be something they could mitigate, as long as his career is just not non-existent, they're going to recoup. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. Like, the whole thing that he's been beefing with the bosses behind the scenes, I've just heard that Universal just don't have that much control. And here's the thing. If I'm a company, just think about it, right? Drake might make you a lot of money, but you have the least amount of control with him. Usually the companies like it when they have the most amount of control and make the most amount from that artist's catalog, which even if they become bigger later on, they own the shit that matters the most, which is the early part of the catalog, which will always age well because usually people appreciate those records with time. For example, if we're thinking about Kanye West, his first 3 albums, College Dropout, Late Registration, and Graduation, they're owned by Def Jam. He tried to buy it back. They wasn't really trying to give him that shit back, right? The thing with NBA Youngboy was allowed to leave Atlantic and go to Capitol, and essentially they're looking at it like, well, your classic albums, whether it's AI Youngboy or it's 38 Baby or Top or whatever you want to call your classic albums, Youngboy, they're on our motherfucking label. So yeah, you could go over there, they'll overpay you, and you'll have more leverage there. But the thing with streaming is that when you start streaming, like for example, right now, right? Good Kid, Mad City. Did y'all see my tweet? I don't know if y'all follow me on Twitter. Good Kid, Mad City. Check this out. Like, if you think the labels aren't having a good time with this, look. Kendrick Lamar, Damn, sold 25K. Guaranteed Damn is owned by TDE and Universal. Whether I don't know what the pub or the rights splits would be with it. But yeah, or maybe TDE owns it. I'm thinking about the deal when they first got it. Yeah, regardless, Republic is eating off of this. Right? Republic is eating off of this. So you're telling me that this guy gets into a beef and his album from 12 years ago sells the best? Like, this shit outsold A Boogie, or damn near outsold A Boogie. Right? And A Boogie just dropped. Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Mad City. Oh, actually, no, this is from 2017. This is from 2012. Sorry, chat. So both of these combined did 47,000. You had to do 0 promo. A Boogie had to shoot videos, pay producers, pay features, whatever. Marketing campaign, and he sold 27K first week. So you see why, like, you know, in the streaming game, you know, I've always, I try to explain to y'all, like, for a label, it's better. It's better when these artists die. Like, you know what I mean? Obviously, they have to have a good catalog before they die. But, like, for example, let's say Juice WRLD, right? Like, I'm not saying his label wanted him to die. Like, don't get me wrong and don't take me out of context. But the more Juice WRLD's career went on, yeah, they would have got more money with him, but he would have gotten more leverage, right? Would have started promoting and caring about his future projects, and the label would have had less of the leverage, less of the ownership in the newer projects. Once they're dead, these projects are forever owned by the label. Like Pop Smoke's records, Like, they're not like giving it back to the mom. Like, oh, here, just take your son's discography back. Hell nah. Forever and for always, if you want to listen to Pop Smoke's records, it's owned by the label. You get what I'm saying? Now, X is a little bit different because X was indie already. That's a little bit different, right? But other than that, you got to understand that these labels are always going to win with the streaming game, and this is why they actually signed all these deals for streaming, because fans go back and listen to catalog. It's all about catalog. The number one reason why Universal Music Group, Sony Music Entertainment, and Warner Music Group exist and they pressure every company, whether it's TikTok, they've done to Spotify, SoundCloud, Apple Music, anybody on licensing deals, they swing one big dick. No Diddy. It's their catalog. They have a huge catalog, no Diddy, and they basically say, we have this catalog, you want access to it. Right? So, like, whatever they gave Drake, the $400 million, Drake, take that $400 million because we need to make sure you're going to keep producing music. And by the way, most of this stuff relies on catalog anyway. Remember when Kanye was trying to retire and the publishing company was about to sue him? And essentially, they had signed a $10 million publishing deal with Kanye. They gave him money. And part of the deal is that he couldn't retire. Why? Every time he dropped a new project, people were always going to go back and go stream Late Registration and College Dropout, which was going to get the pub company paid off of Kanye. You get what I'm saying? So again, that's how streaming works. It's hard to say these niggas, like, it's hard to say that the label loves these niggas so much they're not thinking afterwards, right? Like, it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, Drake, you're the biggest. We own most of your music. As you go into this new era where we're owning little smaller and smaller, like, for example, the margins on what they're making on Drake now are nowhere close to what, like, again, these are for the business people who are, just tap in with me real quick. Drake was probably in a royalty. First of all, Drake was signed to, what's it called? Aspire Music Group, which was owned by Lil Wayne's former manager, right? And then through that, he was signed to Young Money, which is under Cash Money, which was under Universal, right? It's 100% like plausible, and probably you could assume he was in a royalty rate deal when he first got in the game, right? He's getting 18% on every dollar after recouping, and he had a big budget, right? 18%. So he's getting 18 cents for every dollar made after recoupment, which probably means after the first $5 million. So whatever advance he had gotten, probably after the first $5 million, because it probably took $5 million to make that first like LP, he's getting 18 cents, right? That's forever. Like, that ain't only for them. That's forever. You get what I'm saying? So forever and always, if Take Care jumps back on the motherfucking charts, and let's say it grosses $1 million, right? Drake gets $180,000 and the label gets over $800,000, right? That's not the splits on his current projects today. The current splits are probably going to be closer to a 50-50 or could possibly be a 60-40 in Drake's favor. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I think that makes sense, right? So, of course, there's money to be made with him, but the splits ain't in the label's favor no more. So, what would you care about? The shit you get 90% on, or the shit you're getting like 40% on, or damn near like your distro company with like certain resources for me? Maybe you're getting 30 after. Yeah, so, exactly. All right. Okay, yeah, you guys are smart, man. Yeah, thank you. Sometimes I be talking, I'm like, yo, I feel like to people in the music industry, they'll get it, but sometimes I'm like, am I just yapping to y'all? And I'm like, yo, act, that just don't make sense, bro. Like, what the fuck you're talking about? No, that's just reality. So Drake's, the leverage Drake has right now, because Drake could, obviously wouldn't sell what he sells, but he could just say, I'm going independent. So you can imagine, they're probably going to be like, yo, listen, we'll give you $400 million up front. All we want, right? We want this part of your touring until we recoup. We want this percentage of your touring until we recoup. I guarantee you'll tour this amount. Then we want 30% 35 or 40% of your contract, maybe let's say 30% of your music shit until we recoup, and then maybe goes down, or maybe it actually, maybe it's like 40%, then it goes down to 30 once we recoup. We'll give you the $400 million, you know, and yeah, you go with the 400, but you got to tour, you got to drop these projects. Of course, for you, you're going to care about the $400 million because, you know, $400 million, liquid means a lot, right? Liquid means a lot. You know, Drake could earn that money by himself, but liquid means a lot. If somebody give you $400 million, like, you'd be an idiot to think about, well, they're making 600. You know, you'd be like, yo, my nigga, give me the 400 today. And you make, you know, it's like the bank. Like, the bank will give you a mortgage of $1 million, but the bank is looking at it like, we're going to make overall 1.5. But we're making that over 30 years. But they gave you the $1 million. Okay, I know you guys are smart, so let me not do all that over explaining. Okay. Yeah. I was reading donations. Thank you guys. Somebody says, imagine if K-Dot drops in October. Does Drake own October? Nah. Somebody said, Drake fans live in a bubble. Indy Raheem, thank you for that, by the way. He says, Drake fans lives in a bubble where their whole identity is tied to him. And y'all excuse sus behavior. Wearing blackface. By the way, why do I feel like it's PR, like I'm defending everything? The blackface thing there was a reason for the blackface thing, right? Like, he said he was, maybe we'll get into it because there's still people asking about the blackface thing. Like, your Drake is black, my nigga. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, honestly, and tell me if culturally I'm looking at this wrong. I'm black, okay? Yeah, I'm from Jamaica, but I'm black. If I say the hard ER, I'm sorry, I'm black. I could do that. I'm sorry. If I put blackface on, nigga, I'm sorry. I could do that. I'm sorry. Like, if it was a white person, if Drake mama did it, we gonna crucify her. Again, I'm not saying it's not a little clownish or whatever on face value, but niggas is acting like this is like some big ass indictment of whatever. And by the way, there was a reason he did that, man. Like, chill out. Like, why y'all act like Drake is a white guy? He says, touching 17-year-old girls. Oh my God. Using slavery as a diss. That's where I could identify a Kendrick fan. Anytime Kendrick fan brings up Drake saying, yo, you rapping like you about to free the slaves. Like, yo, this is when you know you're dealing with a Kendrick fan. Bro, have you never been arguing with somebody else who's black and you say some shit or like you joke on some shit like, nigga, you must think you Martin Luther King or something like that. Like, you know those type of things? Like, yo, you kind of diss him, but it's not like you diss Martin Luther King. Like, Martin Luther King is a great motherfucking man. Did a lot of things, but it's like, you're just making a reference. Like, yo, nigga, you must think you must think, I don't know, you must think you Marcus Garvey. Like, whatever. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but a Kendrick fan is going to be like, how dare he talk about you're rapping like you're trying to free the slaves. Like, come on, bro. It's not even that serious. Now everybody is saying, nah, Ak. What? Really? It's that big of a deal now? Yo, man, y'all different, bro. Y'all are different, bro. General Surgency, thank you for the 50, yo. Salute to my boy General Surgency for the big 50. He says, when you're the best, people only want you to be for a little bit. Then they want to see somebody else win. Drake has been on top. That's why he gets this much hate. LeBron and Floyd too. I've made that point. That's why I said he was always the underdog. But anyway, continue. He says, and black people always talk about people are racist, but they be the most racist, especially the mixed black people. Yeah, I think people, you know, I think it's been going on too long. Niggas want to see. I don't even think niggas don't want to see Drake on top. No Diddy. I think people want to see him humbled again. You know, I always said that what comes with winning and the attitude to win is arrogance. Like, we've never seen a nigga number one that don't show some type of arrogance or self-confidence that could be misconstrued as arrogance. From Michael Jordan to Kobe Bryant, if someone was ever truly number one and dominated, we always associated that confidence, that you know, we always either confuse it or we associate it with arrogance. And what happens is, I think it's a natural cycle of life. When that happens and that arrogance persists for too long, people want to see that person on bended knees. They want to see that person at their weakest moment. They want to make sure that person could bleed. You're not Superman, nigga. We want to see you bleed. And sometimes that comes in a form of seeing that person break down and cry and just having that moment of, yo, I'm sorry, I fucked up, begging for forgiveness. Or just saying, listen, I'm defeated, y'all got me. And usually if you've watched, there's been so many instances. When that has happened, we've seen the audience pick back up the person they claimed was too arrogant, but it's only after they see that person is broken. They see that person is finally on bended knees. And I think what happens with someone like a Drake, I don't think he's going to give that moment. He's not going to give that moment to be like, yo, bro, I ain't going to lie, man. Like, I guarantee, yo, Drake will get so much love right now if he say, yo, bro, yo, I'm sorry, man. I did so many shit wrong. I've been fucking up. Yo, I feel like a loser, man. You know, y'all been having thoughts of doing shit to myself. Like, I just feel like shit, man. Like, y'all, everything y'all said about me is right. I'm just a piece of shit, man. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to just go away, man. I'm done. I guarantee everybody in the music will be like, no, we love you, nigga. I'm playing. We love you. I guarantee it. People just want to see the nigga, like, just be, like, on one knee, just begging for forgiveness. That's it. Let's keep it a bean. If he ever was just like, yo, bro, you got it, man. Yo, listen, man. Yo, I'm going to be honest with you. I need to do some self-reflection. You know, this whole time I was trying to be one of the greats in rap. I didn't realize I lost myself. Yeah, right, man. I'm a total fraud, man. Like, you know, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, you know what I mean? I've always never been really in tune with black culture. Like, my mama really white. Man, I'm sorry, man. Like, y'all don't even know what to do. Like, you know what? The best thing for me to do, I'm going to just go away. I'm going to just go away. You know what I mean? Like, yo, like, y'all right. Everything y'all said about me is true. Like, I don't deserve none of this. Like I just wake up some mornings and I just wish I wasn't here. If Drake comes out and says that, I promise you, everybody and their mama loves him. They're waiting for that. Somebody said they clown Drake for that. Hell nah, they wouldn't clown Drake for that. Nope. Because I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and again, we're not talking about the Kendrick fans, right? Because obviously Kendrick fans, Drake fans, like, people want their favorite to win. The people, I keep telling you, there's more people in the middle, and keep in mind, I know you're gonna be like, no, there's not more people in the middle because Kendrick fans and Drake fans, those are the majority. No. The Drake fans who care, those are the only ones we're talking about. Like, I'm a Drake fan who care. Bro, there's a girl in Montana who goes to Drake concert with their 40-year-old dad and their 80-year-old grandma who don't even know he was in a beef. Like, they don't know nothing about this, right? Those ain't the fans we're talking about. We're not talking about those fans, right? So what I'm trying to tell y'all, it's more people that don't have a horse in the race than do. The people who care a lot on Kendrick's side and on Drake's side are the ones who really care about this shit. The rest of these people, they don't. The people who are in the middle, I would say this. They want to see Drake lose, but they don't really hate Drake. They're just tired of the nigga winning. They're like, oh, yo, we're tired that you're, like, even this post right here. Yo, I'm just tired of this nigga painting his nails, acting like he could talk tough and and pucker his lips while he taking a picture. Like, well, we tired of that type of shit. So I don't think the majority of people hate Drake. They just want to see him get humbled. That's why I think if he seems like he's just fell on the sword and say, y'all got it, they'd be like, nah, bro, we still fuck with you. We just had to see you humble one time. We just had to see you get knocked the fuck out because you was running around here thinking you Tupac. That's it, bro. We don't hate you. I don't think they hate Drake. By the way, what y'all think about this? Yo, my man Gordo, a.k.a. DJ Carnage, he says, yo, you guys ready for summer 2024? And obviously, if you don't remember that infamous link up, last time Drake was like, yo, Gordo got me on a wave. Hey, that was, you know, well, first of all, that was the song Sticky, but it was on Honestly Nevermind. That was the Euro-centric type song where Drake was, you know, a lot of damn near house music. It was like a house music album, right? I'm wondering if he's teasing that again. But you see Drake here, and Drake, you know, he's throwing up the middle finger, with the painted nails. Crazy. Crazy, yo. Crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Drake got like, is this a teardrop? Yo, Drizzy is something else, man. Drizzy got a teardrop, braids, got a spider on his hand, and fucking painted nails. That's my goat. That's my goat. It's my goat. I don't know what to say, y'all. That's my goat. Hey, there's nothing like throwing up a middle finger, especially when you just got a fresh set. Like, I ask some of these bad bitches out here. That's a fact. And by the way, my boy don't do no acrylics neither. I don't think he be using the gel nails shit. I think that's his real nails. Somebody says, oh, they did the same thing to Eminem? Oh, okay. All right. All right, let me see. Yeah, we do got a lot of donations. Somebody says, every great Drake could do, it says, everything great Drake could do in his career. This was Dante Witten said. He's already done. Every from point, what? Is that everything from this point is extra or a copy? People don't feel the need to keep Drake over Dot. Okay. All right. All right, my boy. Sarah Person says, being black is a spectrum. Black people who grew up with black parent understand you can't say certain things if you're really light-skinned or biracial. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be feeling like mixed race people be coming across like the most pro-black to me. Think about anybody who like mixed race, they be dumb pro-black. You be looking at them like, nigga, ain't no way you hate white people like this. Ain't your mama white? Like, nigga, yo, I remember seeing J. Cole in some of these marches. I'm like, ain't no way. Now, granted, it was mostly police brutality joints, but it's like, I know a lot more light-skinned motherfuckers who be like, look at that nigga Sean King. That nigga, supposedly he like mixed. Yo, the face of Black Lives Matter was this nigga. Like, think about it, chat. The face of this nigga, the face of Black Lives Matter was him for a minute. I'm serious. And I think this is him with a tan. Like, real talk. This is how you, chat, let me show you something. This is how you knew that this nigga, like, this was on some bullshit. The first picture that pops up of Sean King is in black and white, nigga. It's like the nigga not really trying to show you the whiteness, nigga. He's just trying to, like, he's trying to black and white. Like, yo, this is the face of Black Lives Matter. No respect to him, but it's the face of it. Only thing black about this nigga is the goddamn fade. That nigga probably say, yo, give me a Boosie fade, nigga. Let's keep this shit moving. This it's the face of it, bruh. And I know y'all remember Rachel Dolezal. Bruh, how did this woman infiltrate? And you know how many people were following her, nigga? Then we heard that she said she was transracial, gang. Nigga, she was white as hell and just did some box braids, nigga. And they were like, yo, that's our leader. Leader's right there. Right there. Right there. This was the leader, nigga. I'm gonna keep it a bean. Look. Bruv. This was an NAACP leader. Yo, chat. Yo, y'all ain't see this? Yo, chat, when it comes to like the voices that lead, it will never be no nigga like Dr. Umar. Niggas like him because he entertaining. Like, by the way, I ain't say he shouldn't be a leader. I'm just saying, y'all niggas love gravitating to the white faces anyway, so stop the cap. So, Sarah, I get what you're saying, but it's hard for me to agree with what you're saying that, oh, it's kind of known in the black community that lighter-skinned people should avoid saying certain shit. When it came to leading all these movements, y'all went to this motherfucker. Anyway. Okay. Candlejack says, yo, Kendrick fans read into his lyrics like his Da Vinci Code, but have a mental block with the context of Drake's lines. Maximum disingenuous behavior. I agree. Second report says, I seen Kendrick throw on some high heels, let a white girl sing about being a slave on his album, get accused of domestic violence, never address it, and his fans don't bat an eye. Who's really glazing? Kendrick had high heels? No, he didn't. Kendrick Lamar, high heels? No way. What the fuck? That's not heels. That's like platform shoes. And honestly, this is short nigga tactics. You know what I mean? Like, you know, all short niggas act like they like being short. No, they don't. You know what I mean? It's like all fat niggas act like they like being fat. No, we don't. So, yeah, no, this is a little tactic. Yeah, that they put on. It's like, this is why the shit, I ain't gonna lie to you. I wish I was 6 foot. This is why I was starting to, yo, I used to cop the, what's the name of that shoes? There's these like designer sneakers that got like about this much like, you know, sole or whatever. It makes you like 3-4 inches taller. Nigga, I was rocking them bitches for a while. That shit was heavy as hell. But you look taller wearing them. Them shit look like moon boots. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It's just short nigga tactics. I ain't gonna say that's selling out. Yeah, Kendrick's like 5'2". Nigga wanted to be a little taller. And also, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, to keep it real, like, I'm just keeping the beat with you. Like, this is kind of like a little pro-black fit right here, man. This how these pro-black niggas be giving it up, bro. Let's see. Oh, I can't see the foot. What the fuck? Nah, I'm not gonna get on Kendrick for that. Nah. Yeah, he cool. Just because he's short. That nigga's short, man. All right. But I'm not going to say he's rocking high heels trying to be a woman or some shit like that. Nah. Like I could explain, and I know, Drake fans be hitting me too. They be like, yo, Ak, you're supposed to be on our side. You're not supposed to get that nigga credit, bro. I got to still be on bias. Like, Drake wearing nail polish and Kendrick wearing shoes that are like either like church shoes or like shoes with a little platform. Okay, both might indicate like a problem with one's sense of self. Kendrick just thinks he's short, and that's a fact. Drake with the fucking nail polish, I don't know what Drake is thinking. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I've just never went in the nail shop and said, yo, color me up, pink only, and put some flowers. I've never done that. So I like it's I can't even I can't say nothing on that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Coleman Hollis says, what Drake fans don't grasp, black culture. What Drake fans don't grasp black culture. If they did, they could grasp how a mixed dude from Canada, raised Jewish, had no chance against Kendrick. Well, we didn't think this was gonna be a cultural war. We thought this was gonna be a rap battle. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Did y'all all think that this was gonna get to the point that it got to when it came to like rapping? Like, these guys are basically just like accusing each other of cancelable things. Like, I thought it was gonna be, yo, I'm better than you at rapping, maybe expose like, nigga, I put you on. Yo, remember when you begged me to help write for yours? I thought that's what the battle was gonna be over. Like, I thought it was gonna be more rapping. I didn't know it was gonna be like dissecting these guys' like way of life, their marriage, their relationship with their kids. Like, this shit turned into some ultra personal shit. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, I seen somebody say some shit today. I think it was T.I. T.I. says Drake and Kendrick should go on tour. And I was like, that nigga's wildin'. Fuck out of here. Nigga, if this happened, I think Drake would shoot Kendrick his damn self, nigga. Hell no.
I think they both are phenomenal hit makers.
Oh, okay. And, all right, hold on. I do gotta get some more liquor chat. I'm gonna bring the bottle down here. Watch this.
I will say this
Give me a
though.
second.
It is probably one of the more exacerbated beefs I've seen.
T.I. Here you go with the dictionary.
Yeah,
Make sure y'all look that up.
All this stuff can't be true. You know what I'm saying? Like everything everybody's saying can't be true. Like, good God, I got respect for both of them, man, and I think they both are phenomenal hit makers. And I'm just waiting on the tour, now, because that's the only thing,
left to happen.
Listen, after the disagreement, the only thing that's gonna sell is the reunion.
Listen, what about J. Cole added in there?
J. Cole, I think he opted out.
No, I'm saying, would you want to see him on the tour? Like,
I don't think I want to see it. I think
you don't want to see himself
J.
on
Cole,
the tour.
Man, he chose peace and serenity. Hey man, that is very mature.
I love it. I was about to say,
very mature.
There's nothing that nobody could do.
That's a lot of
I hate J. Cole.
That's a lot of I don't give a fuck in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you know what? Fuck this shit, man. That shit don't matter.
Like, I ain't about to do that.
Like, at the end of the day, what can I really receive from this? Yeah, man, that was very, very, that was very Gandhi of him.
Not Gandhi.
Monster on the beat, ho, he both being rap nigga, he a free throw, man, damn, all like Amber Lambs, tell him please.
It's funny y'all brought up like some legendary moments. I see you going back on, you got a show with Luda coming up, and I remember back in the days, I totally forgot about this from back in the days that Buck had you and him on that song, and you didn't even know what was going. I never asked you about this. What was going on in your mind or your head when you saw that he dropped that record? Were you like kind of pissed off at Buck from that?
Nah, man, I don't have no emotions and shit, bro. I be so consumed.
I'm talking about the young T.I., not the
I be so consumed with myself, man. At the time I had it was so much me going on. I ain't really had no room to be looking and worried and concerned with nobody else shit, man. And
that's the first time ever that somebody did anything like that. They put like two guys that got problems with each other, and they put it on a record without telling you.
Hey man,
isn't that crazy?
It's great for the game.
love the regular responses. Like, yo,
I got a secret tip on that video though. Like, a lot of people don't know. I am the guy in the monkey suit in the snippet video.
What monkey suit?
In the stomp video. In the stomp video, like it was a snippet. I'm the one in the ape suit, but a lot of people don't know.
When you gonna take it off?
Yo, no.
We're friends, eh?
Nah, Tip don't have no friends when the mics come on.
Speaking of which, will we ever get another Gangsta Grills?
Man, you know what? We working on the PSC Gangsta Grills right now. Yeah.
Country
Kane, Young Dro, Matt Boney, myself, DJ Drummer. We working on one right now.
Okay.
He chose peace and serenity. Hey man, that is very mature.
I love it. I was about to say,
very mature.
There's nothing that nobody could do.
That's a lot of
I hate J. Cole.
That's a lot of I don't give a fuck in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you know what? Fuck this shit, man. That shit don't matter.
Like, I ain't about to do that.
Like, at the end of the day, what can I really receive from this? Yeah, man, that was very, very, that was very Gandhi of him.
Not Gandhi.
Monster on the beat, ho, he both being rap nigga, he a free throw, man, damn, all like Amber Lambs.
Like kind of pissed off at Buck from that?
Nah, man, I don't have no emotions and shit, bro. I be so consumed.
I'm talking about the young T.I., not the
I be so consumed with myself, man. At the time I had it was so much me going on. I ain't really had no room to be looking and worried and concerned with nobody else shit, man. You know what I mean? He was going hard. And the way he delivered it was just so effortless. Like, that was his shit, you know what I mean? So, I fuck with it.
I had to put the fatality at the end of the day.
Fatality. Are you happy with where trap music is?
Learn from my mistakes and push forward to
correct him, get him right.
That wasn't serious either.
Well, we all know Tip's words like audacity.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Okay, sorry. Anyway, I don't think that these motherfuckers are going to go on tour together, and I'm okay if they don't go on tour together. You know what I mean? I'm going to be honest with you. And I wonder what y'all think about Drake's moves post, if we're going to say this beef is over. I don't like the first appearing with Sexy Red on a record. So if I'm scoring Drake post beef moves, I don't like that. I think there was a picture that came out that people, or a video, they were like, oh, Drake and Turks, which was, I think that was false. And he posted another picture. He was just like, to show that he's in his crib. This was right before the shooting. Right? But Drake's post beef moves, I don't like the Sexy Red thing, even though, honestly, knowing the music business, the battle pretty much ended 2 weeks ago, if we're going to say it ended there. he didn't just first heard about the request from Sexy Red to be on the album. He probably promised her a long time ago, and he probably would look like a bitch-ass nigga if he didn't do it. And, yeah, this is probably something that just, optically, I don't think it looks that good, but that's probably him also keeping that relationship because it's a big look for Sexy Red. Sexy Red needed this for her EP, you know, and I've been telling y'all these artists ain't trying to put out albums, especially these newer artists. Like matter of fact, the new conversation being had, and I don't know if y'all want me to talk about it later, is that Ice Spice, she's starting to slip a bit because the thing with these female rappers who lack the substance of actually fan base building and having music that's qualitative to keep fans entertained beyond the latest bop is that people don't want to hear an album from them, okay? People want to hear a hot song and then let's go for 2 months and we'll play that out and let's hear another hot song. But these labels, it's the way how music is monetized and the way how it's always been monetized is not song at a time. It's always use the song to sell the product, right? It's like the song is the sample, right? And we want you to buy the whole product, right? We want to get $10.99 or the equivalent amount of streams rather than you just stream one song. So that's always been the motto of the music business. So these days they're realizing when you throw an artist out there that haven't built a fan base, you kind of kill them when you now have them selling 3,000 records. So you know what they do? They do singles. And when they try to monetize, they'll do an EP with basically a single, because what happens with the EP, nobody's going to be caring or counting the EP in terms of sales. No one's going to be like, oh, this EP didn't like perform well, so like you're done, right? Like I'm pretty sure, and I'll tell you, I'm looking up right now the projections. I'm pretty sure the EP is not even going to be in it, or it won't be high. But nobody won't care. It's an EP. The album people will care. I'll show you this view. Matter of fact, let's look at some streams real quick. Let's see how good that Sexy Red. Let's see how good her whole tape has been doing. It's only been 1 day of streaming, right? So we got Friday and Saturday, so 2 days, I guess. In Sexy We Trust. Look. This shows you how much these artists. This shows you how much these artists are single-based artists. This, I know it's an intro track. People ain't going to the EP to play from track one. This has 3,000 plays. To put in perspective, you know which song has the most? Look, I'll even do it right here with y'all live. Chart data, most, say hip hop, most plays in a day. Here we go. I think we'll get it. No. Hip hop. No, streams. You gotta do streams. I'm looking for like an arbitrary. Because Kendrick just broke it, or almost broke the all-time one. Not like. Let me see. I think it did like 9 point something million. Anyway. What I was trying to show y'all was this, okay? Oh, actually, Not Like Us did beat it. Okay, it beat Girls Want Girls and Champagne Poetry. Here's the thing. Champagne Poetry is a great song, but Champagne Poetry was the first song on Drake's CLB album. When you're an album artist, people open up your album and hit play on the first song. They want to listen to every song. When you're not an album artist, i.e. Sexy Red, the first record on your I know it's an intro, but you know, just off only 3,000 plays, you know niggas ain't listening to it like that, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. They're not going on Sexy Red's album and playing from 1 till 14. Wait, is this an EP? Nah, this is an album. An EP is not no 14 fucking tracks. They're probably calling it, PR-wise, they're calling it an EP, but this is an album. You know why they're calling it EP, right? Because when that first week come back and niggas start clowning, You can't have that being done to your artist. But anyway, this is 14 songs. The rules for EP, if we Google it real quick, extended play versus LP. You'll see it says EP stands for extended play, and one would usually comprise 4 to 6 tracks. Really, the play time is usually about like 20 to 30 minutes. Long play, which is an album, usually 10 to 12 tracks, or at least like around 50 minutes of music, right? So 50 minutes of music, album, 20 to 30 minutes, EP. Let's see how much runtime this is. Oh, actually, it is an EP. It's 33 minutes, yeah. Wow. 14 songs in 33 minutes, which means this averages 2 minutes per song. Oh, okay, so it is an EP. So yeah, it doesn't really go by number of tracks. It goes by runtime. So around 33, yeah, that's fine. It'll still be an EP. Oh, okay. Anyway, the point of what I was trying to say is that if you look at this album or this EP, people are going and picking out what they want. They're not listening to the whole Sexy Red project, right? They're going here and just picking songs, right? With the Drake song, it's done 2 million in 2 days. I think that's pretty good. 2 million in 2 days. This is definitely going to chart, right? This is going to be another charted entry. Get It Sexy's been out for a long while. And if you look at the streams between this and anything else, you can't count Get It Sexy. This is pretty much 10 times any other track. So the stimulus package still exists, right? Yeah, the stimmy still exists. Drake's feature is doing 10 times any other song outside the one that's been out for a while that's a hit. And that's still stimmy numbers. That's still stimmy numbers. We got to give it to the boy. Right? What y'all think? All right, man. All right. Anyway, yeah. I only brought that up because Champagne Poetry is number 3 just because the majority of people played track 1. Maybe they didn't get through the whole album, but they played track 1 a lot. The biggest hit off the album ended up being Girls Want Girls, so because that was number 1. That ended up having more streams in it, but people generally play an album artist records from track 1 all the way down. Okay. That was my point. I don't want y'all to think this is a Drake Glaze stream. Let's take a slight break from talking about Drake, and let's actually go to 2 things. We have Nicki Minaj, who got arrested. We're going to talk about that for a little bit. By the way, thank you guys for tuning in today. I know you guys could be anywhere, and I appreciate you guys for being here with me. Listen, we got almost like 20,000 on YouTube, and we got about 2,000 on Twitch. And how much do we have on Rumble right now? We good? Okay, we got about 6,000 on Rumble, so we're kicking it around, hovering around 30,000 people. Salute to all of y'all. Anyway, what I do want to get into real quick, and if you're wondering who my guest is, I don't know if he's going to be on. I don't know if he's going to be on. Hold on. I don't know if he's going to be on. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm still... Wait. Where's my message? Okay, I'm still waiting on it. Anyway, my guest that's about to come on, and yes, trigger alert, trigger warning, and everything like that. We're talking a little bit about Diddy for a few minutes, so calm down. My guest is about to be, not today, or maybe, he said it was on a flight, so maybe later on in the stream. It's going to be Bradford Cohen. If you guys don't know who that is, it's Kodak's daddy, the guy who Kodak calls daddy, right? He's actually given really interesting commentary on the case. And, obviously, I do my, I know a lot of y'all respect me trying my best, also thinking outside the box, and also trying to use and trying to even further my own legal, knowledge to try to give context to what's going on, what's probably going to happen this and third. But this is an actual lawyer, and nothing could beat an actual lawyer. By the way, really well decorated lawyer. He's gotten Kodak and so many other artists out of so many situations, and he's been giving his commentary about this Cassie situation. He said something that was so profound that nobody thought about, including myself. I actually am now all in full belief. I'm going to show you what he said, but it's important for me to just kind of, I know some of y'all hate the recap, but we got to make sure everybody's caught up to speed, right? So, of course, like last week, I can't remember if it's last week or the week before, randomly we see a video get leaked, right? And the video that got leaked was a video that depicted abuse by Sean P. Diddy, a.k.a. Brother Love Combs. And you see it here. He's running down the hallway. He's running to Cassie, of course. This is Cassie trying to leave. I'm going to stop before we see the violence. But he basically hits her in the back of the head. She kind of collapses. He hits her again. She's just sitting there, like laying there lifeless. And he kicks her a couple of times. Then it kind of switches to him sitting on like a bench. And he's just throwing shit at her. Very upset. He also start yanking her and pulling her towards the room. And also grab like the bags that she was, had in her hand. It appears that she was trying to leave. We don't know what happened before, but it appears that she was trying to leave because she was, putting on her shoes at the elevator. So she was clearly trying to be discreet and trying to get away. What happened before? What happened in the room? Allegedly, what she says in the lawsuit is that it's a freak off. Now, I listened to a bunch of people, including Reggie Wright. I'm going to shout out to Reggie Wright because I think he's a former police officer, or maybe his father's a police officer. But he's been pretty spot on with a lot of things, and he has really good analysis of a lot of these things, especially in the eyes of how the law sees it. Now, we've been talking about how the hell this got out. And Reggie White pointed out something that was really interesting to me, right? Because I came out and I said, I think the feds leaked this. But the feds, because of how they leaked it to CNN, I think the feds, they're leaking this to justify the raid. They're also leaking this, some people have said they're leaking this to get more victims to come forward. Some people feel like they want to cripple Diddy financially. If you leak this video, all of his business partners are running for the hills. He can't get money. And in historic fights we've seen with the feds and people that have been involved in hip hop, where it's a environment where people could get a lot of money. They don't want to be fighting a guy with infinite resources. They want a guy who basically doesn't have too much resources or can't really challenge them on everything they're going to bring, right? By the way, we've seen this before when it came to the feds. Murder Inc., feds. Basically, Murder Inc. got raided, and I forgot what was the bigger company above Murder Inc. Basically, according to Irv Gotti, who spoke about this a lot, they said because Murder Inc. was supporting these gangsters who were doing some shit, they really wanted the gangster niggas. They had to get the money support away from the dudes they're trying to convict. Murder Inc. was a record label that had access to a lot of money. So they raided the office of Murder Inc. and like the label to make it so radioactive, because once the feds went up in there and said to, I don't know if it's UMG or whatever label it was, saying, yo, we want to see all financials. We want to see if maybe we need to bring y'all in court. They said, fuck Murder Inc. We don't want no parts with them, which means now they can't really make money. It goes into a situation that, that Murder Inc. had to fight their own legal battle. Also, they had money frozen this and third. They couldn't facilitate and fund the legal defense of these gangsters, right? That was like a plot by the feds to kind of isolate the money from who they're going at. Now, some people believe, well, that might be what they're doing with leaking the video. Nobody wants to be in business with Diddy. Seeing this video, now Diddy can't make no money. He has to rely on his bank account and whatever resources he has for current. The interesting other take that, and salute to Bradford Cohen again, I'm going to get him on, if not today, probably tomorrow. The interesting other take that he had that I actually believe is that if we look at the timeline, so this comes out, and what happens next? We see Diddy, who apologized, right? Diddy apologized. Then what happened? Of course, other people jump in and chime in. Everybody's saying Diddy's a piece of shit. Then we get Cassie's lawyer, who actually jumps in by says, "Yo, he was only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false. His pathetic desperation, no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words." Now, I've said to y'all, doesn't this kind of seem a little odd that Diddy allegedly pays this woman $30 million or $50 million, and her lawyer is so mouthy with this whole thing going on with Diddy? Yo, you got paid already. Why the fuck do you keep... And I know some people might be like, no, maybe they just want justice. Cool. But you got paid. And you signed these NDAs where supposedly you can't even talk about it. Why are you in a slick way through your lawyer speaking out against Diddy? Okay, let's keep following the train of thought here. So that happens. Then Cassie, who has not said anything outside of speaking through her lawyers, Cassie has then put out a statement. Her statement says, "Thank you for all the love and support from my family and friends, strangers who I've yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created this place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now, but this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue. It broke me down. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become." That is a very interesting line. And by the way, I also have to give the same disclaimer that my man Bradford Cohen had to give many times on his Instagram post. I don't know if maybe some of y'all seen it before. Because we're not defending domestic violence to none of that, but we're only looking at this from a legal perspective because we're trying to analyze. That's it. We're not saying this is we're realizing that what's at play here is like, this shit is bigger than Nino Brown, bro. There's a lot of shit going on. So we do have to look at even some of the word in here, and then we're going to, I'll tell you what I agree with the conclusion here. It said, "It broke me down as someone I thought I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I'm better today, but I'll always be recovering from my past." That's also a very poignant statement. We'll get back to it. "Thank you for everyone that's taken the time to take this matter seriously. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believe in victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in." Let's use that line again too. These are lines. I wish I had a highlighter. I would highlight some of these lines. By the way, I don't believe for a second Cassie wrote this herself, which she shouldn't write this herself. She had help with a lawyer. But some of these lines are very important. Here we go. "Takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation we're powerless in. I offer my hand to those that are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. This healing journey is never ended, but the support means everything to me. Thank you. Love always." Now, what am I getting at here, people? What am I getting at? And I read this, and I want to give him the credit, but I read this on Bradford Cohen's page. He reacted to Cassie's like apology, and he said this. He says, "So just so we're all clear, this is what I was saying the statement would be. She was powerless in her situation. She became someone. Remember, she said, I never thought I would become." Now, we're going to assume it means complicit or allowing someone to beat you, but this is a lawyer who's saying, think about everything going on and hear this spin on it, which I thought this was, I actually believe this is true. It says, "This is why the tape was leaked. She essentially, in my opinion, is a co-conspirator." Now let's stop right there. Remember, in any situation, when you're talking about these guys of tremendous amount of money and wealth and power, and they are using that to corrupt and influence people to do sexual things or whatever the case is. Again, let me not speak in these big words or whatever. Let me not choose my words too wisely. Let me just say this. Bruh, the shit that we hear Diddy was doing, you need a bottom bitch to get done. Let's keep it a bean, right? Let's keep it a bean. Diddy ain't just doing it like, Diddy ain't just telling all these bitches to do all this shit without some woman almost making it seem like, oh, yeah, I do it too. Just like how it was said in the Little Rod lawsuit. Yo, of course you should fuck men. Like, Meek and them other niggas do it. Like, you kind of need the bottom bitch. You need the Ghislaine Maxwell. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not accusing Cassie of this, but I'm saying that's what Ghislaine Maxwell was for Epstein. Yo, young girls came around Epstein like, this is kind of weird. This old man wants me to give him a massage. He wants me to be fully naked. He wants me to oil up around his private parts. You know what Ghislaine Maxwell would say? Nah, hold on. Like, no, we all do it. Come here. No, come here. No, let's both get naked. We could both get naked. No, it's okay, girl. It's okay. Women seem to always be more comfortable when they see another woman doing it. Right? Now, see, I see some people be like, yo, well, listen, we're not accusing Cassie of anything. And again, I'm using this statement because this is only from a legal perspective. We're trying to make sense of something that don't make sense. Why is this video out? Right? Why is this video out? Please, just calm down. I am not saying Cassie is a bad person. Please just understand this perspective. And I have to say it a million times before y'all say that I'm defending somebody. Please, just understand the perspective I'm trying to give, right? And understand how this could make sense. All right. By the way, this guy says it verbatim. He says, he believes this is why it was leaked. He says she's a co-conspirator. Now, here's the thing. Keep in mind, in the eyes of the law, it's more black and white and more rigid. If the feds are looking at other women or even men, and they have interviewed all these people, and the one question is going to be, why did you engage in the freak off with Diddy? Or why did you keep going back? Why did you do A? Why did you do B? What made you feel comfortable? Now, I don't know this to be true, but perhaps Cassie, who was there for about 10 years or so, there might be other people the feds are interviewing who said, I only did it because Cassie did it. Now, I know we believe she's a victim. We're not easing up off that point. In the eyes of the feds, you're a co-conspirator. If in your own lawsuit, you said Diddy told you to recruit, well, what proof do you have that Diddy told you to recruit? If all the receipts of you bringing in prostitutes, gigolos, you're the person contacting them, not Diddy, it might look legally like you're recruiting too. Do you get what I'm saying? It might look like you're complicit, more than complicit. You're a co-conspirator. You're Ghislaine Maxwell. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's saying leaking this tape goes to show that Cassie was under duress, was not operating at her own free will, and actually, if she did anything, which there probably is going to be proof of recruiting, or remember, we think that he's going to get charged with sex trafficking. If Cassie's the one recruiting them, probably tell him, yo, come from this state to this state, she's recruiting too. Like, that would be technically a sex trafficking charge for her too. Okay. So he says she essentially, in his opinion, is a co-conspirator. She probably took part in many situations where there are allegations of misconduct. Leaking the tape, and he basically says she leaked it, and now the statement reinforces her position that she had no choice on the matter, and thus tries to avoid any criminal liability. He said, this is some inside baseball based on my experience in these situations. So by the way, get your feelings out of this. Get your, oh, you're not protecting women. No. Get your feelings out of this. This is just analyzing legal situations. He says, based on a tape leak and the statement, and I agree with this too, he says she most likely does not have a immunity deal yet. Which, that would make sense to me, because even though they got paid, Cassie's lawyer keeps commenting on everything, once again positioning Cassie as, yo, didn't we tell you this? Didn't we tell you this? Well, y'all told us in a civil proceeding that y'all willingly accepted money to settle, and that you basically also signed the NDA to not talk about. So why are you then trying to position it as, didn't we tell you this? It would make it seem like maybe Cassie's team, which I do think she's going to get an immunity deal, of course. Like, for this indictment to ever get, presented, it's 100% Cassie has to have an immunity deal, because why the hell would she cooperate, right? But I do think they're probably they're probably playing all their cards on deck right now, and they probably just haven't given, I'm with Bradford Cohen. They probably just haven't had her sign off on the cooperation deal or the immunity deal yet, right? It says, based on a tape leak and a statement, she probably doesn't have an immunity deal yet, but I'm sure her team is angling for one. All these actions are the work of an experienced, skilled criminal defense team. I tip my hat all the way it has been played, to the way it has been played. That being said, this analysis is not saying domestic violence is okay or condoned in any way. Just looking at what's really going on here in the situation and the leaked tape. I did see him respond to a couple other people, and someone says, exactly the response I expect from a Trump guy. And he says, I think everyone believed her. That is why the lawsuit was settled in 5 hours. I don't think there was a person that was an average observer that felt she wasn't telling the truth. It was a detailed complaint. That wasn't the purpose of the release of the video. I agree. I don't think no one needed to see this video to be like, oh, Cassie wasn't lying. I don't think no one called Cassie a liar. If any kind of conversation that was either served to play devil's advocate or maybe undermine her at all, they were saying, oh, but Cassie, she was probably into that shit too. No. She's getting her ass beat. She wasn't, I heard Vlad said he talked to somebody who knew Cassie, who said Cassie was into some of the freaky shit. After you see this, it don't look like it. It don't look like it, right? All right. So he's answering a few things. He says there should be no way she should have a plea deal. No way. I wouldn't be surprised if he leaked that tape. He says that's not how Southern District works. By the way, I agree. This is the same district that indicted the 9 Trey gangsters with 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine agreed to cooperate. The day after he got locked up, he did not sign his deal until months later. That is very interesting to know. They wore 6ix9ine out. Pause. They had him confess everything in a book. Verbally, they said they would have done it, but his deal wasn't really secure yet. And even though it's a little bit different because he was reliant on a 5K1 letter. That's very different. 5K1 letter is a letter of cooperation, not an immunity deal, which, by the way, there was an immunity deal in there, but it was immunity not for the crimes of gangsterism, like shootings and shit like that. It was, he had immunity during one of the sessions where he could tell them anything he did pass, and he told them about domestic violence. And if you look at his plea deal, it's all blacked out. It's redacted, but that's him telling the lawyers or telling the AUSA that, yeah, I used to beat my girl up, I punched her in the face here, blah, blah, blah. He could never be charged federally on those allegations. So he did have an immunity deal along with his 5K1 letter, which is a cooperation deal. This is just about immunity deal. It's expected that you wouldn't charge Cassie. Your case would look so stupid if you charged Cassie. So it's probably just all about an immunity deal, which means they're probably trying to scare her a bit, just to get her to cooperate to the fullest extent to make sure they get Diddy at this moment, right? Okay, let me see what else. It says, as an attorney, this is what someone says, as an attorney, would you ever show empathy for an abuse victim? I see what you're saying, but we can see his treatment of her. She may have been in threesomes or whatever, but I doubt she beat someone to that extent. He's been sued, not her. I know you're a good attorney for woman beaters. And he responds by saying, this isn't a question of empathy. Of course, I have empathy for victims of domestic violence. This is a legal analysis of why the video was leaked, which I do think that is a very important question. Because initially when the video was leaked, people said, well, maybe the feds don't have a case. Because if this could be a video that could be a bombshell that you drop in court when the indictment already hits, why leak it now? And people are like, well, number one, her memory was impeccable. I remember, what's the name said that? I forgot his name at this moment. I just mentioned him not too long ago. Her memory was impeccable, which means she probably seen this video. And number two, it makes no reason why the feds would leak this video some people were saying, oh, it's because they can't charge him with anything in the video. That's not true. Domestic violence or simple battery, yeah, that has a 3-year stipulation, which obviously LA County is not going to do. But the feds, they could always charge kidnapping, right? They could always charge kidnapping. And they could always charge aggravated assault as well. You know what I mean? So the feds could use this video. So why did it leak? Right? That's the question. Why did it leak? And I think this guy just gives a good perspective, you know? Somebody says, but didn't law enforcement... Okay, he didn't respond to that. He responded to a couple of... Okay. Esquire Morenita, he says, as a AUSA... Ooh, is this a... That's a AUSA? I'll never say AUSA. Anyway. He says, I'm very disappointed in this response from you, my friend. And he says, this is a classic criminal defense move. The videos were possessed by her attorneys. It didn't just appear on CNN. It was leaked. Why was it leaked is the question. And the answer is because she has some exposure in the case. This leak helped that exposure. That's what I'm looking at. I don't doubt she was a victim of abuse at all. The bigger picture is that she has to convince the government that she had no choice but to partake in the activities they may be investigating. I think that's a brilliant point. You see, the thing with, like, you know, this whole case against Diddy, it gets so emotional that people can't take away emotion to talk about either criminal charges or maybe the criminal proceeding, right? Or talk about the law. It's all about, you know, this tugs at your heartstring. If you have a heart, like watching a woman getting brutally beat down like that and dragged, like, you know, you'd be a fucking piece of shit if you defended this, right? But, you know, if you're trying to just discuss the legality of it, you got to, like, put to the side your feelings just to discuss that. And then afterwards, you can be like, yeah, he's still a piece of shit, whether he gets charged or not, right? Somebody said, what the fuck is wrong with you? He says, well, I have 27 years of dealing with these situations and looking at it from the legal perspective. That is what's going on in the situation. So let's see how it all unwind. And then you can private message me that I was correct. She's angling to be a witness and not a co-defendant. Okay. Someone else says, I could be missing something, but I thought this was leaked as a result of the raid on his properties. Y'all are saying Cassie leaked the footage. He says, this wasn't a result of the raids on the home. I'm starting to agree too. He says he also has other victims, including the mother of his children. Are you going to accuse them of all too before you hold their attacker accountable? See, this is all emotion right here. Media of Cassie being hurt has been circulating for years before this. What do you mean? And the guy says, I think you're confusing issues. I'm simply pointing out why the video was leaked and analyzing the statement she made. I believe when an indictment comes down, there will be significant legal issues involving a slew of people, including Cassie. I agree with that too. I think what Diddy, so as Diddy's team, as they fight this in, like, you know, a preliminary hearing, right? They're gonna raise a lot of points. Well, if I was running a sex trafficking organization, but I never procured any of the people y'all are saying got sex trafficked, and it was actually procured by the person y'all are calling the victim, Cassie. Cassie hit them up. Cassie set up their flights. Cassie gave them the cash app or paid them, right? If she's not getting charged, how am I getting charged if there's no proof of me telling her to do it, right? I would imagine that type of thing of Diddy's lawyers trying to angle out of it. You know what I mean? Of course they're gonna bring that up. You know what I mean? It's kind of like how the attorneys brought up in the C-Day and Rondo number 9 case and say, yo, like, part of getting out of a case is also pointing finger at other possibilities that the government or the prosecutors haven't properly did their due diligence to flush out. Hey, how you know that? How you know I was a shooter when they described the shooter to be that nigga? You know what I mean? Why you ain't check him? It's kind of what the Rondo and C-Day thing is, right? They're trying to get the appeal on that. I would imagine Diddy's lawyers would be saying, hey, I'm Diddy. I didn't know nothing was going on around me. I didn't know these people were into freak shit. You don't have me on tape requesting nothing, paying for nothing, telling no one to go get a specific person. That was just Cassie. He's going to try to throw Cassie under the bus. And I think this is the government trying to make sure that, hey, yo, we got to really go through it with Cassie to make sure that this doesn't blow up in their face where now Cassie, Cassie could be seen by the jury as the possible co-conspirator who's now making the rich guy take the fall. Also, keep in mind, the same thing, not obviously not to the same extent, but think about the whole thing with what am I talking about? Meg Thee Stallion and Kelsey. I would imagine that the prosecutors probably did that with Kelsey as well. Probably said to Kelsey, yo, Kelsey, check this out. When this goes to trial, we do know that Tory's going to say he didn't shoot no gun. And if he can't say that Meg shot herself or shot the gun, he's going to say you shot the gun. So either we're charging you or you're going to cooperate to the point to let us know you're a victim too. That's when she says to them, yo, he beat me too. Remember, she never said it in court, but remember that first recording, that long recording that they played, the 45 minutes or whatever? She said that Tory hit her. She said Tory hit her. She said Tory hit her and Meg, right? What does that do? Oh, okay. It makes her the victim. She's an additional victim rather than a co-conspirator. Because here's the thing. Imagine if the story was Tory and her were wrestling for a gun. The gun goes off and shoots Meg. And she was fighting Meg right before, which people believe, but that also wasn't mentioned in court. And also, she didn't tell the prosecutors that she was fighting with Meg either, right? If that's the case, they're going to be like, oh, so if both of y'all hand is on the gun and the shot goes off, we're charging both of y'all. But it was important for Kelsey and her lawyers to make it clear, I was a victim too. I was a victim. So I think just from a legal perspective, obviously this is a Fed case, obviously it's about sex trafficking, and this is a lot more is hazier. It's not just one incident with the Tory thing. There's a whole litany, a bunch of shit. This is also important that Cassie and her lawyers make it very abundantly clear to the AUSAs that they are the victim, right? And maybe with that is leaking that video. Anyway, let me see. Was there anything else he said? He was answering to a bunch of people. So somebody says, so wait, so her getting her ass beat makes her Ghislaine Maxwell? He says, no, Mr. Pillow Hands. He said the release of the videos was strategic. That was what the comment was based on. I like your art, by the way. And, yeah. And then he also says, this is criminal law 101 in leaking the tape. I believe she will be a unindicted co-conspirator and listed through the indictment, okay? This is a way to mitigate what will eventually be coming out when it is eventually charged. Yeah, I think he has a very interesting take, and it's crazy how people are so much in their feelings that they're neglecting the fact that this guy is a seasoned criminal defense attorney. Let me see if I can find any interviews he's done on the matter. Bradford, Cohen, Diddy. Let's see. Anything? Has he spoken recently? The last he spoke was before the video came out. Yeah, by the way, I'm going to get him on here. He said he's getting off a flight like around this time, so that's why I don't have him. Here we go, though.
That they would be subject to a motion to dismiss if they brought those claims in New York City, in the lawsuit in New York City, saying that the rape actually occurred in New Jersey. They would be subject to a new motion to dismiss, saying that venue and jurisdiction is proper in New Jersey, not in New York.
Well, let me just tease that out a little bit. Does that signify to you a weakness in Lisa Gardner's case? Does this sound like there was a mistake that was made, or is this just common? Sometimes these cases change. You have to end a case in one state and refile in another one.
I never believe in just, oh, this is a common occurrence. When someone comes into my office and they're making allegations that are very serious, such as these allegations, you nail down facts. I mean, I go through the facts probably 2, 3, 4 times before I file a complaint, because I know those facts are going to be examined in great detail because of what they are based on. You know, you're not saying, hey, this was a breach of contract. You're accusing someone of sexual misconduct or rape. These are very serious allegations that, generally speaking, and I don't think personally, I never had a case where I made these type of allegations and then I'm like, whoops, sorry, I filed in Florida, meant to file in Alabama. Never happened to me because, like I said, I go through those facts in such detail.
By the way, and again, I'm also being fair. Maybe this is why they think he's kind of like pro Diddy. Like, he's criticizing the Liza Gardner lawsuit. You know who filed that lawsuit, right? Black Tie, Mr. Tie. Yeah. Anyway,
that would be impossible. Now,
so
when we're talking about
essentially,
this case, it's strange because
essentially what he's saying is that one of the lawsuits is filed in the wrong state, and he's like, that's odd. Like, yo, if you know, now granted, I think this guy is taking on anybody who has a story about Diddy. You know, he's just looking for, you know, if you guys don't know, and I'm not speaking about this guy particularly, just this is how I've been explained how pro bono lawyers go. And it's basically like when like these women aren't paying for attorneys. They have these guys coming to them saying, hey, I hear you have a story. I hear you might be a victim. I'm down to file this lawsuit on your behalf. Here's how we go. If we settle without going to court, right, I get like, I think someone told me they'll get like 35%. So like, say Diddy pays out $100,000, they get 35% of the money. This is usually for these lawyers who are approaching people for pro bono, right? So obviously, the tactic would be just scare these motherfuckers, put some salacious shit in the media. Hopefully they settle. The lawyer gets 35%. Easy cash, freest cash ever, right? Then the rest goes to the victim. If they have to go to trial, any money they procure or they win from trial, they then do 50-50. So if no trial, the victim gets like 65%, maybe even 70, right? If they go to trial, it's damn near 50-50. Do you get what I'm saying? Which again, the majority of these people, it's 100%. You can tell they're not necessarily. I would be shocked if 1/5 of these people are actually paying for the attorneys. The attorneys are just writing up these complaints. And to keep it real, you could tell there's a bunch of complaints that's being written up. They haven't really gone further than the complaint, which makes it to the media, but it doesn't go any further. Anyway.
What's happening with Sean Combs, and I said this originally, right? So back when all of this was happening with Cassie and the allegations were coming out, and I've heard like rumors on the street that she wanted to sue, but she didn't sue yet.
And by the way, just to be
opinion
clear,
was-
Cassie Ventura was filed one of these initial lawsuits against Diddy. She settled with him the next day for she accused him of sex trafficking and sexual assault.
Correct. So when that happened, when it was kind of a rumor that she wanted to file a lawsuit, I spoke with several people not in his orbit, but in an orbit that's similar to his, and I said this should be settled. Like these accusations, even if they're not true, they're so grandiose that he's going to lose sponsorships, he's going to lose this. Even if they're completely false, this is something you settle. I don't know what advice he got in terms of settling or not settling, but she ended up filing that lawsuit, and then it was open season on Sean Combs. And that's what I predicted, that it would be open season on Sean Combs. And that's what happened. Everyone under the sun filed lawsuits against Sean Combs. Whether or not they're true or false, that was the key to open the door to the people rushing in to sue him.
And that's a fair assessment, and we've talked about that before. Again, not going to the gravity of the accusations or the credibility of them. I do think it's interesting the way that you're laying it out, because it seems to me, wouldn't a judge look at this and say, again, you know, why are you asking to move this case? Because the first part of your analysis was it might be to buy themselves more time to file a legal response, which wouldn't be, I think, a satisfactory or adequate reason to switch jurisdictions. Would a court look at this and say something's not right here?
Courts always look at that, but you're limited to what's on the page, right? You're limited to the four corners of the complaint or the four corners of the document.
Oh, chat, he hit me back. He said he could do 7 o'clock. Oh shit, nice. Yo, I really, yo, you know, me and him started off like we were beefing because he was repping Kodak, and he used to like post off Kodak's page. And I remember one time like he got into it. He's like, yo, why don't you ever post anything positive? And I remember, I think I even came on show. I was like, man, shut the hell up, nigga. Go do lawyer shit. And honestly, I've just watched his work more and more and more. And fuck whatever like little disagreement I had with him. Like this dude's a really good attorney. Like really fucking good attorney. I kid you not. By the way, like, we could even go back to his page and we could see all the people he got off of like some wild shit. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, he got Rod Wave off some shit. Remember Rod Wave got arrested? And he basically had the police come out and say that they made a mistake. Like they literally came out and said they fucking made a mistake. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, nah, I gotta tap in with this nigga right here. Remember when they locked up Rod Wave and it was a shooting shit? And they were like, oh, and I was like, yo, Rico's coming. They apologized. Remember they locked up Kodak, which is his son, and Kodak is like, they said they had Kodak with white substance around his mouth or his nose or something. And basically they came out and apologized and be like, oh, it's not, it wasn't coke. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yo, when you have a lawyer that is having the cops and everybody just kind of back down on whatever they're claiming initially, that's lit. Anyway. But he says 7, so hopefully we could get him on here. We could really, you know, have a good qualitative talk if, you know, yeah. I'm going to see if, what's the best way to get him on here, chat? I'm trying to figure out the best way. Like, what could I use to just, because I don't know if he got Discord, you know what I mean? Like, he's an older dude type shit. Well, what's the best way to get him on here? And we could talk to him about mad other cases because he comments about a good amount. I see him comment on the Young Boy case. We could ask him what's going on with the Jeffrey shit. We could ask him about a lot of. Somebody said Zoom, Microsoft Teams. Okay. We're gonna try. Just give me a second, chat. My bad. Somebody said Zoom for. Yeah, I got Zoom, but it's on this computer. I don't got it up there. Maybe I could do like a. Maybe he got a Zoom link. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Anyway, let me keep playing this.
For again, not going to the gravity of the accusations or the credibility of them, I do think.
Yo, he definitely just asked me. He's like, "Is it Zoom?" Fuck, I gotta see. Do I got Zoom on this computer? Nah, I'm downloading Zoom for him. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm definitely downloading Zoom. Chat, I'm finna download Zoom. I'm getting professional now, chat. Zoom Workplace. Here we go. My bad, chat. We're about to get Mr. Bradford Cohen on here. And I feel like I play ghetto attorney so much that to have a real attorney and a real attorney that represents so many clients, it's worth it. It's worth it, right? And by the way, I do know there's a bunch of attorneys that watch me. Please, if you do watch me, let me see, how can I sign in? Maybe this is my, I can't see my login, right? Fuck. I have Zoom right here. Let me see. Give me 1 second, chat. Okay. I think I know it. Bang. Yo, what happened to Skype? Niggas still use Skype? Fuck. That don't work? Oh, shit. Ooh, I'm in. That's what I'm talking about. New meeting. Yeah. New meeting. Bang. Oh, we lit. No, this is great. Join audio. Join computer audio. Mic check, mic check. Okay, perfect. And I can turn my video on afterwards. Okay, what's the link to this? Yeah, chat, we're gonna do this. By the way, I know I got some great attorneys in here too who be watching. Some of y'all give me credit sometimes, be like, yo, Ak, you know, for a nigga who never went to law school, like, you're not that bad. Sometimes you don't get it all the way right, but you try. Thank you for that. Okay. How do I share? How do I share the meeting? Hold on. Meetings. Fuck. Chat, how do I share the meeting? Okay. Join. Oh. In progress. How do I fucking... Someone said MySpace Live. Stop playing me, chat. Is there an invite button? Participants. Oh, yeah. Invite. Oh, copy invite link. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Make sure I can't see my password. Okay. Sorry, Chad. I know it's a little bit boring. I swear this is gonna be good though. This is gonna be good. Yes. Just let me get you a link. You know, we talking about Diddy right now, but we about to have we're actually about to have an actual attorney get on here, which is good. All right. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. So he should join in a second. I'll play the rest of this. And if he pops in, I'll be able to see.
I think it's interesting the way that you're laying it out, because it seems to me, wouldn't a judge look at this and say, again, you know, why are you asking to move this case? Because the first part of your analysis was it might be to buy themselves more time to file a legal response, which wouldn't be, I think, a satisfactory or adequate reason to switch jurisdictions. Would a court look at this and say something's not right here?
Courts always look at that, but you're limited to what's on the page, right? You're limited to the four corners of the complaint or the four corners of the document that's filed in the case. It's always, my feeling is every judge always has in the back of their head, hey, what's really going on? I just got out of a trial 2 weeks ago, a civil trial, where the complaint read one way, the defense read another way. But during trial, I think the judge started to understand exactly what the case was about. And the ruling started to go a different way when the judge actually understands, hey, there's something going on here.
What did you make of this idea that, you know, we have these witnesses who are coming forward now, we have these photos out? I mean, that's a reason why we need to actually move this case.
I think it's interesting. I don't know how they made that mistake in the first place, that she was taken to New Jersey. She had another friend with her. There were some witnesses anyways, and no one remembered that she was taken to New Jersey. No one remembered that she was in the car. Of course, what they're going to say is that, you know, victims of sexual assault try to put it out of their minds. They don't remember every single detail. They remember the big things, not the little things, or the opposite. You know, when it's they remember the little things and not the big things, that they say, oh, that's what sexual abusers and sexual assault victims do. They kind of cater it to whatever is coming in or not coming in. In this case, she's going to say, oh, you know, I didn't remember that they took me to New Jersey. These new witnesses came out. And because these new witnesses came out, we want to use their testimony. We have to move it to New Jersey or be subject to a motion to dismiss in New York for lack of jurisdiction and venue. That's what they're going to say. I think a judge is going to look at it, not with blinders on. I think a judge will look at this in a totality of the situation. Do I think that it warrants a motion to dismiss or something like that? Probably not. But I think that the basis that this huge fact that it was in New Jersey and not New York was overlooked, I don't think will fall on deaf ears of a court. I think that a court will certainly look at that kind of side-eyed, and I think that will help Sean Combs ultimately with the case. Again, depending on these witnesses and things like that. But like I said, this is what happens in these cases, right?
Yeah.
The door gets open. All of a sudden, witnesses come forward. Someone else comes forward, someone who's got an axe to grind with Sean Combs. And to be quite honest with you, Sean Combs is a polarizing guy. Some people love him in the industry. Some people hate him in the industry. And I think that also, when someone is down, the people that hate you figure out a way to kick you when you're down. Again, not knowing all the facts and circumstances if this is true or false, just my experience in this area. When the door gets opened, anyone who's never liked you in your life all of a sudden comes forward and has a memory of, hey, I remember this guy on May 17th. He was, doing this or doing that. So that's what I think's happening.
You mentioned, again, there might be another strategic legal reason to move the case. I am curious if this has anything to do with the fact that an attorney for UMG, one of the defendants, had asked the court recently to deny Gardner an extension of time to respond to UMG's motion to dismiss. You mentioned a little bit with Combs, but Gardner, by the way, is being represented by an attorney named Tyrone Blackburn. He represents Rodney Jones, who is the former Diddy producer. He filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy for sexual assault and sex trafficking. Blackburn also represents a young woman who filed a lawsuit against Diddy's son, Christian, for sexual assault too. And Blackburn, of course, as I mentioned, is the attorney in this case. But the filing from UMG's attorney says, quote, while Mr. Blackburn claims his client needs additional time to gather her documents and affidavits from the witnesses, there is no colorable ground on which additional documents or affidavits from the witnesses could change the fatal defect in the amended complaint, namely plaintiff's age at the time of the alleged conduct. UMGR communicated to Mr. Blackburn that the complaint was deficient as a matter of law and urged him to discontinue the action against UMGR. And while Mr. Blackburn has chosen not to discontinue the action against UMGR, this court can and should deny his request for an extension to bring these frivolous proceedings and should dismiss this matter before any more resources are spent by the court and UMGR. Accordingly, UMGR respectfully request.
Hey, by the way, if you'll notice one thing, I want to just Mr. Tyrone Blackburn is from what I've understood, like a few years just fresh out of law school, and he's undertaken a lot of shit. He's taken on supposedly all of these victims' cases. Some would believe it would be some pro bono or maybe contingency. By the way, salute to one of the lawyers who watch me. They're watching now. They wanted to clarify. And actually, let me read what they said. We actually got lawyers who do tune in. So, chat niggas are everywhere. He said, I just want to, and I don't know if you want me to say your name. I would, but and give you a shout out, but I don't know if you want me to say it on these circumstances. He says, I just want to clarify to you, this is a small distinction, but a pro bono attorney is an attorney who works for completely free. This is like a nonprofit lawyer, lawyers doing volunteer work. He says, I think what you mean to say is contingency. So these are lawyers who don't collect hourly rates from their clients and are doing work for the 33 to 35% of what the settlement the client gets. Meaning whether the lawyer makes money is contingent if the client gets any money. I do think that's a really good correction. By the way, sir, I don't want to say your name. I don't want to embarrass you because, again, I know my stream be messy. I don't want to throw you or your reputation into anything. But I'm glad that there's some chat niggas who watch me who are actually attorneys. I would love to, have you guys. Maybe you don't have to appear on stream, but at least, and I know some of you guys have offered to help me procure either legal documents or break down some of the legalese when I'm, breaking down these situations. But thank you for that. Thank you for that distinction. Okay. Mr. Bradford Cohen's gonna be on in about 5-6 minutes. We do have a lawsuit here that's also brought to you by Mr. Tyrone Blackburn. I wasn't gonna really even give it any attention because with the obvious, but it's important to read the narratives of what the media is discussing and read it in full. Anyway. Yeah. One thing I'll say though before, who got the best lawyers? It's not Diddy. You know who got the very best lawyers is UMG. They don't. If you've looked at, like, there's like 2 of these cases that are civil suits that is going against Diddy. They try to lump in UMG into it. Like, oh, well, the assault happened here and it was funded by UMG, and Diddy at that time was getting his money through a record label, so UMG gave him the money, so they financed the sexual assault or whatever the case is. Bruh, UMG's lawyers been on this nigga's ass like, nigga, like briefs on bottoms, nigga. Okay, that was a bad analogy, but still, nigga, they haven't been playing, and I think UMG got dismissed. UMG and a few executives of UMG got dismissed as defendants, just because they're not playing. They're like, yo, you can sue Diddy all you want. Don't bring in UMG into this. This is a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar company. This is the backbone of the music industry. They not only want to stand, they don't want to stand trial with Diddy. They're not liable for none of what he did, and they don't want to be played around with. So their lawyers have been really aggressive, and their lawyers have been even going at, you know, the lawyer for these alleged victims and basically saying, yo, take our fucking name out of this bullshit immediately. So, you know, what you hear being described here is UMG's lawyer basically scolding the lawyer for Lil Rod and saying, yo, this new lawsuit y'all filed in the wrong state. Y'all got all type of wrong shit, and y'all keep bringing us into it because obviously the bigger the pockets you have in a lawsuit, the more money you could possibly get. UMG is not playing that. And this also goes into, like, you know, thoughts of like sacrifice, if you think about it like that, right? It like, or you know, some people like, oh no, you know, Diddy's the one they're being sacrificed. Well, what won't be sacrificed is 100% UMG. Just like they won't be sacrificed for anybody. They don't want to be in none of these lawsuits. And they're not playing. Their lawyers is going crazy. Every time I've looked up one of these lawsuits, before Diddy's lawyers could even get in there and be like, hey, we're representing Sean Diddy Combs, UMG's lawyers, without being served, they instantly put, hey, this is our motion this is our appearance notice, which means we represent UMG and all their business interests, and then they immediately start getting at this lawsuit. All of them. I've looked at all of them. They immediately start getting at the lawsuit, not saying it's false all the way. They say, get UMG the fuck out of here. Don't put UMG and sue UMG like UMG is the fucking scum of the earth. That's, you know, because you got to imagine, you open up Pandora's box. Like, I was actually thinking about something recently, and people were thinking about music companies being sued. For example, someone said, yo, what's gonna happen, I don't know if I can pull up the article just on a whim, but basically a mother-son, the son was a rapper. The rapper starts rapping about drugs. He dies of like an overdose. And basically she wanted to sue the things around the rapper to say, you guys enabled it, encouraged it, and profited from this person basically doing things that led to their death. You're responsible. So the thought became, well, if record labels are putting out music from rappers who are saying, hey, I'm drunk off these pills, I'm lit, I'm high as hell, I'm a fiend. If you're making money off of rappers basically telling people about their addiction, and let's say one of those rappers dies. And so remember, you're promoting, you're encouraging, you're financially incentivizing all of this shit. You're making a killing. If a rapper kills themselves or a rapper dies of an overdose, that mother wanted to sue the bigger company. Hey, you guys basically funded the lifestyle that resulted in my son's death. Now think about that, chat. If that's a precedent case, because at that point, everybody would say, well, my son died to gun violence. They thought being violent or being involved in a violent environment was the way to gain a living because their record label put millions of dollars to promote said tracks. They made millions of dollars. So they were trying to hold the record labels accountable. Like, yo, you people should pay up to the victims, which are the people who are sometimes the relatives or, you know, the spouses or the kids of the individuals who die of whatever. Bruh, I think it was Sony. Man, Sony was not playing no games, nigga. Get out of here. You're not about to. The moment you start blaming these big three, they make billions of dollars per year. Atlantic is here. Warner is here. Interscope is here. UMG is here. Epic is here. Sony Music Entertainment is here. They're not playing around. They don't want to stand in court with nobody. They don't give a fuck about nothing. So they're only for their own self-interest. You get what I'm saying? And that, I remember how that was actually, you know, the media was trying to play it one way, but I looked at the court cases. I think it was Sony Music Entertainment's lawyers. They were like, fuck out of here. You're not going to blame your son's death on us, talking about we made money off of him. Just like I could imagine UMG is telling the alleged victims of Diddy, hey, if Diddy did something to y'all can't talk about, oh, he only was able to do it because we paid him or we allowed him. Because here's the thing about the thing with UMG, right? And this is important why, you know, UMG is being discussed right here. They're saying some of these, you know, Diddy was a music mogul. Diddy held parties that were release parties, that were parties in the name and the sake of music. So they would say, oh, the freak off happened like maybe at 6 a.m., but up until then, it was just a music type of situation, right? It was a music party. Everybody came to the release party of this artist, and maybe some girls came there and some guys came there, and the girls came there like, all right, we're done with the release party, but now this is the freak off. They were trying to bring in like UMG to say, well, you guys, you paid for the venue for the party to be in. That's why the victim was there. You guys paid for the liquor. Even if they laced the liquor later, you guys paid for all the things that was responsible for. UMG is not fucking playing. And by the way, when you do shit like this, UMG won't fuck with Diddy no more, clearly. Because they're going to be like, yo, bro, you're exposing us to too much shit. But look, UMG jumped in and basically they're A-Town stomping these lawsuits. Don't bring us in shit. If you want Diddy, go get him your fucking self. Here we go.
Sean Combs. And to be quite honest with you, Sean Combs is a polarizing guy. You know, some people love him in the industry. Some people hate him in the industry. And I think that also, when someone is down, the people that hate you figure out a way to kick you when you're down. Again, not knowing all the facts and circumstances, if this is true or false, just my experience in this area. When the door gets opened, anyone who's never liked you in your life all of a sudden comes forward and has a memory of, hey, I remember this guy on May 17th. He was, you know, doing this or doing that. So that's what I think's happening.
You mentioned, again, this kind of, there might be another strategic legal reason to move the case. I am curious if this has anything to do with the fact that an attorney for UMG, one of the defendants, had asked the court recently to deny Gardner an extension of time to respond to UMG's motion to dismiss. You mentioned a little bit with Combs, but Gardner, by the way, is being represented by a man named an attorney named Tyrone Blackburn. He represents Rodney Jones, who is the former Diddy producer. He filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy for sexual assault and sex trafficking. Blackburn also represents a young woman who filed a lawsuit.
Do I got this? We're supposed to have my guy join. I don't know. I'm trying, Chad. I'm trying. Trust me, my guys. I am trying. Someone please call 911. I feel like... Why does this thing have a passcode? I gave him the passcode, though. Yeah, I gave him the passcode. He should be joining momentarily. Yeah. Oh, he did. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll turn my camera on as well. How do I do this, chat? All right. Deactivate here. Hey, could you hear me?
I can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, how do I? All right, chat. You guys will be able to see. Okay. Now I gotta put this in a gallery. How is this? Okay, just give me 1 second.
You got it.
You can hear and see me, right?
Yep.
All right. No. Yeah, I don't use you probably use Zoom all the time, I could imagine, right?
Yeah. For
Yeah,
all court
I'm
dates,
trying to
everything like that. Everybody's on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm trying to put both of our videos side to side because it's so like it's just like streaming the whole screen. Where did I go? It's not pin. Remove pin. Oh, I think I got it. View gallery. Perfect. Hey, okay. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, chat, I was kind of worried we might not get him today. We were just watching videos, to be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say I'm here with the esteemed Bradford Cohen, I believe out of Florida.
Yes.
You're someone who I've gained a lot of respect for just in a legal perspective, just on, you know what I mean? I report a lot of news, and a lot of times when I report these news, a lot of times I'm like, this guy's screwed. It's over. You know what I mean? And I'm going off a headline. I'm going off a police report. And just lo and behold, it feels like anytime it's your client, there's always more to the situation. And it feels like more than likely ends up in a dismissal or, as of recently, like an apology for a error.
Yeah. So, we've been doing good so far. Everything's been good. This year's been really great, actually. We've been to trial 4 times, and 3 not guilties, and then 1 civil trial that we won, I think, $275,000, and the original offer was like 20 grand. So
wow,
we've done well this year, and we continue to work very hard for our clients. So it's been a good career and good year so far.
Okay, so I'm and this is a personal question too. I've known you in the capacity of a criminal defense attorney. How closely do you work on civil cases, or do you do civil cases as well? Like, I usually kind of like keep them in like 2 different buckets, but
Sure.
it appears that they might be very well overlapped.
Yeah, so our firm does criminal and does civil. When it's a trial, I'll do the civil trial. I don't do a lot of the background work on the civil cases. I don't do a lot of the discovery. At the very beginning of civil cases, I'll handle the discussions with the other side and some of the initial hearings, the motions to dismiss and things of that nature. But the discovery stuff and the motion practice on civil stuff, I really don't get too involved in. That's usually my law partner. But when it comes down to the trial, I will usually try the civil case. And just for some background, when I first went out, when I first left the state attorney's office, I was working in a civil firm down here in Florida that did a lot of contract work, a lot of litigation, a lot of trials. So my first year out, I probably did, I don't know, 20 trials, maybe 18 trials with that firm. And then when I went out on my own, that's when people started to know me more for the criminal stuff, because I started winning a lot of cases. So the first or second year I had my own practice, I think I won 9 or 10 cases in a row. So I got like an award, like a triple hat trick award. And then kind of things took off from there, and word got out, and my client list grew, and I was lucky enough to make relations with a lot of very popular individuals that if they got in trouble anywhere in the country, they would generally call me, and I would handle their cases for them. Some in the press and some not in the press. It just depends on the case and depends on what they're accused of. But generally, when someone gets in trouble, I get a phone call at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I try to do my best to fix whatever the situation is.
That's so interesting. And by the way, so I definitely want to, I feel like I've heard your name so much, and now I almost go to your page for so much analysis because, we're making so many assumptions on so many different cases, and a lot of times we obviously lack the law degree, but we lack the experience that's there. But before that, would you consider yourself, because there's 3 guys in Atlanta or Georgia actually, I don't know if it's necessarily just Atlanta, and there's a few people who I've heard consistently helping out, whether it's rappers or just people of high, high importance, wealthy individuals.
Popularity, sure.
Exactly. I've considered, I have a list of super attorneys, and these are attorneys that, listen, you're really trying to get out your case, you need them. You're on that list. So for Georgia, and you're the only one I have for Florida, right? So you're the only one I have for Florida. I'm trying to get more familiar with other people who operate in Florida. In Georgia, I have Brian Steele, Drew Finland, and Sado. And I think I'm saying his name right. Sado. I think Sado. Those are the 3 there, and I'm like, hey, if you call yourself balling, you got all these cars, and you get in some trouble, you better get one of these guys if you're trying to make sure you're gonna.
Sure.
Yeah, you're the guy for Florida. How did you develop that reputation? How did you even meet some of these guys? I feel like even the recent case with what's my guy named Rod Wave. And I read it, and I was just like, he's done. Like I was over here. I was like, yo, the RICO case is coming. This is bad. This is over. I'm like, Jesus Christ, how could he get himself in this position? And then just systematically in 2 weeks, I watch your page, and I'm like, this is a bullshit case. How?
Yeah, and by the way, I connect with a lot of attorneys around the country that I consider, very, very good attorneys. I've referred cases to Drew in Atlanta, and I've referred cases to Chesnoff in Los Angeles. There's a lot of individuals that I would refer cases to if I don't have the time to either do them, or if I feel like the client would be better served by someone who has better connections than I do in an area maybe that need those connections. So if a case is if a case can be resolved without going to trial, and it's in an area where I know someone that can handle a case, I'll refer that case out. Because like I said, for me, it's about the client getting the best service that the client can get. It's not about me getting a case for XYZ in, Iowa, or, someone got in trouble in Mexico. They want me to fly down to Mexico. If there's a local lawyer there that I know that can do a better job for that individual, I'll refer them to that individual. I might go down to coordinate it. I might, supervise it, but ultimately I'd want the best person for that job. So how I got involved is, like I said, I just worked hard. I built up my reputation over a period of time. I've been doing this for 27 years. And I was able to make really good connections. In 2005, I was on a show called The Apprentice with Donald Trump.
Really?
So yeah. So in 2005, I was obviously still practicing, and I still had a variety of NFL players and baseball players that I was representing. And then after I was on that show, I stayed in contact, obviously, with individuals I met on the show, and including the president. And then I would, from that show, I got invited to a lot of different parties and things of that nature. I made friends. I was going to the Playboy Mansion. I think I went to Playboy Mansion 3 or 4 times, and I met a lot of people there.
Did you go to a Diddy party?
And no Diddy parties. No, I never been invited to a Diddy party. But I was able to make a lot of good connections, and I'm always, if I can do a favor for somebody, I always go out of my way to do a favor for somebody, not expecting anything in return. But that's really has been my motivating kind of the way my career has developed, instead of doing marketing or advertising or cheesy TV things, if someone got in trouble and I could help them without it being a big deal, I would do that. And then one thing led to the next, and someone would say like, "Oh, I remember Brad helped me out of a situation," and they might refer me to someone else, and that's generally what happens. And like I said, also for attorneys, if an attorney's just coming out of law school, I remember when I first opened my office, if an attorney was coming out of law school or coming out of the state attorney's office or the PD's office, I would give them free office space for the first year just to get their feet wet and kind of get their, make their bones. And those people went on to do amazing things. They're judges, and they're, some of them are state attorneys, the head state attorneys in other districts. And so I always maintain those relationships. And I think it's very important in any career. I mean, that. So like in any career, if you don't maintain your relationships, you're not an up and up guy. I don't think you go very far. But I think if you're, a handshake guy, and I think that you're honest with people and you maintain relationships, not just when you need them. You don't call people just when you need them. You call them to check on them and make sure everything's good and follow up. I think that behooves everybody's career in any field, your field, my field, being a doctor, any kind of thing that you can, nurture relationships. That's how, you make your career go forward. In my opinion.
Two things, and again, I'm asking as the the regular hip hop fan, but we've heard a lot about because when we hear about, when I even look at you as like a super attorney, and I look at some of these guys, and I'm like, how the hell are they able to make certain things happen? There's this one, and I know my chat's gonna tell me like who it is. Someone was making a story about like pretty much the legal process. He said he knew he had the right attorney when his attorney said, "Hey." Oh, actually, no. I think I was interviewing big folks from Chicago, who he was charged with like a murder, but it was self-defense. Anyway, he was like, he knew he had the right attorney when his attorney said, "Hey, me and the judge, we're gonna be golfing this weekend. Go home, don't worry about it too much." And I said, that would be pretty good. Okay, I want you to react to that, but also a client. It doesn't matter if it's Kodak. It doesn't matter who. When they walk in and you see the police report, the police said A, B, C, D, E, F, G, do you say to them, or do you want them to say, "Yo, I did that shit, but please get me off"? Or do you even ask that question if you did it?
So the first part of that question about relationships with judges or prosecutors or anything like that, I mean, it's always important. Most of my relationship with judges and prosecutors, it's not that they will, okay, they're going to, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's nothing like that. It's just when you're in a courtroom that is a fair and unbiased courtroom and you're a good attorney, they let you do your work. And that's the key. I had a federal case, Rod Wave's brother, actually, Rod Wave's, what he considers his brother. I had this federal case in Tampa with him about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. And that judge was a very difficult judge. She really wasn't, and she was a Trump appointee, by the way, yeah. But she really wasn't allowing the kind of work that could be done in a case to be done. We ended up getting a not guilty anyways on the federal charge, but it was a difficult, time. It was I think it was about a week and a half or a week. And it was a difficult case. And it was, like I said, a tough judge makes your job more difficult. A judge that kind of understands everything that's going on in the courtroom, how a court case evolves. It's very fluid. You're in a trial. There's objections to be made. There's evidence that may come in or may not come in. And that could change the trajectory of the case in your favor or against you. So all those things kind of happen. And I think that the relationships that you have, like I said, they don't go out of your way and do you a favor, but at the same token, just having that, knowing that there's a kind of a mutual respect in the courtroom, that I think that benefits the client and benefits the jury as well, because they get to see real lawyering going on. So that was the first part of the question. Well, now I forgot what the second part of the question was. What was your second part of that question?
The second part is, and I've seen this from I think T.I. interviewed Sado, and he was saying, do you ever take on clients where the client tell you like, hey, I'm gonna be real with you, I did that shit.
Oh yeah. So right. So yeah, I mean, it just depends on your defense. There's a lot of times you have to know everything that went on, right, in order to come up with a defense. There's sometimes it might be, you know, a case where they're being charged with murder, but it might be a self-defense. It might be a stand your ground case. There might be legal defenses to things. There's all sorts of things that go on that sometimes you need to know everything, and sometimes you don't. And if I don't need to know it in order to provide a defense, I'm not going to start asking my client questions that I don't have to know in order to provide them a defense. So it's kind of a yes and no question, you know, depending on the defense that's going to be raised, depending on the facts of the case, depending on the evidence, you know, if there's video evidence and telephone evidence, things of that nature. That's really where it goes. But for most part, you know, especially today, in today's day and age, there's video evidence, telephone evidence. There is not a harder time to get not guilties than right now, because people, you know, they travel around with their phones, and their phones will show where they were or where they weren't at a certain time. You know, phone records, texts. You know, people are posting more than ever on videos, which, you know, it always shocks me, but it seems to be more of the younger guys now that just, they post themselves committing crimes, which, you know, no, if you told someone, you know, 20 years ago, and I represented real guys, 20 years, I mean, real guys like from Philly and Chicago, that these are the type of guys that, you know, you do not want to meet in the wrong situation. If you told them 20 years ago that, you know, kids would be posting themselves committing burglaries and stealing cars and doing all kinds of crazy shit, no one would believe that would be true. But, you know, it happens all the time.
Hey, speaking of which, as you mentioned that about like phones and all that type of evidence, so just looking at it from like a technological perspective, which again, I imagine a case with, hey, GPS says you were here. GPS puts you on the scene, this and third. It reminds me eerily of, and that's what I was Googling on this screen over here, the YNW Melly case.
Sure.
And were you ever approached to like be a part of that case?
Sure. So I originally represented Melly at the very beginning of the case, myself and another individual. His name's Jason Williams. And we were both on the case. And what happened was Jason ended up becoming the prosecutor, the state attorney in New Orleans. So he took that job. And I think Melly wanted to go in a different direction, ended up hiring some other attorneys. There was no ill will or anything like that. I had a theory for the case. I don't know if he liked my theory as opposed to a different theory. I saw the trial, the original first trial. I think some things that were done in that first trial probably could have been avoided, and it could have been a better result. But it was a hung jury, and that's a win on a murder case in anybody's view. I just think that it probably could have been done a little bit different. His new attorney, I was asked to be brought back on the second trial. The problem is now I have to be able to dedicate, especially in a murder case, I have to be able to dedicate, 100% of my office to that case, especially one the size of that. And I represent an individual in San Francisco on a murder case. I don't know if you know it. There was an individual who invented Cash App, and he was a victim of a crime out there. And I represent the individual who's accused of that in San Francisco. So it was like, I only take a certain number of cases. I'm not going to take more cases than I can handle because that's just a recipe for disaster. And that's why I have a reputation of doing a good job. So I just didn't have the bandwidth to take it. But his attorneys right now I think are doing a spectacular job. They're filing the right motions, the same motions that should have been filed on the first case. I think they filed on this one, and they're excellent attorneys. I mean, I know them very well, and I think they're going to do a good job for Melly. But like I said, my schedule fills up, my dance card fills up very quickly. And some things are reported and some things aren't. Like we just represented Kai Sinet in that dismissal in New York. Some things.
Wait. Are you? And I'm sorry for cutting you off. So I think when people think attorneys, they also think you operate in a jurisdiction. Or a certain jurisdiction, and you're a Florida attorney, so you wouldn't deal with matters outside Florida. You've mentioned San Francisco, now you're mentioning New York. Is the law book in each state seems to be different. How do you get acclimated? Do you have someone there work with you, or you just?
So it depends on the state. I'm licensed in New York. I've had my family's from New York, so I grew up. In that area. I grew up in Massachusetts, but my whole family's from New York. So I clerked in New York for a New York Supreme Court judge who's now a defense attorney. Ironically, he went back to being a defense attorney. He's really excellent. He works with an individual, you probably know him, Arthur Ayala, who is a big time New York City attorney and a great attorney. And the judge I clerked for is a phenomenal attorney. And that's kind of where I learned a lot when I was clerking for him. But I'm licensed in New York. I'm licensed in Washington, D.C. We've handled cases in Washington, D.C., and New York, and federal bar in Puerto Rico. But there is a economic barrier to me representing individuals in different states, depending on what the charge is. Like, you're not going to hire me for a DUI in New York City. So, and I get a lot of people that are like, hey, I got a possession case in New York. It doesn't pay to hire me.
Well, why did Kai bring you on, or in your opinion, as much as you can speak? I know there's attorney-client privilege.
Yeah. I think, again, it just relationships, and he knew that, that I get things done, and the relationships I have with individuals that knew him, and great kid, really unbelievable case that he even got, that they were even considering to file charges on him, in my opinion, after I looked at all the evidence.
Could you explain? Because some people might not
necessarily know. So they were proposing to charge him. They arrested him, and they did charge him, but not formally, with, inciting a riot and all these other kind of, felony offenses surrounding a giveaway for like PlayStations. And he put it on his post that he was going to have a giveaway for these PlayStations. And, it was a perfect storm, right? It was like during the summer, no one had anything to do. Kids were not in school. And what you would anticipate, maybe, 100 kids showing up, 3,000 kids show up. And there were some elements that were among the 3,000 that weren't there to get free PlayStations. And they just, started destroying stuff. And then they blamed Kai for that. And that was a tough case because I just didn't think that they had enough evidence to go forward with it. Ultimately, the prosecutor who was handling the case was a real gentleman. I talked to him several times about it. We went back and forth, and we ended up resolving the case with a dismissal. It wasn't even a dismissal. It was just a decline, meaning they were declining filing the charges. And I think that worked out. The whole case.
Wait, so they never filed formally?
No, they never filed formally. Oh, wow. He never had to go to court at all. And like I said, I think he's a good kid. And when I watch, and I when I first took the case, I wasn't really super familiar with who Kai was, and the type of things that he does and the type of charity work that he does and things of that nature. And over the course of the case, I became very familiar with him. And he's a funny kid. And like I said, I think he's a good kid. So I'm glad that worked out well for him. But again, not a press case, no big deal. And I don't like, a lot of people are like, oh, you take this for the press or that for the press. I really don't take people call me when they don't want press, and there's plenty of cases that I've handled where there's absolutely no press around it because I get it dismissed before it even gets filed, or I take care of a situation where there's some sort of civil lawsuit, and that probably is a good segue into why Diddy should have resolved that case with Cassie prior to them filing that lawsuit.
You've said that many times.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna play a little bit of devil's advocate, and I'm also introduce what the culture and the people are saying. So if you're the attorney in that situation, well, people are gonna say, well, obviously it could have been resolved before it ever hit the press, but isn't resolving a almost like it's like a smoke signal, like, yo, yeah, I'm guilty, I just don't want this to go any further. Right? Like maybe
I get it.
Maybe
so you hit the nail on the head in terms of a lot of, once cases are filed, I think when you resolve them after they're filed, sometimes that's true. The problem here was, so a lot of times people will, good attorneys, and when I say good attorneys that are familiar with how this works, the Gloria Allreds of the world, and Gloria Allred is a pretty well-known civil attorney in California, and she files a lot of these sexual harassment cases, things of that nature. Someone like her usually types up a letter first, sends a letter over and says, a threatening letter. Hey, I represent XYZ, and you already know what went down, and this is what we're demanding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She actually did the Tiger Woods, one of the mistresses of Tiger Woods. And the whole deal behind that was, okay, we're going to get this resolved. It's going to be quiet. It's going to be an NDA, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously that's not what happened, because he got hit with a bunch of other stuff. But that's generally what the first kind of wave is. And then after that, they're like, hey, listen, we're really serious. Here's a complaint we're going to be filing tomorrow. And then the complaint lays out, in Cassie's case, if that's the complaint, which I guarantee it is, that they sent over to Diddy or his team or whatever.
You think they sent the whole complaint over?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. If you're looking to get $35 or $40 million in a settlement, you are typing up a complaint and you're sending it over to the other side and saying, hey, we'd like to resolve this, but here's what we will be filing, next week if we don't hear back from you. And I don't know why, but maybe people didn't take it serious. I have no idea. But if I was the attorney who read that, and my belief is he has an excellent attorney, and I mean excellent, if it's the attorney that I'm thinking of. But I don't know if it was, something from.
I thought it was it Ben Brafman who
yes.
was there? Yeah.
And I, just to be completely transparent, I love Ben Brafman. I think he's one of the finest attorneys in New York City. I think he's super, super smart. I've referred cases to him before. We've talked about cases together. He's given me, great advice as a young attorney. I just think he's a spectacular attorney. And I like to think that the way that I conduct myself in court is because of all of these older attorneys that took time out when I was younger. I almost said little. When I was younger, that really helped me with cases and gave me good advice. And there's a slew of them. And, I was friendly with F. Lee Bailey, back in the day, and got great advice on cross-examinations. And I was just very lucky, like I said, to garner some really good relationships. But
let me ask you this question, though.
Sure.
So, like, if I'm the client, I'm Diddy, right? Granted, it's rumored that I'm a billionaire, all this type of stuff. I don't know how the negotiation process goes, but it's like, yo, this chick wants $50 million. Like,
yeah.
Even if you're my lawyer, how do you even, like, wrap my mind around it to say, Sean, or Brother Love, whatever you want to call him, you're better off settling than going to, because I might be so arrogant and pompous, I'm like, before I pay her $50 million, I'll fight her to death.
Yeah, and listen, there's some instances where that is a smart move, and I've said this before. I am not I didn't make my reputation on settling cases. I made my reputation on, hurting people in the courtroom and making sure that, this individual gets hurt enough where the next person who's thinking about doing that says, "Hey, let's not do that because that's not a good idea." So there are times it's just like Kenny Rogers says, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. You have to have a conversation with the client, and you have to tell that client, "Hey, listen, this is the complaint that's going to be filed. Like, I don't know, let's go through your, the people that could support you. Let's go through your, your sponsorships that you may lose. Let's go through the businesses that have these, in the contract, they have some sort of morality clause or, like all these things that where morals would come into play and you'd lose money on, add that up. Does that equal, $30 million or 35 million? Now let's tack on another 5 million in attorney's fees because that case doesn't go away tomorrow. You need a team of attorneys on a case like that to handle it properly. You need expert witnesses. You start going through litigation fees, just that alone, you're looking at $5 million, $4 million, and then you start adding up what you're going to lose in sponsorships, what you're going to lose in business deals, and the possible ding on your reputation. Not to mention, once she files that complaint, it's open season. It's literally, Elmer Fudd's come out of everywhere and they start hunting you down. And that's what happened. So instead of settling this very quietly, making it go away, no one would have said anything. An NDA would have been filed and that would have been that $35 million.
Does his video come out though?
Let's
say it was leaked by Cassie. We're gonna get into that because
the video,
the video of him putting hands on Cassie, which by the way, I think you're one of the only people I've watched be able to separate emotion from actual legal analysis because everyone's so caught up that video is so emotionally charged. Imagine you pay that money. Okay, let's go. This is Dream World, of course. Okay, he pays the settlement. Does that video come out?
My opinion is it doesn't. I think that came out for a very specific reason, and I talk about it on my Instagram. I think that the video came out because I think an indictment's going to come out in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and that indictment
2 to 3 weeks
going to name. I think so. I think by the end of June, I think you see an indictment come out. That's my guess.
Do you think they're in the process of grand jurying everything now, or do you think because I read your comments, or do you think they're still at the point of maybe arm twisting with Cassie to say, give us everything you know, and we'll give you this immunity deal because you?
Yeah, listen. The Southern District of New York is not a district that sits on their hands. My opinion is that, like I said, I think that they will move fairly quickly. I think the reason why he's not leaving the state of Florida is because they probably told him, don't leave the state of Florida. And if you do, we're going to arrest you on a complaint. I think all those things are happening. And like I said, I'm relying on my experience, my 27 years of experience. I'm not just guessing like, oh my God, I just got out of law school and I've never had a case like this before. I've had cases like this before where there are warrants issued, where there are items taken. They already have enough probable cause to get a warrant. They have enough probable cause to get a warrant. There's a saying that you can indict a ham sandwich. If they have enough probable cause to get a warrant to search homes in 2 different states, my guess is that they will have enough to indict. And my guess is that the reason this video came out is because I think in the indictment, Cassie's name, well, it probably won't be her name. It'll probably be unindicted co-conspirator 1. I think that they will be talking a lot about what happened between him and her and what they did together. And I think that's why this video came out, because the only way to quote unquote save face in this, and it may be true, by the way, it may just not be saving face. It may actually be true, is to say I was a sex slave. I was powerless. I wasn't the person I am now. This was a different person. I don't even recognize the person I was back then. All of the things she's saying, in my opinion, feels like that's where this is going. And like I said, I could be wrong. 99% I'm not. I just think that that's what's going to happen.
I agreed with you. By the way, number one, you're the attorney, and I think you're brilliant. And I think your thought with 27 years of experience is worth more than all of us just assuming. But also, let me put this into the air as well, right? If we read through Cassie's complaint, Cassie literally in her complaint admitted, like she literally admitted, hey, I'm the one who procured all these gigolos, these prostitutes, all these other people that was involved in the freak offs. Yeah, I did it at your advice, at your, direction. That might be hard to prove unless it's like, hey, get 15, whatever for tonight. I may have gotten drugs. I may have gotten prostitutes. I may have gotten other women. You may have said, hey, who's that girl you were posting up on Instagram with? See if she want to get into the freak off. She's been really involved in procuring a lot of these people. Here's my thing, though. Do you think that it would get to the level of her having to leak the video to maybe secure what would be an immunity deal? Because I do think the government would look absolutely crazy even considering indicting Cassie. They would look absolutely nuts. They would have to write this whole new narrative and have to give us so much more information for us to think Cassie, and this is just from the complaint, think that she was not a victim or not someone who was either someone under duress or something else. What do you think?
No, I agree with that. I don't think they could in any world indict Cassie with the evidence that's out there, with the complaint, with her knowledge. But then, and not only that, I don't know how great of a case they can put together against Sean Combs
without her, right?
Without her cooperating, right? You're talking about someone that is by his side 24/7 for years and years and years during when alleged shootings happen, when alleged something else happened. This is the person who's sleeping next to him. She literally is Sammy the Bull, right? So like you can't get any closer to Sean Combs than her. So how do you put together a case without her? And you don't put together a case, you can't put together a case, without giving her immunity. So if she hasn't procured immunity yet, I would guess that it would be forthcoming. I just don't see how you put a case together without it. I mean, certainly there's some aspects you could put together, but I think that she's the linchpin.
Can I ask you this question? Because this has been confusing to me too. If I'm Diddy, okay, cool. Yeah, granted, I should have probably paid you off before you filed the complaint. You did, but I did pay you off. Why is your attorney almost in a narrative sense basically jumping out to put out statements every time something corroborates that you're the victim? Isn't that odd to you? You got paid. Why is the attorney then saying, hey, see what we told you guys? It's happening. You got paid. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Like, go split that.
He's protecting his client. Listen, I think that this is a lesson in for her attorney. It is a master class in how to handle these type of situations. He's handling it. If I'm her attorney, I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm making sure that everyone understands she is a victim. I'm making sure that everyone understands she had no power, no control, no money, all these different things. And again, that's not to say that's a false narrative. Maybe that's true. Everyone gets, when your emotions get involved in this thing, everyone is like texting me, oh, you're for this or against that. I am strictly looking at it from a legal perspective. Everything that this attorney could be saying is 100%, it could be 100% true. It might not be. It might be that, she was partaking in things willingly. I don't know. But I can tell you what he's doing and how he's going about it. It's a master class in what to do if your client is being swept up into these things. It's what Giselle Maxwell's attorney should have been doing. And whether or not that's true or false, like I said, I don't know. but the same narrative could have been used in other cases. And again, it might have been more attenuated in those other cases. You might not have had as much proof in those other cases that that individual is under control and direction of the lead defendant.
Hey, by the way, I'm so with you. Which, by the way, also once we get into the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff, I do believe that in some weird twisted way, I think she felt she was still exhibiting some loyalty. That's why she didn't completely turn heel. Cassie completely has turned heel. Not saying she's not a victim, and that's the distinction. I was watching you explain it through all your comments, and people were like, "No," which I completely got. Let me read her statement here, and. Sure. I read this before you even got on here, and I said to my chat, I said, I wish I had a highlighter because there's certain, obviously her lawyer helped her draft this, but there's certain lines that you clearly could tell what she's trying to say. She says, "Thank you for all the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those I've yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now, but this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is an issue," and then this is a line right here. "It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become." I thought that was an important line.
Yeah.
You want to jump in?
You picked out all the lines that you're picking out are the lines that are important, right? Those are like I said, this attorney drafted. I guarantee the attorney drafted it, and he used very specific language, very specific items. It would be impossible to indict this young lady. I don't see how you would. And then the video, coupled with the video, it's an impossibility to indict her. And the way that she is saying these things, that's what leads me to believe that in this indictment, there are going to be some crazy, crazy, crazy allegations.
I agree.
And she's saying, I'm not the same person. Like, the complaint is one thing. Oh, I procured people. I did these things. I think that the actual indictment itself is going to go into very, very detailed paragraphs about her involvement. And like I said, it might not specifically name her because it might be unindicted co-conspirator, but I think it's going to go into very specific involvement with different issues and different things that are surrounding the sex trafficking and possible drugs and things of that nature. I think it's going to be very, very specific. And this is a way, and like I said, it may be completely true that she was under his control. Yeah. And that's why I keep saying those things. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's sad because like when you're analyzing this and you're trying to just be objective and a lot of times, like, when you're being objective, you got to remove the emotion, because the emotional reaction to seeing a man beat a woman like we seen on that video is nothing that needs objection or anything else. It's just like, this guy's disgusting. He needs to be penalized. But we're not just at the point of saying this guy needs to be penalized. We're trying to, extrapolate into what could be coming or forthcoming in terms of like criminal charges. By the way, the next paragraph, which what I noticed about this whole statement, the last line of every paragraph is very telling. I'll read the next paragraph. "Thank you to everyone that has taken the time to take this matter seriously. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believe in victims the first time." Here we go. "It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in."
Correct. That's it. So like all those lines, those are the key lines. And like I said, to the normal, just the average day person reading that, they're like, okay, as soon as I read that, I knew, I those things blew up right at me as soon as I read it. And I was like, okay, like, this is what I'm trying to tell everybody. That all these things came out after I posted the first time, right? And I'm like, I guarantee, and like I said, that video is a horrible video. I don't condone it. I don't think domestic violence is smart or good or anything like that. The images on that video are
disgusting,
shocking, all of the above, the above. What I try to do is I try to look at situations and I try to analyze them in the legal perspective. And I get flack for this all the time. Sometimes I'll talk about Hunter Biden's case, and people that like Trump tell me, "Oh, I can't believe that you're talking about Hunter." I think Hunter Biden's case is bullshit. Like, I mean, Kodak was charged with the same thing. I thought that it was bullshit that he was going to get a diversion program was crazy. I thought that was crazy. But the case itself, that, I was a crack user when I filled out this form and I put down that I'm not addicted to drugs on this federal form. I think that's bullshit. And I also think Kodak's case is bullshit. Kodak's federal case is bullshit. So,
hey, by the way, there's a million. I think me and you could do a whole 2 hours just about Kodak. There's been so much misunderstandings or just what's been reported in the media, because what happens is, and you know this by now, a police report comes out, there's, especially TMZ and other entities and shit, even we're in the business of it. We have constant, we hit all these police precincts with like queries for certain names. When the name comes back that there's an arrest, that's the narrative until an attorney or they get arraigned, and then we start hearing what might be a defense. So an artist or anyone looks super guilty. And me and you, we've been there.
Correct.
Exactly.
I'm very, listen, I fight for my client. Kodak's different. I mean, I fight for all my clients. If someone talks shit about my clients, I come after them.
Yeah.
Like I would come after someone. If someone talks shit about my son, Kodak, it happens to be a different, it's a little bit of a different attorney-client relationship, because I've known him since he was a kid. I've mentored him. I've talked to him. I've walked him through different things. And I just know how he thinks, and I know what a good soul he is, because I've seen him do things that he doesn't want me talking about, doesn't want me going to the press about, doesn't want me, getting any fanfare about. And that's why he's a different type of person than generally, like, people do things. Oh, I want to, I have to rehab my image. He doesn't do that. Like, he'll do things when he doesn't need to rehab his image, that he says, don't go to the press, don't talk to anybody, just get that done or get this done. So it's a different type of relationship. But I listen, I'm like, I go to war with people over, I don't know. It's just, that's just how I grew up. My friends, my friends since I was in kindergarten, I've had friends since I was in kindergarten that, they tell me, hey, it's like in the town, we're going to go hurt some people, and you can't ask me about this. And whose car are we driving? I'll show up at 3:00 in the morning for any of my clients that call me and say they need my help. And I've done it before. So, it's a different attorney-client relationship with Kodak than anybody else. But yeah, you're right. You could do a whole show on the fact that the press generally only likes, and only the viral stuff goes when it's something bad. Any of these rappers.
And by the way,
they love it.
And by the way, I definitely want to do a long form, really in depth. I know we're on stream, and a lot of people there talking about the Diddy stuff, and we're going to keep it there, because I would have you here for like the rest of your night. And I know you're so busy. Good. I did hear, though. I heard that Kodak being pardoned, you were so much of a influential figure in that. Is that true? We don't have to get into the minute details.
I pushed very hard. I was his attorney for the pardon. I was Wayne's attorney for his pardon as well.
I heard that too.
But I pushed very hard with anyone that would listen to me, that I thought that both were deserving of a pardon. I rounded up any entertainer that would support, Lil Yachty. I talked to Lil Yachty all the time. Lil Pump, I talked all the time. And like, people talk shit about Pump. I go to bat for Pump every single time, because I know how loyal he was. I called everybody and anyone. Kim Kardashian, I was calling. Meek Mill, who didn't return a single phone call, by the way. All these guys, I was calling, and I remember who was loyal to me. I remember who wasn't loyal to me. And that's just the kind of guy that I am. But I was very happy to represent both of them for those pardons.
You didn't take a lot of credit for that, but I noticed that byline because I noticed the small things. When I seen the pardons come down, what I noticed was Bradford Cohen really went to bat for a few artists within hip hop, and he successfully, which I was flabbergasted. I'm like, how the fuck did you get this on not only the president's table, but on his radar, but even enough that, you know, he could put a signature to that and be like, I want to put my name and my reputation on that. That was like amazing. And, yeah, and by the way, I didn't see you run off with like, hey, I'm taking a credit, but I did notice the name.
It was a massive undertaking. And with any of these, listen, anytime it's a pardon, a commutation, or anything with any president, they pay attention to individuals that have a lot of backing. And, you know, the Twitters, tweets going out saying, you know, free Kodak and like, hey, you know, all those things helped. And they helped really with any president. We're just living in a crazy time right now that social media, the presidents are watching social media, and their teams are watching social media to the point where it garners attention for people that might not have gotten attention before. So, you know, I use any tool I can to, you know, try to do the best for my clients. And in that case, Twitter, Instagram, all those things, those were huge. All those campaigns were huge for Kodak because, and like I said, the people that supported him, no one gets anything done just on their own. Everybody has a team behind them. And if you think, you know, there is no Superman without the Justice League. Like, I don't care what you say, you know, like you need to have people supporting you. You need to have that kind of push. And even Jake Paul helped.
Really? How?
He was tweeting out. Pump was tweeting out. All these individuals that I made connections with throughout the years were really helping me get more attention to the issues. And, you know, I filed civil lawsuits on his behalf in DC because of the treatment that he was receiving. And I think that also brought a lot of attention to the subject. And to be honest with you, you know, we could do a whole series on justice reform that, you know, Biden hasn't touched justice reform. And under Trump, that First Step Back is a huge thing. I have clients getting out now, you know, 12 months early to a halfway house and compassionate releases more than ever. And that was all under, President Trump's thumb in terms of the First Step Back. No one has done anything like that since. And DOJ really hasn't changed. You know, Biden appointed a new person for Department of Prisons. Hasn't changed. He appointed a new woman for the Department of Prisons, and you know, it's still the same old stuff. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in federal prisons that no one actually is paying attention to, and it's a big issue. It is a big issue, and the reason why is because most people are like, if they're in prison, they deserve it anyways. And it's like, you know, we're in America. There's a certain level. If you're guilty, not guilty, if there's something wrong with the system, we need to fix that. And, you know, that's my opinion. And like I said, I'm in no position to judge anybody, nor do I. Everyone has their own situation. I don't judge Diddy. I don't judge any of these people. I wasn't in their shoes. I don't know what they did before or what led to this or anything like that. I try to stay objective, and I do a good job for those individuals.
Let me ask, so I'm now going to ask you a question that it's probably going to be beyond just your legal expertise, but it's probably your gut feeling a little bit. Obviously, you'll use your legal expertise. I heard you criticizing a few of the cases that did come across, you know, with Diddy, and like for example, the Liza Garner situation that was filed in the wrong state. Sure. In hip hop, we've seen that the Lil Rod situation. And by the way, I want to also be very open and honest. You know, I don't want to do a gotcha moment. You know, I'm a media outlet. I don't have a law degree. I kind of report whatever, but I want to stay with the truth. There was a point, and this was very interesting. There was a point that, in the Lil Rod lawsuit, there was accusations of underage women. Number one, that came out to be false. The woman came out to say, hey, that's me in the picture. I'm 40. I was never underage. Anyway, the attorney in that case, which I don't know if you know what case that was. That was the one versus Christian Combs.
Okay. I know I'm familiar with it, but I don't know the ins and outs of it.
So I received one day, randomly, a message that when I start criticizing the lawsuit, the lawyer in question, which, Mr. Tyrone Blackburn, he said, hey, listen, I don't like your commentary about whatever I was saying. And I took what he said to me as, it's turned to a whole legal situation, so I won't even go too much on it. But regardless, the Cassie thing, which, by the way, I think the lawyer there is Doug Whitford.
Different lawyer.
Yeah.
That lawyer, like I said, her lawyer is a real guy.
Well, what do you feel about, there's been like 20 different lawsuits. Half of them, or actually about 80% of them, have been covered by Mr. Tyrone Blackburn. You've seen that, they're filing in the wrong district, the wrong state. Again, this is not a defense or be like, hey, Diddy's not whatever. What have you thought about the legal strategies of the other individuals that have came into play since the Cassie thing started?
I think that when you're filing cases like this, and early on in my career, I had a couple cases like this against some popular individuals. And I think when you're filing a case like this, you need to be so very careful because number one is you're making accusations that are very, very serious. You need to weigh the credibility of your client very carefully. You need to get any backup information, any backup evidence. You don't know the type of lawsuits that we file, but when we file a lawsuit, there is no aha gotcha moment for the defense. I know everything, the good, the bad, the ugly. I know every single thing that took place. I have pictures. I have whatever I have. I know I have everything. And I tell my client, if I don't have everything, I don't represent them. I won't stay on a case. If there's an aha gotcha moment that the defense sends over and says, hey, by the way, this was wrong, or I never met that person, or when your person is saying that happened in Texas, I was actually in Paris. There is no time that would ever happen in any cases that we file because we leave no stone unturned. I think that, I've seen the complaints that have been filed. I never criticize other attorneys for their strategy, their legal strategy. Sometimes it's not things that I would do. So I always say like, hey, the legal strategy is probably not something that I would go about doing, but that's legal strategy.
By the way, I also, because, I've talked to other attorneys, I do want to ask you on a civil strategy level. In a few of these lawsuits, which we've all pulled up, and I go through them here. I have no law degree or nothing. I'm just like a regular person, just kind of reading through these things. But they'll use photographs of, say, like Diddy's son in handcuffs, him with a weapon to his head. Diddy look very, very. The images seem to almost be playing to the media as opposed to playing to the case, right? And it's a complaint. What do you think?
Yeah, and that's not the way. Listen, it's other. every attorney has their own strategy. That's not a strategy that we employ. That's number one. Number two is it also could go, and again, this is not knocking Mr. Blackburn. I don't know him. He could be the greatest attorney of all time. I have no idea. I don't know all of his experience that he had, how many trials he's had, how many complaints he's filed, if he worked for the state attorney's office or the PD's office or worked
allegedly he's about like 3 or 4 years or 2 to 4 years out of law school. I don't know if that's true.
And you know, when you first get out of law school and you get a case that you think is going to be, you know, a major case, you have to really, like I said, cross your T's and dot your I's. The moving of the jurisdiction, I think, made that case look very, very, that is a huge red flag, in my opinion, that your client didn't inform you. And it could be, listen, it's very likely not his fault. It could be the client didn't inform him of this. And then all of a sudden something came up and he's like, hey, you know, if that happened to me, I'd probably withdraw off the case if a client didn't tell me the right state that the occurrence happened in.
That's wild.
But that's, you know, that's kind of up to the attorney. And like I said, I don't know him. I've never met him. But that in itself was a great blunder that causes a question in the whole case. And I've always said this, and I was just commenting on Michael Cohen's testimony on Newsmax. And I said, you know, I was just saying, you know, if someone lies about, and I also said this, there's nothing that makes a convicted felon and perjurer more honest than when he's testifying for the state. There, all of a sudden, you should believe everything a person says when they're a state witness. But I'll put that aside for a moment. But I was saying, you know, if you catch someone in a lie on the stand, it causes a question in every single thing that they said. Right. So at what point, if you know they're willing to lie on the stand and they're willing to go against their oath, then how can I rely on anything else they say? So when you have a sworn complaint, which I think this was a sworn complaint, but even if it wasn't, when you have a complaint that's making specific allegations and then you bring your client in and you go over the complaint with your client before you file it, and you say, okay, this is what we're going to file. This is how we're going to file it. Is
it your job to try to at least make sure what is being alleged in the complaint is true? Because maybe the person could be like, well, my client said it was a bunch of underage girls at Diddy's parties. I just put it in the complaint. I don't know.
Yeah, you have to confirm what your client is saying, and you confirm it through evidence that they bring in. Like I said, we're very picky with the cases that we take on the plaintiff side. And the reason for that, and some people are like, oh, you don't take any of the cases. We don't take any cases that don't have some sort of corroborating evidence for what I don't just take a case. Someone can say, oh, I'll pay you to take the case. Well, people have said that before. I'll pay you to file the complaint. It's not a matter of money. It is a matter of reputation. My dad used to tell me, you know, you can build a reputation over a lifetime, and one dumb mistake that will crush everything that you built up until that point. So you have to be like that. And especially, you know, when it comes to these serious allegations, you have to find out all the details before you file the complaint. Like I said, this isn't a knock against Mr. Blackburn. I don't know him, but you need to really check all those facts.
Hey, listen, I'll help you, and I'll say what you don't want to say. The Cassie lawsuit holds a little bit of water. We've seen the chaos that's caused. The 17-year-old person who's still Jane Doe, who allegedly has to identify themselves eventually, that's what the court has ruled. Hold a little bit of water. By the way, it's represented by the same person as Cassie. Lil Rod, the one against Christian Combs. These subsequent ones, by the way, there's a new one that claims that Diddy was sexually assaulting her, but she kept going back there. I'm not saying that, hey, I don't want to speak to what victims might do. There is another one that isn't represented by the same person. I'm seeing almost a pattern.
Yeah,
There is not a lot of due diligence when this one individual, who, by the way, you also know, they were referred to a grievance committee off of a Rule 11 violation. Exactly.
Yeah. And Rule 11 violations are pretty serious. Just so we're clear.
No. Because my audience doesn't know what that is. Please explain what that is.
It's a federal violation by a judge for either something misappropriation in a complaint or something that the lawyer did to warrant a Rule 11 violation. And what happens is they can refer you to the bar. Number one, they can sanction you. They can award attorney's fees to the other side on a Rule 11, on a motion to dismiss or something like that. Rule 11 sanctions are nothing that you want as a lawyer, and it's in a federal matter.
Have you ever got one?
No, I've never gotten a Rule 11 sanction. I've gotten Rule 11 sanctions against other attorneys, but no, I've never gotten a Rule 11.
Is it out the ordinary that maybe a possible new attorney? Because honestly, here's the thing: we all and I'm now speaking as this is DJ Akademiks speaking as the media pundit. We've heard a bunch of shit about Diddy. We do think he's been on some bullshit. Here's the thing: not because I think you've been on some bullshit. Everything anyone says, it's automatically believed. There's a few people who, they have financial gain. I pointed out myself because, one of the attorneys for these people contacted me after I doubted the veracity of one of their claims. They contacted me to be like, yo, what's up? And I'm like, then I realized they're trying to use the media. Because if you care what the media is interpreting your lawsuits, your complaints to be, these are not complaints that have been either substantiated by, an actual trial where a jury is gonna. This isn't even something that's even survived maybe initial motion to dismiss. I looked at it, I was like, oh, I get what this is. They're now using platforms like mine to shame people, to harass people into settlements. And
that'll happen. That happens. Listen, like I said, I've been around the block many times, and these things happen. These things happen a lot. When you're an individual who has some notoriety, you're going to be a target to individuals that want to try and get a settlement from you with things that are true and things that aren't true. It just depends. It depends on the case, depends on the lawyers. You had the Tiger Woods stuff that, essentially, what was the big deal with that is that it wasn't something that they were asserting that they were doing unwillingly. It was just, hey, listen, there's all these women, you're married. And, I think we can file these laws. It was a crazy situation, but he felt that, he wanted to settle those cases out instead of taking a ding to his reputation. And I've met Tiger before. He's a good guy. I mean, listen, everyone has these things that come up, and the
biggest problem with Tiger is that he was fucking a bunch of 5s and 6s. He should have been fucking 9s and 10s.
It just is what it is. Like I said.
I don't want to put you in any drama. Anyway, let's kind of shift to YSL.
Sure.
The YSL situation. I started to be very interested in it. It has bored me to sleep. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. I've looked at Fonnie Willis, who's tied up in some other shit. I just can't understand. Please give us a realistic understanding of what's going on with there, and what do you think is going to happen?
So I think the problem with RICO cases, and I've said this quite often, is that RICO cases give prosecutors very, very wide discretion as to what they can bring in and what they can discuss. And the problem is it's like a buffet. And when you have someone that can't stop eating, And that's what happens to prosecutors. So in this case, these prosecutors just they don't want to stop eating. They listed like 600 witnesses, which is unbelievably ridiculous.
By the way, at a point, they brought up a old YouTube video of mine, tried to enter it after they listed like 400 witnesses. They're like, hey, we want to introduce this last thing. And the judge says, hey, unless the person who actually made the video is down to come here and testify, no. And they're like, and I'm watching this, and like all my media partners sent them. I'm like, I'm not going in there. What the fuck are they talking about? Like, Rico, is this legal where the state could just use a little bit of everything to just pile on to just build a mountain of, hey, this is our narrative and hope you get convicted?
Certainly that's what they're trying to do. The judge is starting to limit a lot of it. I think that a lot of this should have been addressed before the case even started. And I wouldn't have allowed a lot of the things that are going on. I mean, if this case goes on for a year and a half, and the state just keeps bringing up things that they weren't going to introduce, but now they feel like, oh, I found something. Over a year and a half, they can find whatever. I mean, investigations can keep going on. There has to be some point where there's a cutoff and say, hey, listen, you've provided all the evidence that you're going to provide. Here's the case. Here's what it is. Unless you want to get a mistrial, you're bringing in things that are just not going to come in on the norm. And then you want them in under some auspice of, oh, judge, we just found this and we want this in. To me, the case is completely off the rails. I think a lot of those attorneys are very frustrated. A lot of defense attorneys are very frustrated. I think it's a good team of attorneys, and I think they're trying to control themselves. On the state side, all I have seen are errors on the state side. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a conviction because they're going to be in court for the next 12 or 13 months. I don't know how a jury is going to remember what was said in the first month of the trial. I don't even know how they're going to do a closing with 600 witnesses to go through what each witness said and to go through the evidence. I mean, the closing could take 2 days for each side. So I think that it was a huge blunder. I think she bit off more than she could chew. I think there were smaller cases that could have been brought that she could have got time on and saved face. But she decided to go for the gusto with this RICO case. And I just don't think it was a smart move. I think she should have taken, small buckets of crimes, charged those crimes, worked out deals or worked out pleas or gone to trial on some of those cases. But I don't think anything she's doing is smart in this case. I think it's a huge, huge state blunder. And it also shows a lot of weakness in RICO cases in Atlanta. Trump's charged with a RICO case in Atlanta. He just got 3 of the 13 counts against him dismissed. And I think that it shows a lot of weakness on her part. Not to mention, all this other stuff that's going on that's peripheral. I don't think it affects. I think it's poor decision-making on her. I think it just demonstrates poor decision-making. And I just don't understand why she would want to stay on cases that make her look like there is a bias or make her look like there is some sort of error on her part. And just pass the case on. It's not that big of a deal to get a different state attorney to handle the case. And it really shows a weakness in her character to keep the case when she should just be, giving it over. And I think she should have given at least the Trump case, she should have passed that one on. And on this RICO case, I think that she just bit off more than she could chew.
So, and going back to Florida, why do you think that doesn't happen there? And another thing, I was wondering, as I said, a super lawyer who represents, some of the people who are in the worst of positions. We've seen the resolution at this point of, and by the way, salute to everybody who has been pointing out to me that XXXTentacion, he has gained the most amount of streams he's ever gotten in his whole career, even though he's been deceased for 6 years.
I represented him in a bond hearing. He was a good kid. Yeah, nice kid. Nice kid. I talked to him for a while. He's a good kid. Very, very, listen, all my clients have some uniqueness to them, and you know, whenever someone's an artist or a sports figure, they always have interesting backgrounds, interesting takes on things. I thought, you know, I represented DMX very early in my career.
Did you?
And
How was that?
and it was amazing. I really, when DMX was on and like just having a conversation with him, Earl, he was really, his dad was a jazz musician. He gave me great stories about his parents. It's just, his stories were very, very interesting. And like, just his whole, it was a different experience than I thought it was going to be when I first met him. You know, when I first came in, I thought, you know, you just know what you know about DMX, you know, and then when you actually meet the person and they have like more to them, a lot of depth. He was an interesting guy. I thought he was a really, and there's another guy I went to war with, you know, Joe Arcapaio in Arizona had it out for him. The sheriff that was ultimately indicted. But then I think he got a pardon too. But him and I would go at it. You know, he'd want to say something about DMX, and I felt, you know, very, you know, I take those things personally.
Too, you're right.
Yeah, so I take those things personally. And he had an amazing attorney in New York too. And that attorney in New York, I think his daughter is still a defense attorney in New York, and she's awesome too. And it's Murray. I can't remember his last name, but he was a phenomenal attorney and a great guy. We had a lot of conversations about Earl, and he treated Earl, DMX, he treated him like he was a relative, and so did his daughter. Like he was part of their family because they represented him for so long. And I really related to that because I get very involved with my clients in terms of, you know, their families. I want to know about them.
Kodak bought you a truck.
What'd you say?
Kodak bought you a truck. Bro, he loves you.
Yeah. A couple of years, yeah. Well, he's a great, like I said, it always comes back to, I can count maybe one or two clients in my whole
What's
entire
the conversations with you and Kodak? Because like he talks about you in such a loving way of just
great.
Like you've
He's
looked
the
out
best.
for him. Like, what are these conversations? Give us from your perspective.
I mean, non-legal conversations.
Yes.
Him and I talk about everything. We talk about, you know, we always, I mentor him as much as I can in terms of situations. And I mean, we talk about cars a lot too. He's a car. He just finished like a 71 convertible. So I'm a car guy.
Really?
So we talk about cars a lot. And you know, we talk about business a lot. What I think that would make money for him, just all kinds of things. Like, you know, any relationship that you can think of where you are concerned for that individual and want to see that individual succeed. And listen, I want to see all my clients succeed. Kodak, like I said, we have a different relationship because we're closer than that. You know, those are the conversations we have. But he comes over for Passover. He comes over for Jewish holidays. My family.
Could I ask a you know, people know me in hip hop as a pocket watcher.
Yeah.
Some of these cases I've seen you like win, and I'm like, oh, that's like $1 million. Like, how do you even, like, when you have these relationships with these guys, like, how do you even charge them though? Like,
yeah, so Kodak's a different animal. Like I really don't send Kodak bills. Kodak and I have a different relationship. We just have a different relationship. I consider Kodak like, you know, he's part of my family, really. I mean, he you know, his son comes over, plays with my son.
Really?
Yeah, and he's just a great guy. You know who else was great? One of Kodak's friends, Lamar Jackson. Great guy.
Really?
Great guy. Another one that, like, you know, you would never know. He always backed. He was another one who, by the way, I should have mentioned him. He was another one that supported Kodak during the pardon process. And he was a big one because, you know, the President Trump is a huge football fan. So like if you're a quarterback, he loves Tom Brady, but he loves Lamar Jackson. And like, that's another one that's just he's a great ride or die. Like, and Kodak introduced me to Lamar, and Lamar and I were in South Carolina on an unrelated issue. and he had to get shoes. This is a good story because not a press story, right? And he had to get shoes. And so he's like, hey, man, I forgot my dress shoes. So I'm like, all right, like, let's find a place to get you dress shoes. We're in the middle of the sticks, like in South Carolina. And I'm like, there's a Men's Warehouse, right? So he's like, all right. So we go to this Men's Warehouse.
Wait, you actually go there, or you send like people to go there?
No. We go in, me and him. So we go into Men's Warehouse, and because let me tell you something. Lamar is like the most down to earth, dope, like great. I mean, he's great. He's just a great kid. And we go into this Men's Warehouse, and there's like 4 guys in there already, four younger kids. And they're like looking at him. They're like, are you Lamar Jackson? And he's like, yeah. One kid just freaks out. He's like, holy shit. He's like, you're my favorite player. Like, this kid was like in the back. He comes out. He recognizes Lamar in a second. And he's like, oh, we're getting tuxes for my grandma's funeral. And Lamar's like, oh, man, I'm sorry. He's like, no. He's like, it's okay. And they take pictures with him. The kid was like kind of in tears about his grandma. And Lamar is kind of like, taking selfies with them, signing stuff. And then we go up to the counter. They're still doing their shopping. We go up to the counter. Lamar pays for all their tuxedos, buys his shoes, pays for all their tuxedos, and we just leave. No big deal. And like, it's just like cool shit like that, man. Like that it's not going to be reported on. No one's calling the press about it. It's just,
wow.
That is his nature. And like, I've seen Kodak do that. I've seen Kodak walk into like a sneaker place. Like, we'll be in Chicago. I remember we were in Chicago when he first got pardoned. I had to go pick him up in Chicago. And
you had to go pick him up?
Yeah, I had to go pick him up in Chicago. Well, I didn't have to. I wanted to.
Yeah, of course.
So I fly up to Chicago. I pick him up from like the boondocks. It's like an hour and a half outside Chicago. And he's got no clothes to wear. So we got to get like normal clothes and stuff. So we get all his clothes, and you got to get sneakers. And like we walk into some sneaker place. It was during COVID. So he had a mask on. He had his hoodie up. Nobody even recognized him. And there was like 3 or 4 kids that were looking at sneakers, and their parents were like saying like, these are too expensive. These are too expensive. And Kodak's like, hey, he's like, listen, he's like, make sure those 3 kids get whatever sneakers they want. And I'm like, all right. So I walk over to the parents. I'm like, hey, listen, I represent somebody. He's already left the store. Kodak already leaves the store.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, I represent somebody, and they want to make sure that your kids get whatever sneakers they want. They're like, they were like shocked, and they're like, they thought it was like there was
like almost like a troll. Like
it was bullshit. No, I'm like, no. So they all picked out like Jordans or whatever, and that was it. And it's like, those type of situations, those type of things, like you don't see it. TMZ doesn't see it.
That's true.
None of these people see it. So like when people ask me, why do you get so defensive with some clients and all these, why do you do that? It's because I have a relationship with them, and I know what's bullshit. And when I see, something happen to them, or I see someone commenting something, and I know they don't know the person, it gets me angry because I know the person and I know what type of person they are. So like I said, that's why I have the relationship I have with Kodak, because, he's like family. He came to my birthday a couple weeks ago, and like, I mean, he entertained everybody. There was like 20 people there. He entertains everybody. He's walking around, taking selfies, hugging people. My mom and dad are hugging him. Like, my mom's like, my mom loves Kodak. Huh?
Listen, I know he loves you.
Yeah, he's the greatest. He's a great kid.
I think for a second, me and you had like a little run-in before.
Yeah, because I felt like you were coming after. Listen, no, I always, when you wanted me on the show, I was like, fuck. I'm like, all right, I'll do it. But like, I was thinking in my head, like, we had this little beef.
No, when Kodak got released, I promise you, Kodak gets released. He did a podcast on my podcast Off the Record, and he said, I'm glad you started being nicer to Bradford, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I would have probably had to do something to you because I love that guy. And I was like, damn, he really do love you, man.
Bro, he's the best. Like, listen, I've just been lucky. I'm a very and I say this all the time, I'm a very lucky guy that I got to get the clients that I have, the relationships that I have, even with, like, like I said, relationships that I have with state attorneys, relationships that I have with judges that, like, I genuinely, I'm not thinking they're going to do me a favor. I'm friends with people because I like them. Like, I'm not friends with them for what they can do for me. And I'm at a place in my career, I don't need to take another case. I really don't. I take cases now because, I sit down with the person, I talk to them, I know that I can help them. And there's some cases I feel like, I look at them and I'm like, man,
would you take the Diddy case? If Diddy hits you up and says, hey, listen, I already have like a team of attorneys, but I need you a part of the general counsel that's kind of like guiding these guys. There's so much shit coming, whether it's civil or possible, like, state DAs or whatever trying to look into me. I need somebody like you to help me. Would you do that, or would you be like, hey, listen, this is too messy? And also on a PR perspective, hey, listen, that video just went out. I don't want to be seen as the person that's aligned with the guy that's in that video.
Yeah.
How do you treat that?
So let me start with this. I'm not the attorney on a lot of, I know what I'm good at. I'm not generally good at these sex type cases. And the reason why is because my cross-examination is just, it's not good. If there's a female victim on the stand, my cross-examination is not a cross-examination that goes over well with a jury.
You're aggressive. That's what you're trying to like. You're aggressive, and you probably lack the empathy that people want to see. She could be lying out the ass, but if you're just like sinking your teeth into it, it's like, we don't know.
Right.
Right.
In that situation, I'm the fat kid at the buffet that can't stop eating. Right. So that's kind of part one.
By the way, hold on. I'm sorry for interrupting. Do you advise, as you say, do you advise that anyone who is accused or in any situation with a sexual, either possible criminal charge or civil charge, that they go with maybe a female attorney to possible mitigate that? To, show some, hey, listen,
That's usually the smart thing to do is at least have a female attorney on your team. And I'll just use like Kevin Spacey, for example.
Okay.
In the Kevin Spacey case, he hired a guy who specialized in those type of sexual cases, and he crushed it. I mean, the guy won every single Kevin Spacey criminal case, and that's because that guy specialized in it. You have to hire people that is what they do. Way to go about it, in my opinion. If you're going to get heart surgery, you go to a doctor that does heart surgery. You don't go to a brain surgeon. So that's my personal opinion. And I've had cases that were like this in my early career. I just prefer not to do them, and that I'm not great at them, and I know what I'm great at, and I stick to what I'm great at.
You're an animal. I like that. You're an animal. Bring you in when the fucking state attorney, the DA, is basically saying, hey, you had these drugs, you had you did this, you shot this person.
Right. I like my gun cases, my drug cases. You bring me in on a murder case, you bring me in on a drug case, a trafficking case, all those type of cases. I love. And I flourish on those cases. The sex cases, I'm just not great at. And I don't mind admitting what I'm not great at. It's like, you don't give, John Wick might not be great at a samurai sword. He might be better, with handguns.
Hey, Mariano Rivera, one of the greatest closers in baseball history. You don't put him to start. He's a closer. Okay, you bring him in after the 7th inning. You don't bring him in to do the 1st to 6th, right? And he's one of the best ever. but he knew what he was good at. So
That's all.
That's very interesting. Listen, hey, chat, is there anything else? And I know, by the way, thank you so much. You've been so
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
You've been so great, and I hope I'm trying to foster a relationship with you that, obviously I talk about hip hop a lot, and you're one of the people not only that provides insight. I see you actually defending these cases. I'm telling you, that Rod Wave case, I was like, fuck, and I looked at your page, I'm like, what the fuck? Chat, anything else you guys want me to ask him about? By the way, they absolutely love you for everything you said about Kodak. Some people are asking if they could afford you.
I listen, like I said, again, I take a lot of cases just because I like, if someone comes in my office and I like them, I've been known to take cases just because I like the person. It really, like I said, I'm just at a point in my career. I take cases that I know I like, and I like the person. They're going to listen to me. They're going to take my advice. And I'll tell you a quick story, and then I got to run. But I when I was a younger attorney, there was a defendant that I had. His name, and I remember him to this day. His name was Keir Chevlon. This Haitian kid. It was just a great. I really loved the kid. He had an amazing, great smile. I was like, this kid could be like a superstar. I just loved the kid. The kid was a really good kid. He was 15 years old. And back then, BSO, Broward Sheriff's Office, what they would do is they would close cases with young kids by driving them around the neighborhood. They catch them maybe breaking into a car. And then they would be like, oh, did you break into other cars in this area? They'd be like, no, I didn't. They're like, listen, if you admit to it, don't worry about it. We're going to not charge you with it. And they lie their asses off. And they would drive around the neighborhood and they would close all these open cases for car thefts and put it all on one kid. So this kid, Keir Chevlon, gets charged with 20 grand thefts for breaking and entering into vehicles. And at the time, I was being appointed cases, meaning that I was a defense attorney, but if there was a conflict of interest with the public defender's office, they would appoint me to be the outside counsel. So I was appointed as outside counsel for this kid, Keir, and I meet the kid. I like the kid. I'm talking to him, and he's like, bro, they got me in this room. They just had me start admitting to shit. And, I did break into this one car, but I couldn't have broken into these other cars because some of these, I wasn't even in town. Yeah, I wasn't even in town when these cars were being broken into. So I look into it. I file a motion to suppress. I talk to the prosecutor. They end up filing them as adult charges on the kid. The kid was 16, and I end up getting all the cases dismissed, all 20 grand thefts. And his mom was thanking me. He was thanking me. Anyways, fast forward 10 years. This is when this is probably 99, 2000. Fast forward 10 years to 2010, I get a letter in the mail, handwritten, and it says, I think it was Staff Sergeant Chevlon. And he joined the Army. He became super successful in the Army. He ended up being a staff sergeant. He wrote this big, long letter that said he wanted to thank me because without me, he wouldn't be able to get into the Army. The Army changes his whole career around, his whole life around. And he essentially was telling me how successful he was. He had a family. He had a son and a wife, and they were living, I think, in Germany or something. And he was just giving me kind of the rundown. That, to me, motivates. I read that motivates me more than, someone can pay me, 100 grand for a case. Because that tells me I had an effect on someone. I had, my hand was there and I was able to guide him into the right path, the right way, and totally change the trajectory of his life to something different. That motivates me more than like I said, someone says, oh, I can pay you 100 grand. I mean, listen, it's always good to someone say, hey, I can pay you 100 grand. But the fact that someone would listen to me and take my advice and take my mentorship, which I knew him for the next year and a half or 2 years until his family moved away, and did something with it, became successful. That is more fulfilling to me than getting another 100 grand. Especially now in my career, I'm 53. I do this for another couple of years. I'm ready to, do something different, I think, in maybe another 2 or 3 years, and then I'd like to do something different. But I'd still like to be in that mentor role. Like I'd like to be able to, help younger artists or help younger individuals kind of navigate exactly what's going to happen when you hit those, you hit that first $1 million, you hit that next $2 million, the hangers on, the people that are going to come with you that are going to be like, oh, I'll be your security, I'll do this, that. So all those things, I think that's kind of where I would ultimately like to end up, but we'll see. Listen, it's been a pleasure. All right.
No, thank you. Thank you. You've been so gracious with your time. I appreciate you. This is our first conversation. I'm glad we had it on live. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna invite you back at your leisure,
anytime.
To speak about whatever. I love watching your page. I advise everybody who's watching this, please go to Instagram.com/LAWRONIN. My guy has very, again, this is, just how I cover shit. Let's be objective about it. Of course, we all have, our, thoughts and feelings about certain shit, but he's really objective and he keeps it to the letter of the law. I love it.
Thanks,
You're
man.
amazing, brother.
I appreciate it. Anytime.
Thank you so much. I'll hit you off of this, but thank you for your time so much.
You got it. Talk to you soon.
All right, definitely. Oh, wow, chat. Oh, wow. No, he was good. Damn. I'm not going to cap with you, man. This was good, chat. Fuck. All right. That was good. I like that. Chat, do y'all like when I bring on, obviously I try to stream for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours at a time. Like, I know you guys hear me talk all the time. I feel like it's important that we bring on other people as well. Let me get my camera popping back. Yes, I'm back. Cool. All good? No, he was amazing, Chad. He was fucking amazing. I kid you not. Yeah. I think with all the Diddy stuff, I'm glad he came on, but like we're good. We don't have to cover no more Diddy stuff. We're good for today. I see a couple donations. People talking about Drake. We could talk more about Drake. We should get into Nicki Minaj though. Let's get into Nicki Minaj. I do gotta take a piss because I ain't gonna lie, man. This fucking liquor is running through me. Pause. Let me actually play, before that, Art of Dialogue. Here we go. Okay, he's talking about Diddy. There's some more about Diddy. Okay, here we go. So, this is not no agenda me playing this, but Art of Dialogue showcase a part of Corey Holcomb. Y'all know Corey Holcomb, 5150, all that shit. Apparently, someone on their show was like, hey, listen, check this out. All Women Ain't Victims, Corey Holcomb and comedian Craig Smith. They're questioning if Cassie was a victim the entire time with the relationship with Diddy. With Craig Smith saying Cassie was hustling her pussy and claiming it was documented that Kim Porter friends said that Cassie tortured Kim Porter with Diddy. Now, I'll get back to this when I take my piss, but after I take my piss, I come back. So there's a part of like this whole conversation that says, remember how I was talking with my guy Bradford Cohen? Part of it says Cassie was really not only complicit, Cassie was with this shit. They're also saying that Kim Porter was harassed, tortured, clowned, and belittled not only by Diddy, but they claim that Diddy utilized Cassie to do that. Let me play this real quick. I'm going to take a piss real quick, and I will be back. We will talk a little bit more about it, but here we go.
Ain't nobody got the courage to stick up for Puff. I do. What do you mean?
Go ahead.
Hey, man,
see, you wasn't here, so I want him to hear this.
Cassie ain't the bitch y'all think she is. I always say this, man. Domestic violence is not always abuse because some bitches like to fight. Cassie is the same woman that would go to Puff Daddy's house while Kim Porter was alive and watch Puffy beat on Kim, cuss Kim out, abuse Kim, and laugh at Kim. Kim's friends have came out and it's documented that they say Cassie used to be torturing Kim with Puff. She is not this victim broad that everybody is making her out to be. This is a treacherous bitch. Anytime a woman that is that beautiful is dating a nigga that is that regular looking, she's hustling her pussy. This is a woman that hustles vagina, and we treating her like she a Claire Huxtable or a respectable everyday woman. This bitch is a libido whore. She's libido hungry, and she's money hungry, and she's eating, sucking, and fucking on anybody that got the paper. That $30 million settlement she got, a portion of that should go to Kim's kids. Because you tortured Kim fucking with a married man to get to that paper. She used to be at Puff House while Kim was there on some super disrespectful shit. I'm spitting like a motherfucker.
But that don't mean that somebody needs to get beat down.
But if a woman participates in the abuse of another woman, why are all women sticking up for her? Some bitches deserve to get whooped on.
You don't know that for a fact.
Look it up. I mean, it's as
that
much
she watched it, that she knew. Now, knowing is a different story because some people are so twisted in their mind that they might think that they can change somebody. Now, that might have been her mistake, but that's not deserving of her getting hit.
No, what
I'm
saying this is women are not a monolith. Y'all ain't all created the same. Sometimes when you see a woman getting her ass whooped, that's because she just.
All right, chat. I just got back. I washed my hands. Stop playing. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, we're doing good today, chat. Real quick, I want to salute to all my people on Rumble. Shout out to all my people who have sent in Rumble rants, all my members over there. Of course, all my subs on Twitch. And, of course, all the members on the Academy channel and anybody who have sent in donations via the King Academics or the Academy channel. And also even, what am I talking about? Even Facebook. Thank you, guys. By the way, I'm really glad. I just want to, once again, I just want to send my appreciation to Bradford Cohen. This is an attorney who, I'm telling you, he charges a pretty penny. For us to have him on here for 2 hours talking to us, basically almost disseminating advice and such integral information, like, trust me, like, that's like $20,000 of his time. So I appreciate it. And, he seemed to enjoy it. So hopefully we could get him on here even more frequently. All right, chat. So thank you guys. You guys have been amazing too. So just want to shout everybody out. Okay. So Corey Holcomb brings on another comedian, Craig Smith. He's basically saying that Cassie isn't the victim. Now, this isn't how I feel. I do believe that some people were complicit with Diddy, but I can't ever say no one was really complicit with him at their own recognizance. Maybe people were complicit with Diddy because they knew what type of nigga he was. He's abusive, he's threatening, he's arrogant, he's violent. And if they wanted to, kept getting employed or getting paid within that structure, they got to do what he says. So for me to even say that, anyone was complicit with him, I would have to see them utilize the same type of power, disrespect, blatant disregard for any type of authority or any type of other people's feelings or their humanity. I haven't seen that beyond the scope of Diddy. You get what I mean? So anyone else, even if they do seem like they were complicit, I got to believe that they were coerced. Right? Again, we're watching Diddy beat the brakes off people, tell people what to do, or else. If we're not seeing Cassie beat up people, force people to do shit, talk crazy to people, we have to be like, no, that's just Diddy. Diddy had an effect on other people. those people were trying to carry out his mission with whatever. So again, that's just how I think about it. Anyway, I don't speak for everyone. This is a guy named Craig Smith who's saying that he's questioning if Cassie was a victim. Let's play this.
Is the same woman that would go to Puff Daddy's house while Kim Porter was alive and watch Puffy beat on Kim, cuss Kim out, abuse Kim, and laugh at Kim. Kim's friends have came out and it's documented that they say Cassie used to be torturing Kim with Puff. She is not this victim broad that everybody is making her out to be. This is a treacherous bitch. Anytime a woman that is that beautiful is dating a nigga that is that regular looking, she's hustling her pussy. This is a woman that hustles vagina, and we treating her like she a Claire Huxtable or a respectable everyday woman. This bitch is a libido whore. She's libido hungry, and she's money hungry, and she's eating, sucking, and fucking on anybody that got the paper. That $30 million settlement she got, a portion of that should go to Kim's kids. Because you tortured Kim fucking with a married man to get to that paper. She used to be at Puff House while Kim was there on some super disrespectful shit. I'm spitting like a motherfucker.
But that don't mean that somebody needs to get beat down.
But if a woman participates in the abuse of another woman, why are all women sticking up for her? Some bitches deserve to get whooped on.
You don't know that for a fact.
Look it up.
Wait, hold on now. We ain't co-signing that. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Now, I get the overall point of what he's saying. He's saying that Cassie was used by Diddy. Well, I'm saying she was used by Diddy. He's saying that Cassie actively participated in disrespecting Kim Porter. That's like a new theory I haven't heard from many people. I haven't heard about that overlap between Kim Porter and Cassie. But he's claiming that Cassie was a part of the disrespect and a lot of the things that were seen towards Kim Porter. I don't know, so I don't want to put no opinion on it.
I mean, it's as
that
much
she watched it, that she knew. Now, knowing is a different story because some people are so twisted in their mind that they might think that they can change somebody. Now, that might have been her mistake, but that's not deserving of her getting hit.
No, what
I'm
saying this is women are not a monolith. Y'all ain't all created the same. Sometimes when you see a woman getting her ass whooped, that's because she just robbed a nigga or she set a nigga up to get murdered, or all women ain't fucking victims. So I'm not about to run around here on this tape and act like all you bitches is good bitches.
We're
Some
not
of you
talking
bitches
about all bitches.
ain't
We're
shit.
talking about the Cassie thing. We're not talking about all bitches.
Cassie, I'm
We're
telling
talking
you.
about that.
I mean, why are you antagonizing for bitches?
I'm not antagonizing.
I'm just
talking
saying,
about
you
Cassie. We already
do you know Cassie?
No, I
do
know.
you think she had sex? Let me ask you a question. I don't know the bitch. I wouldn't piss on the bitch if she was on fire in the street.
We're all going on what we see.
Let me ask you a question.
You know, what's happening here is an interesting discussion. And it's interesting because I think, take away all the colorful language you're using towards some of these women that might be victims. The intuitive question is, who is a victim versus who was complicit? And also, maybe the bigger question is, if I say, yo, let's take away anything to do with women. Let's just keep it at men. I say these guys are bullying me, right? And I have now gained or garnered sympathy for these men bullying me. But then it's also revealed that I was bullying 3 other guys. Am I still a victim because I was being bullied? Or is it one of those things where it's like, well, you're acting like you never did anything, but you also contributed to the harassment or bullying of other men? Like, you're basically shouting to the world, hey, I was bullied by these guys, but then someone else is shouting out, well, you also bullied them. Now, that's an interesting, like, you know, and obviously I have no commentary when it comes to that, just because they're also evoking pretty much the spirit of Kim Porter, saying that maybe Cassie was a part of harassing Kim Porter, which we don't know. Kim Porter isn't here. If you don't know, Kim Porter is the mother of, I believe, Diddy's twins and King Combs, I think. And basically, they're, you know, she's no longer here. So to say that, it's just interesting, okay? Or like odd a little bit, right? Anyway.
We know what we see.
Do you think that woman had sex with him after he whooped her?
100
Probably,
million
yeah.
times.
She stayed with him
What
many
the
years
fuck after y'all
that.
talking about?
That's not still.
I don't like a motherfucker. If a bitch whoop my ass, I'm through with you.
Well,
Hey, I had a cousin get stabbed 4 times in the chest in his sleep. A mom. I got 50 first cousins, and 80% of them is women. All women aren't dainty women that need to be.
That's the truth. I get that. That is the truth. I believe that.
I call him my cousin.
But there's
it's
also a
because
thing
we
called
was together
Stockholm
for the
syndrome
longest.
for some people, and that's crazy.
His
for
wife shot him 5-6 times on their honeymoon because another girl called the phone, shot him, snuck him with a gun. When this nigga came to, because it's a miracle, he lived. And I love him to death. But you know what this motherfucker said?
What?
I got to go get my wife out of jail.
Oh, yeah.
You just said not all women are victims. I don't.
But that's all I mean.
That's what he, once he came to and realized what happened, because you know when he woke up, he wasn't right at first.
Yeah.
But once he realized what happened,
Yeah.
this motherfucker was worried about the bitch who tried to murder him.
Yeah, that's wild. I'm not sticking up for men that whoop women. What I'm saying is, you know, all women aren't victims. All women are not victims.
Right.
You know they suspended Stephen A. when he had the balls to say something like that.
You say what?
They suspended Stephen A. off ESPN when he had the balls to say something like what you just said.
Yeah.
But I let you ride because I already know you telling the truth.
Okay. Now, to address what all these guys are saying, they're basically saying that, hey, Cassie may have been just as vile as Diddy. I don't know. I only see Cassie's relationship with Diddy and what she said. Diddy hasn't really offered any defense. He hasn't offered anything else. I do have to say, listen, that's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out, but I'm only going to go off what seems more plausible and what seems what is. The fact is this, man. Maybe Cassie be on some shit. Maybe she, whatever. What we do know, not only by watching the video, what we've heard, and Diddy ain't provide a response. Man, that nigga Diddy was on some wildin' shit, man. And it's kind of immature and premature for us to even offer defenses for a nigga who don't even defend himself. We don't even see Diddy, like, Diddy apologized for beating her ass, but he ain't even apologized to her. He apologized for us seeing the video. It looks crazy on us to be just sitting here trying to offer up defenses saying, well, some women are bad. Hey, listen, y'all know me. I know some women who are really devious. They'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal from you, and they'll set you up. So I'm not saying women can't do that, but if we're in a situation right now where we're seeing video of Diddy beating the brakes off of this woman, yeah, maybe it's possible that she was down with all the freak-offs. Oh, maybe it's possible that she was really a treacherous chick. But what we have seen so far, what the evidence has proven or at least shown to be true, why the hell are we over here wondering if Cassie did something rather than thinking about the person who actually did do something? It's Diddy. We've heard a million stories about you. We've seen mad lawsuits about you. And now we're seeing video about you. If there was any proof of Cassie being anything even remotely close to being a co-conspirator or someone else that could be close to being of your ilk and being of your mentality, we would have seen it, or you would have leaked it. You're the person who literally came out and said this was all a lie. until CNN leaked a video. So you want me to believe that if you had video of Cassie doing some dumb shit, you wouldn't already put it out? If you had video of Cassie violating other people, violating you, doing the worst of the worst things, you wouldn't have put it out? I'm just not believing that. And again, it's not just blanketly, because I don't think you should blanketly believe any victim or alleged victim. But it's very important to kind of see what's being alleged and take it in a very methodical manner. Yo, Diddy, you said you ain't do this shit. We got you on video beating the chick's ass. You're claiming that she's shaking you down. We ain't seen no evidence of the sort. Her lawsuit seems pretty legit. Fuck are we talking about? Why are we over here trying to sympathize? And again, what's very important is this. And I think this is what people got to tell Diddy or his lawyers or whoever else who might have this opinion. I don't think they do in terms of Diddy and his lawyers, because there's no way. We're only moving off the information available at the moment. The information is that Diddy's an abuser. We've seen it. The information is that Diddy's a liar. We've seen it. The information is that whatever you might feel sympathy for Diddy because maybe Cassie is just the worst of a monster, if you want to throw it all on Cassie, we have never seen nothing of the sort. The narrative has never been like, let's not just try to throw this nigga a lifeline when, number one, it doesn't look like he asking for one, and also it don't look like he deserves one. So creating these stories that Cassie was hustling her pussy, I'm not saying this ain't possible. I ain't saying Cassie wasn't with the same bullshit. But where are the allegations that say that? We're just going to come up with that because we want to defend Diddy? Is it because Diddy's a man and we're a man and I'm a man and these people talking, they're a man, and they're like, yo, well, we got to show that us men, nah, bruh. We ain't had no allegations of Cassie doing nothing crazy. Anyway, let me see. Is there any? Is there something else I should be pulling up? Did y'all hear the 50 Cent shit thing? Oh, there's more stuff with Sean Kingston and his mama. Oh my God. Oh my sweet Jesus. What in the hell? Okay. Let's see if we could before we get to there, let's see if we could get to Diddy documentary. Let's see what's the latest on that.
With his band at Cannery Hall.
Oh, did I watch this already?
He gives her a big kiss, and then right after the kiss, he gets it with the burger.
Oh, wow. Who would you rather?
They bullshit over here. We trying to get to the real shit. Oh, okay. Oh, we have the lawsuit we ain't go through yet. Do y'all want to go through the lawsuit?
Some of them may or may not involve consent. At least that's the theory. So we don't know.
Yes.
But that's an issue. Meanwhile,
all of these things are certainly going to be...
They're fodder for documentaries.
Fair game for documentaries about Diddy. We, of course, have one.
So we do have a lawsuit here that we're going to... let's look into. This is a lawsuit, of course, as we said, filed by... What's that guy's name? Tyrone Blackburn. You should take it with a grain of salt. When you see one particular attorney, very relatively new, we don't know many victories that has been on his belt. He's just been known to file many different lawsuits. We've heard criticisms. But anyway, let's see if we could try to find and make some meaningful shit out of what's being now alleged in another lawsuit. We read the first lawsuit with the I forgot what her name was, but we pulled that up. It was the McKinney woman. We pulled that up. She claimed that Diddy forced her to like give him head. She claimed she wasn't with it. But this is another lawsuit from someone called April Lampros. Okay, she's filing a lawsuit with Tyrone Blackburn as the attorney, claiming that he also sexually assaulted her. Right? April Lampros versus Sean Diddy Combs, blah, 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 blah. You see, they always put in, like, the record label Sony Music Entertainment. And let's see. You'll see signed right here. T.A. Blackburn, which is Tyrone Blackburn. Okay. Anyway, let's see if we can go through this quickly. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the plaintiff Lampros is bringing this action to seek injunctive, declaratory, and monetary relief against the defendant in the violation of the Victims and Gender Motivated Protections Law, which is a Gender Motivation Violence Act. Now, here's the thing. This lawsuit here...
Rapper Sean Kingston...
Stop it. Let me go here real quick. Lawyer... for workers. Here we go. Here we go. I think
so. Diddy update. That story floating around that Diddy paid $50,000 to the hotel to buy that tape.
No. Let me see. Has he talked about the other ones?
Yo, what?
No. I thought he did. It's my man, Lawyer for Workers.
The most interesting things about these two new lawsuits against Diddy, two things. First off, what you see is what's real, what's powerful. The eyes, Chico, are everything. If you see that video and then the women come forward, right? Cassie settled her lawsuit. You hear about 30 million. You hear about Me Too. No. Those women were not ready to come forward. But when they saw the video, they're like, all right, now I'm ready. Now people are going to believe it. Number two, that lawsuit is bought under something called the Gender Motivated Violence Act. They're claiming that sexual assault is an act of violence motivated by one's gender. It's a good claim. But what's very important about that claim, in New York, you can bring that claim for the next year or so, even if it happened a very long time ago. Time limits are very tight and strict and are different in each case and depend on your circumstances. If you have a sexual assault case in New York that might be very old and you're wondering, can I still bring it today? Hit my line.
Okay. So essentially, they're bringing it under this Victims of Gender Motivated Violence Protection Law and the Gender Motivated Violence Act, which has kind of extended the pretty much what you would call statute of limitations for civil actions against people who have done certain things in terms of gender motivated violence for decades. And this one, I believe, goes back to, we're going to figure it out in a second. Anyway, apparently the suit arises from the actions of Sean Combs, Bad Boy Records, Arista, a subsidiary of Sony Music Entertainment, for their participation in the harm visited upon April Lampros. Now, I think we did a Google search on who she is. April Lampros. This is the woman, if you're wondering who this is this woman here, okay? Apparently she's also like a model or something like that. Let's go to Google. April Lampros. She was like a model, I think, on MTV or something, or VH1. Let's see if I can find who she is. VH1. Okay, here we go.
My friends, we've got some breaking news from overnight as Sean Diddy Combs is being sued again. In a lawsuit filed Tuesday, former model Crystal McKinney is accusing Combs of sex assault. The model claims she was drugged and sexually assaulted by Combs back in 2003. According to her complaint, Combs invited McKinney to a studio session where McKinney says she was given laced marijuana that made her very intoxicated. She says Combs then began kissing her without her consent and forced her to perform oral sex on him. McKinney claims she then lost consciousness while at the studio, but later woke up in a taxi cab. This is the 7th lawsuit filed against Combs since November of 2023, and this is the 6th lawsuit that accuses him of sex assault. Our question this morning, how is Diddy going to handle this new suit? Let's bring in our power panel.
Okay, before we get to that, we have the lawsuit here, so it's the 7th suit. Okay, let's read through a couple things real quick. April Lampros is a Caucasian female and United States citizen who was at all relevant times and relevant to the action resident and of and domicile, which means she lived in the state of North York. What state is North York? Chat. Is there a state in the United States called North York? Wait, hold on, let me Google that. Is there a state called North York? Huh? There's some Toronto shit. Huh? So what state is called North York? What the fuck? Okay. Give me 1 second. I think I accidentally closed the thing. I gotta go to Megan Cuniff again. If you want to see the whole lawsuit, go to Megan Cuniff. Scroll down, click here, scroll down, read full complaint here, right there. Okay, so North York, where's that at? Oh, no, in North York is that? She was living in the state of North York. Okay, whatever. Mr. Combs is a United States citizen and was at all-time resident and domiciled in the state of New York. So one's North York and one's New York. Okay. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs is currently domiciled in both California and Florida. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs divides his time equally between both states. Upon belief, AR is a global music company headquarters at blah, 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 blah. Okay. During the relevant periods, John and Jane Doe's 1 to 10 are currently unknown individuals. Okay, so there's mentioned a bunch of unknown individuals and unknown corporations for 10. Okay, let's get to it. The court has personal jurisdiction over the defendant under and consistent with the constitutional requirements, due process, in that the defendant acting directly or through his agents or apparent agents committed blah, 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 da, da, da. Okay, summary of factual accusations, allegedly. Upon information and belief, Miss Lampros met Mr. Combs in early 1994. So 1994, that's 30 years ago, right? Am I tripping? No, that's 20 years ago. No, that's 30 years ago. 1994 is 30 years ago, right? Let me see. Let me Google it. If I was born in 1994, how old would I be now? It's 30. Yeah, so it's 30 years ago. Cool. Upon information that they met in 1994, which is 30 years ago, which is after the birth of his first son, Justin Dior Combs, At the time, she was a college student and studying fashion and marketing. To impress her, Mr. Combs would often invite her to Bad Boy recording studios in New York City. When she met Mr. Combs, she shared with him her dreams of working in the fashion industry, and Mr. Combs promised to mentor her and help her by introducing music and fashion industry executives, as well as assisting her with finding work. Mr. Combs love-bombed her, showered her with gifts, flowers, as evidenced by one of her cards that accompanied the flowers that Mr. Combs sent her for Valentine's Day 1994. It says, Happy Valentine's Day, love, Puffy. Okay. Mr. Combs went as far as to invite her to his first Father's Day celebration. The invitation to that event is below. It says, Dear friends, on July 19th, 1994, Bad Boys Entertainment would like for you to come and join us in celebrating the original Bad Boys' first Father's Day celebration. For this occasion, there is a dress code. No jeans or sneakers will be permitted. This spectacular event will be held at the Capitol located at blah, 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 and it will begin promptly at 10. We'll go until, it didn't say end time. Please come early to avoid any inconvenience. For further information, you can contact the Office of Bad Boy Entertainment, blah, blah. Remember, the dress code will be strictly enforced, so dress your best. Thanks for your support. June 19th. Okay, a month after the Father's Day event, he invited her to an exclusive Bad Boy party with performance by Usher, Craig Mack, and Notorious B.I.G. I guess this was the performance invite. By the way, let me ask y'all a question. Is it odd to y'all that invitations from 30 years ago is still being kept in mint condition? She has a Father's Day invite, mint condition. Keep in mind, I don't think they were sending this in email. This looks like a picture of a actual booklet, right? This looks like a picture of an actual booklet. She has all these in mint condition from 30 years ago. Okay. Could be coincidence. Upon information, Mr. Combs displayed as kind gestures quickly manifested into aggressive, coercive, and abusive relationships based on sex. The acts were not only isolated to the state of New York, as Mr. Combs would fly her to Atlanta to see him, where they would spend time together. Miss Lampros would also fly to Miami to see Combs at his home. So she's saying she saw him in New York, Georgia, and Florida. Okay. Upon information and belief throughout the years with Mr. Combs, there were 4 terrifying sexual encounters she endured. What? According to her, he had a terrible temper and often threatened to harm her if she failed to do what he said, if he witnessed her talking to other men, or if she failed to take his phone calls. According to her, she was not allowed to talk about her relationship with him to anyone because he did not want anyone to know he was seeing her because she is a white woman. Oh, wow. Sexual assault encounter 1. Oh, my God. The first horrific sexual encounter occurred in 1995 when she met up with Mr. Combs in the south of Houston Street, Soho, at a bar. She was introduced to a woman named Redacted, and the group lightly drank throughout that evening. At the time, she was a college student and did not drink alcohol. Due to Mr. Combs' delusion and violent outbursts, she succumbed to the pressure and reluctantly drank with Mr. Combs and Redacted. As they drank, Mrs. Lampros began feeling uneasy. At this point, she had only few sips of one drink. Miss Lampros and Redacted were guided to a vehicle and left the bar with Mr. Combs. They arrived at the Millennium Hotel. While at the hotel, she continued to feel uneasy. She recalls feeling like the walls were closing in on her. She was laid on the hotel bed where Mr. Combs forced himself, on top of her. He began to kiss her. And as she turned her head, trying to avoid the interaction, he grabbed her face. He continued to kiss her forcefully. She informed him that she wasn't feeling well, but he ignored her words and continued to take off her clothing. She tried to hold on to her clothing, but she was feeling weak and powerless in the situation. She pled with him to stop, and he ignored. She couldn't process why this was occurring and felt a loss of control. She was being R-worded by Mr. Combs, and she soon passed out. The next morning, she was awoken by the sun peering through the drapes. She was nude, sore, confused. She quickly got out of bed, clothed herself, and left the hotel room as fast as she could. Months after the first R word, he pursued her. What? He sent her gifts, cards, and flowers. Used his power and access to music industry events to lure her back to him. What? She was a hopeful, yet naive college student and took Mr. Combs at his word and believed that the first R word was a possible mulligan and decided to give him a second chance. What the fuck? Wait. Nigga, I must be drunk. Months after the first R word, Combs pursued her, sent her gifts, cards, and flowers, and used his power to lure him back to her, or lure her back to him. She was hopeful and naive and took him at his word and believed that the first R word was a possible mulligan? Is this Madden? And decided to give him a second chance? Shaggy? Wait, hold on. What in the fuck? At this time, she was a college student in her late teens and early 20s. Her decision to return to Mr. Combs after being R-worded is indicative of many assault survivors who return to their abusers. Mrs. Lampros agreed to meet with Mr. Combs to discuss the business opportunities he promised, as he knew her passion was to pursue a career in fashion and music. They met up and talked near his Manhattan apartment, which was somewhere near 30th Street at that time. She was under the impression that what had occurred months ago prior between them would never happen again. She was holding on to Mr. Combs' promises of access to his industry to pursue her passion. Mr. Combs was respectful, regained her trust, and used her common interactions with Arista Records, parent company of Bad Boy Records, and as Mrs. Lampros was an intern there, things seemed to be normal between the two until the second incident of R-word. Huh? During the second incident, they were in a parking garage near his Manhattan apartment. She believed it was somewhere near 30th Street. They were headed to dinner, and Diddy was inebriated, which means drunk. As they headed towards the parking garage, Mr. Combs grabbed her by the waist and forced her to her knees. Oh, wow. He quickly unzipped his pants, exposing his erect. Wow. He grabbed her hair, wrapping it around his fist. Wow. He then forced his erect in her mouth and demanded she performed oral. Wow. As Miss Lampros' eyes filled with tears, she could see the parking garage attendant witnessing this horrific assault. This had no impact on Mr. Combs. He was blinded by his lustful desire to pleasure himself as at Mrs. Lampros' expense. When Mr. Combs was done with her, He told her to get up. She was in shock, morally depleted, embarrassed, and in physical agony because Mr. Combs violently yanked her down to her knees and pulled her hair. Once again, she made the decision to distance herself, and once again, he came back with gifts and empty promises. Wait, what? She was not moved. She had had enough, decided to focus on her studies and leave Mr. Combs for good. Unbeknownst to Miss Lamprose, Mr. Combs was not good at accepting rejection. He immediately switched to his approach and became angry, threatening, and forceful. He developed this mobster persona, and Miss Lamprose was in fear of him. Mr. Combs began calling her incessantly, would often call her just to say, if anyone's in your apartment, I will beat your ass. And there's two. She reasonably had fear of Mr. Combs that left her feeling stuck with him and no way out. He knew where she lived and worked and had connections to ensure her compliance with his demands. She felt if she disobeyed him, he would take away her dreams of pursuing a career in his world. Mr. Combs would also threaten to blacklist her in the industry if she tried to mess with him in any way. Her dreams and everything she's worked hard for were in the palm of his hands. R-word encounter number 3? What the fuck? One night in 1996, by the way, I think that's the year that Pac died, right? Mr. Combs ordered her to his Manhattan apartment. The residence was in the 30s in Park near the Midtown Tunnel. When she arrived, by the way, she doesn't remember where the apartment was, but she remembered all the other details. Okay. When she arrived, Kim Porter, oh my God, Kim, and 2 other people were present. Mr. Combs introduced the women. They went to a nightclub. After the club closed, they returned to Miss Combs' apartment and they began a night of drinking. After a couple hours into the evening, Mr. Combs forced Kim Porter and Miss Lamprose to take ecstasy. He instructed the women to open their mouths. When they complied with the demand, he forced the pill down their throats to ensure the pills were swallowed. Mr. Combs' hands were so far down her throat that she gagged. He even checked under their tongues. What in the fuck? With the combination of alcohol and ecstasy, Miss Lamprose recalls feeling lightheaded and lethargic. After being forced to take ecstasy, Mr. Combs then demanded Kim Porter have sexual intercourse with Miss Lamprose. She vocally opposed the idea, but Mr. Combs quickly reminded her she had no control over the situation as he could make her lose her job. She knew she had to comply because he had witnessed what happened, because she had witnessed what happens when someone defies Mr. Combs. She had also been threatened and victimized by Mr. Combs and did not want to cause problem because she feared him. As he demanded Miss Porter and Miss Lamprose engage in sex, he sat close by, masturbating for some time before pushing Kim Porter off of Miss Lamprose and forcing his penis inside of her and R-wording her. Oh, my sweet Jesus. Miss Lamprose felt numb at that moment and emotionally checked out. A few hours later, she recalls being woken up by Combs, who told her to leave the residence. She felt disgusted, ashamed, and embarrassed, and couldn't believe what had happened. Shortly after this incident, she slowly distanced herself from Mr. Combs, even though she was reluctant to be with him. He used industry connections and invitations to keep her attached. He went as far to invite her to Kim Porter's birthday celebration. Okay, I can't read this right here, but it says December 16th, 1997. Wow. In or about 1998, Miss Lamprose found the courage to end her relationship with Mr. Combs. She had finally suffered enough. However, this ending was one-sided. Mr. Combs and Kim Porter weren't done with her. Kim was a very resentful woman of Miss Lamprose after she was forced to engage with sexual acts. She dined at Miss Lamprose's place of employment, a bar named Sliver, which was in Soho. According to Miss Lamprose, Miss Porter was enraged when she saw her. According to Miss Lamprose, 2 days later, Mrs. Porter called her employer and complained to the manager, alleging that Miss Lamprose had attempted to poison her. She then stated that her boyfriend was Sean Combs and could have the business shut down if he didn't immediately terminate Miss Lamprose. Later that evening, the manager told her he had let go of her because Mr. Combs called and demanded that he fired her. Miss Lamprose believed that Miss Porter got Miss Lamprose fired in retaliation for what Mr. Combs made them do. According to Miss Lamprose, her boss was afraid of Mr. Combs and his contacts and told her he had to do it or Mr. Combs could risk getting his business closed. Miss Lamprose called Mr. Combs and he showed no remorse that she was out of a job. In fact, he laughed about it. At the time she ended their relationship, Miss Lamprose recalls Mr. Combs' penis being adolescently in both length and width. She recalls him being circumcised and remembers a tattoo on his chest. Chat. Let me read this again. Yo, what attorney or what person writes up a lawsuit that you claim your client got R-worded and the intimate details or the play-by-play details is you dissing the nigga who did it by saying she recalls that his penis was adolescently, which means it was like a teenage boy in length and width. Basically saying Diddy had a small penis. He R-worded her, but he had a small penis. Who says that? Okay. Whatever. She recalls him being circumcised. Okay. While in a relationship with Mr. Combs, she was a student at FIT. She had a passion for fashion, and Combs knew this. He promised her several working opportunities in the fashion and music industry, and the two often discussed plans to launch his own clothing brand. Within months of her ending their relationship, he launched Sean John. There's a fourth encounter? Jesus. According to Miss Lamprose, she saw Mr. Combs at an event at Rockefeller Center. In or about the end of 2000 going into 2001. At the time, she said that he may have been filming a season of Making a Band. According to her, when Mr. Combs saw her, he approached her and asked the camera crew to turn off the cameras to not film their interaction. According to her, he asked how she was, expressed to her that he missed her, and asked if she would leave the event at Rockefeller Center with him. She rejected Combs and left. According to her, later that evening, he kept calling and asking if she would come to his apartment on Park Avenue, but she said no. He even offered to send his driver to pick her up. Finally, he offered to come with the driver to pick her up. According to her, he doesn't like the word no. He called a few more times, so she stopped answering the phone. According to her, a few days later, he called again, begging to see her. Reluctantly, regrettably, she allowed him to come over to her apartment located at 477 Central Park West to hear what he had to say. She figured it was during the day and doubted that he would try to harm her. According to her, when she opened the door, his security was sitting on the stairwell. Knowing that security was there, she felt a little bit better about letting him in. They sat on the couch and began talking. According to her, he began apologizing for his past behaviors. He started telling her he was a changed man. He then showered her with compliments, telling her how good she looked and kept reminiscing about their prior sex life. What? He then began dropping hints about them having sex. She rejected his advances. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he violently grabbed her and forced her onto him. He began kissing her and touching her against her will. At that point, she fought him off after she quickly realized it was a big mistake to have allowed him to visit her. She told him to leave, as she felt he just wanted to use her for sex, and he hadn't changed at all. Even more disgusting was the fact that she knew he was involved in a very public relationship with Jennifer Lopez. According to the several media reports from that time, he ended a relationship with Jennifer due to infidelity in 2001, February. This is around the same time that he allegedly R-worded her. Luckily for her, the couch was right near the door of the apartment, so it was easy for her to reach for the door, open it, and demand for him to leave. She ensured that his security could hear her telling him to exit. She was afraid Mr. Combs would have R-worded her, as he does not take no for an answer and had a history of violently handling her and forcing her to perform oral on him. She's in possession of several of Mr. Combs' phone numbers throughout the years. According to her, in or about 2023, she was at a function, and a gentleman informed the man Miss Lamprose was dating that he should reconsider dating her because he personally saw a video of her and Sean Combs having sex. According to her, he shared that he had saw the tape during the summer of 1997. According to Miss Lamprose, she was told that Diddy apparently recorded them having sex without her knowledge or knowing and showed it to multiple people. Okay, these are causes for action, which means these are what she's saying. So she's saying, we can read the highlighted portions. Battery, R-word, negligent infliction of emotional distress, violations of the law that allowed this lawsuit to go through. And yeah, in none of these lawsuits, they ask for a specific monetary amount, but they ask for amounts in general that the judge could grant at a point. Preservation notices and other things. And here we go. Tyrell Blackburn. Oh, no, chat. Seems a little odd, but who knows? Who fucking knows? All right. I'm going to switch gears real quick. I don't have too much on that lawsuit. I mean, you know, I don't want to be someone who's victim blaming. A woman claims she got R-worded 4 times. She went back every single time. According to her, did he put her in those positions? He was using her career over her. Maybe that's possible. I don't know. I'm not a judge. I don't want to get too much into this. You believe what you want, okay? I do want to get onto the Nicki Minaj situation really quickly. But before Nicki Minaj speaks, I do want to play this Reggie White situation, or Reggie White interview with Bomb first, and afterwards we're
okay, Reggie, I know in a previous segment that we talked about how the Cassie and Diddy video leaked, and I know you had expressed that you felt that maybe the government was behind it. Can you elaborate on that a little bit and why you feel that way, as opposed to maybe like a hotel employee leaking it or someone within Diddy's own camp?
Well, the hotel is currently been in bankruptcy for a minute and been closed down. I don't think the security personnel was that smart enough to keep a copy of it and hold it. They should have been. I would have. and kept a copy of that tape and said, hey, this might be useful for me down the line one day. As y'all see, I leak audio every now and then, here and there, right? So y'all know I keep stuff. And so I understand that that's a possibility, that the general manager, security guard, somebody had a copy of that tape. I'm on record that don't believe that Cassie and her attorney had a copy of that tape. I believe that that tape was somehow leaked or was given to the government during that raid. Now y'all would say, well, how the hell was Cassidy able to explain it word for word? So she had to view that tape somewhere. I agree with y'all on that. I can't explain it. She either have a hell of a memory or somebody was working against Puffy in that house. One of his security guys. Somebody for her to get, to see that tape again. I can't explain that. But I do believe that's a law enforcement official. And y'all know I very rarely talk bad about law enforcement. But I do believe someone got a bag, possibly, and leaked that tape. Or, two, someone on the investigation team that's high up, meaning the top dog, which is usually the U.S. attorney, or that agent that's handling the case, who's working closely with the U.S. attorney, decided that, hey, we got to keep making this guy look like a monster. We got a little delay. We should have made an arrest by now. The way we went and used all of the resources, we can't make us look bad. And so let's get this out to keep this case rejuvenated, or maybe so we can get some more victims to come forward, because our case is not as strong as we thought we had. Would be my take on what.
So that's a theory. I think it's a very viable theory. I'm still going with Bradford Cohen's theory of that's Cassie.
Happened. But I do have to acknowledge that the stuff in the lawsuit and matched the tape to the T. But Cassidy would jeopardize losing that $30 million, or her attorney would jeopardize his license if they knew that the only other person that had that tape was somebody that worked in that particular law firm. And that's how that tape got leaked. Because trust me, they have paperwork between the two. When that $30-something million was sent over to her, well, that tape was never supposed to have been leaked if they had it in their possession.
True.
So that's why I believe if nothing happened in the next week or two, it was definitely the law enforcement that leaked the tape for whatever reason. And that may be this sort.
By the way, hold on. God damn it, man. I keep sneezing. Bradford Cohen has said that he says by the end of June. He's predicting indictment by end of June. Reggie White is saying something should be happening in the next couple weeks.
Y'all can be like, okay. Because look what's happening to Puffy. No one want to stand next to him. No one is supporting him. All his advertisement deals are bailing on him. And rightfully so. I mean, he got caught doing a coward move. Now, y'all say, well, yeah, he ain't the only person that ever hit a woman and did this and did that. Y'all got to understand. Kicking someone while they down on the ground like that, you don't do to a female. You barely would do that to the ops, to the enemies. Throwing a vase at them, this stuff is it's terrible to do to a female. It's terrible. It's hard to watch and to talk about the things that this young lady had to go through. The only problem I have, and I'll reiterate again, is I wish she wouldn't have hung around for whatever reason for 2 years after that happened. I got to really understand her mindset for that. And for you females, or males, but mainly you females, that's in that type of situation, get out of it. Get out of it. Y'all don't have to be in a situation like that. You don't have to take that.
Which, by the way, if you put both of these guys' takes together, Bradford Cohen is saying, hey, listen, there's a legal problem where they might look at Cassie as a co-conspirator. He's also saying he's not even thinking about Cassie as a conspirator, but he's asking a question saying, man, listen, man, I wish you women didn't stick around for years afterwards because it makes you look bad. Maybe those two things kind of like mesh in terms of what you might think about it. Anyway, okay, so we played that, and then what was the other thing? Oh shit, I feel like I feel like I'm losing track of what I was trying to. Okay, so we got bomb first, and I think we're good then. We don't. Oh, by the way, you know what I forgot to ask Bradford Cohen about was the NBA YoungBoy shit, because he actually posted about that too. Look, Laura. Fuck, I forgot to ask him about NBA YoungBoy. Shit, I'm tight. See, he posted about this and he says, my guess is this is a stretch that he was running a ring. I'll be interested to see the facts. Seems like this is an overcharge, right? Which I agree. You know what I mean? Like, YoungBoy wasn't really running the ring. I think maybe he was just trying to get a fix if he was doing anything at all. Don't know if he was doing it, right? Okay. But I did want to ask him about YoungBoy. Fuck. What else should I bring up? Okay. Am I tripping? Give me 1 second. I know we didn't talk about Nicki Minaj yet, which that is obviously one thing we do want to talk about. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. A few other things, and then we'll get on to the Nicki Minaj shit. Sorry, chat. People are asking for Diddy's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. They want that to be removed. Listen.
Calls to remove Sean Diddy Combs' star from the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but that effort now hitting a major roadblock.
KTLA's Omar Lewis joins us live from Hollywood to explain why he may be able to keep his star despite recent sexual assault allegations against him. Omar?
Yeah, good morning. We can tell you that the controversy surrounding Diddy's star is intensifying this morning, and the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce is remaining firm on its stance despite at least 7 civil lawsuits alleging sexual misconduct and other serious allegations, along with a federal investigation. We could take you to video here this morning and tell you that a spokesperson telling TMZ that the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has not discussed removing Diddy's star, and they emphasize their lack of authority to do so. While the chamber does have the authority to nominate, manufacture, and install stars and even conduct the installation ceremonies, they say they do not have the power to remove them once they're in place. These growing calls come after that shocking surveillance video footage released last week showed the music mogul attacking his then girlfriend Cassie Ventura back in 2016. On Friday, the president of the Los Angeles Urban Policy Roundtable called on the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce CEO to publicly renounce Diddy's star, saying the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, with much fanfare, awarded P. Diddy that Walk of Fame.
Okay, to simplify, the Walk of Fame people are saying, once we award a motherfucker a star, we are not in the business of then judging their behavior or their outside of their, talent or their art to see if we could take it back. And they're like, we don't do that, right? And by the way, again, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I fuck with the Hollywood Walk of Fame for that. Hey, we're now in this era where like people want to, just try to remove everything. Yo, my nigga, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, if I don't care if you're a murderer, I'm gonna just be honest with you. If you're a murderer and you got put in the NBA Hall of Fame, if we find out that you killed 3 bitches, bro, I'm sorry. Like, you're already in the Hall of Fame, bro. I don't think they should kick you out the Hall of Fame. I'm just sorry, bro. Like again, there's many different ways to punish the person for being a shitty human being, right? Unfortunately, it wasn't known that maybe they were a shitty human being before y'all voted to give this person a star. Here's my thing. For all those people who trying to say, let's remove his star, how about y'all try to say, let's put him in jail? If y'all really think Diddy's that shitty of a human being. I just don't think that everybody needs to have this revisionist history of, oh, okay, we gave him this honor, but we could take it back. No, I think he should keep his key. The key to the city don't mean shit. Y'all do notice, right? Having the key to New York City don't mean you get out of a traffic ticket. Don't mean that you can't get sued. Don't mean that you get free lunch. It don't mean shit. So when they're like, oh, yeah, we about to take it back, it's like, you're taking back what? You're taking back like this award that really means more to the city on a symbolic perspective than it actually means to the person on a utility perspective. So it's like, bruh, what are we doing? Don't hope that he gets his star removed or he gets his key removed. Hopefully he gets his freedom taken away if you really think he's bad. Oh, shit, we didn't even talk about this. Oh, all right, hold on. Let me play what Stephen A. says. And then, by the way, we do have 2 more huge topics we have to get to. I know we're at the 6-hour mark. If you guys don't know, who have been watching on Rumble or like Twitch or whatever else. We do have big topics still that we got to get to. We got to get to the Nicki Minaj topic, and we also got to get to the Tyga scrapping with Travis Scott topic. Here we go. We're gonna just deal with this Diddy shit, but Stephen A. speaking on Diddy's new allegations.
Filed yesterday against Diddy. Jesus. This latest suit by a woman named April Lampros claims she was raped by Diddy, who also promised her connections in the fashion industry. Lampros, now 51 years of age, claims she met Diddy while studying at the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York City. I actually went there, studied advertising and communications before I went down to Winston-Salem State University, by the way. Played on the basketball team. We were 35-4 as a junior college, number 15 in the nation, but that's neither here nor there. Lampros, back to her, alleges he sexually assaulted her on 4 different occasions. On one occasion, she claims Diddy forced her to take ecstasy and have sex with girlfriend Kim Porter, who's now deceased. Lampros' suit comes a week after that disturbing footage released by CNN showing P. Diddy Combs viciously beating Cassie Ventura in a hallway of the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City on Avenue of the Stars back in 2016. The embattled music mogul has been slapped with several other lawsuits accusing him of rape, sexual misconduct, and other federal crimes. All I'm going to say is this, because my man Shabazz that I played the video the other day, folks talk about kicking somebody while they down. Nah, Diddy ain't down. Cassie Ventura was down. By the way, she was the one being kicked. He was the one doing the kicking. That adage doesn't apply. But I respect my man Shabazz and understand where he's coming from. Here's the bottom line with P. Diddy. Your name is Sean Combs. P. Diddy is dead. Never to be heard from again. It's over. P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, all that, gone. Ain't nobody want to hear that. You're Sean Combs now. And by the way, I have inside knowledge that some people close to him actually have told him that. You Sean Combs now. Ain't no P. Diddy, ain't no Puff Daddy, ain't no Puffy no more. There's a party, you ain't throwing it. There's a party you show up to, it'll stop. Ain't nobody trying to see you, ain't nobody trying to hear from you. That's the reality of the situation, because what you did on that video was so reprehensible. There are countless men who want to kick your ass because they got daughters, they got sisters, they got a mama, they got aunts, they got female cousins, they got female friends and stuff like that who would never do such a thing. And they found themselves ashamed of him. That's the reality of the situation. And now you're hearing about rape, sexual assault, and all of this other stuff. It doesn't get any better. It just doesn't. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Puffy, it's over. Sean Combs. Wipe those other names. Just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Kill it. You better hope somebody, hopefully you didn't copyright it, even though I know you did, but hopefully you uncopyrighted if you can, so somebody else could call themselves that. That way they won't associate it with you. Maybe. I just wanted to say that. It's just the way it is. As mentioned, however, Cassie Ventura released a statement in response to the CNN.
Holy, god damn, going in crazy. I get it. All right. Yeah. I think we're Diddy'd out for today. Let's look into this whole thing with Nicki Minaj and her getting arrested, I believe in Amsterdam. So Nicki Minaj, who's now currently on a worldwide tour, she was actually stopped and, she was searched. And apparently police found some weed and they took her into custody briefly, even though allegedly her security took credit for the marijuana being found. Here's the thing, and one thing you will always hear from me. I keep telling y'all, most of y'all have never traveled the world. What you find as privilege and what you find as rights in the United States of America is not your rights in the rest of the world. In other countries, they treat weed as a murder. They treat weed as the worst thing in the world. It doesn't matter what they treat it in your state, in your country. When you leave the United States, you make a cognizant decision to be at the mercy of other people's jurisdiction. Now, with that being said, we still don't tolerate abuse of power. We still don't tolerate people who will have it out for you, who are just trying to stick it to you, whether they believe that you're a black woman or anybody who may have an attitude and they feel like they could abuse your rights. We don't agree with that neither, okay? But I do want to tell people, because this is that Brittany Griner mentality. Whatever you do in the United States, just please know once you leave that border, at least me, I was born in another country. I know the rules over there and the rules here. Shit you could do here, you do there, you're going to jail, and they throw the key away with you. They don't want to hear nothing about you. Over here, you do it at your liberty, and nobody gives a fuck. So that is my demeanor towards many things that you see might involve in police or whatever, because a lot of times they do recognize that you are a tourist. And, even when I see people go to even Dubai, and they think, no, well, I do this in the United States, I can do it. No. Cut it out. Once you leave your country, you're not in your country no more. And we don't give a fuck what your country says. Okay? Now, maybe your country helps you get out in terms of like embassy and shit, but that's what it is. Anyway, let's see if we could put this in perspective. Here is the video of Nicki Minaj alerting her fans to what was going on.
During her live while visiting the Netherlands.
Did they say?
Second?
Tell me again.
The police officer told me we have to offload all the luggage.
Okay.
And to search everything of your luggage. I'm so sorry to say that.
But isn't that what you planned on doing from the get-go? Why didn't you guys search it before it went on the plane?
They did just a quick check, but now they want to open it. And first of all, because you filmed him, and he was like... Because I filmed him? Yeah, he was like... He doesn't believe that you don't have more with you than you say.
No, he asked me, do I have any more in those purses? And I said no. And I asked him, where are my bags? They took my bags and put it on the plane before I could know what bags are on the plane.
I see.
Yeah. So.
Hey, let me tell you this. I just want to tell y'all just my perspective before y'all start, because there's probably mad Nicki fans in here. Oh, my God. Let me tell you this, man. I come from a place in Jamaica, man. Yo, the police ain't here to have no arguments with you. They ain't also about to just like sit here while you quote 50 million laws and act. Yo, I come from a place where I've seen policemen slap the fuck out of you. They're not taking no back talk. They don't deal with attitude. They don't deal with none of that. Not saying it's right, but I'm telling you, when you're not in America and you can't scream, we gonna be all right and do all that type of shit. Other places don't tolerate your fuckery. Okay? It's gonna be a long day before you even get to court. They do court on the side of the road. And the nigga with the gun and the nigga who got the shit, I keep telling y'all, For the people who criticize the United States of America, this is the best fucking country you ever gonna find. I'm telling you. You back talk to a police officer, and I don't want to make it because I was born in Jamaica. I want to just make it, I want to make a blanket statement about a country I come from. But I've seen police officers who you start talking back to them, nigga, they grab you up by the chest, nigga, and slap the fuck out of you. They don't got time for that. You could go talk about, oh no, they ain't no recorded, ain't none of that. So just to put it in perspective, and again, I'm not saying it's right, but I also want to tell y'all, if y'all have the American entitlement and y'all think that that little camera phone you got is going to save you from all the fuckery, stay your ass in the United States. You go to other countries, they'll violate you, they're corrupt, they take payments, they will slap the fuck out of you, they will violate everything you think is a right. You saying you want an attorney don't mean nothing to them. Let me let y'all know that. Yo, I want an attorney. Shut the fuck up, nigga. I'm telling you this as a fact. So for everybody who thinks that when you leave the United States, everybody runs like how the United States run, no, they don't. There's not going to be one fucking protest in Amsterdam over Nicki Minaj's treatment. Her fans are going to be like holding up signs, but that's it. That's just the reality of the situation. Now, I'm not here agreeing that she got treated fairly, but I am also telling y'all, as we all view this with the American sense of entitlement, how dare they? How could they tell the queen of rap this? She knows her rights. You don't got no rights when you go overseas. None. Cut it out. Cut it out. You ain't got no goddamn rights when you go overseas. Or you might have rights, but those rights, when it comes to dealing with law enforcement officers, a lot of them don't really live in the woke place of America where you can tell them, hey, I'm recording, and they just start bitching up. They start turning up in other countries. Oh, word? You recording? Shut the fuck up, nigga. They don't care. Just let you know that for the record.
He doesn't believe you that you don't have more with you than you say.
No, he asked me, do I have any more in those purses? And I said no. And I asked him, where are my bags?
Yo, D-Range 214. I hope you're not this stupid. There ain't no goddamn rapper or no damn celebrity, even Taylor Swift, that's bigger than a goddamn government in no fucking country. Let me tell you this right now. Drake got arrested. Nicki got arrested. This whole... I seen her comments saying, well, her fan base would have rioted. My nigga, you do know this is other countries, my nigga, right? You know in other countries when they start rioting and protesting, this ain't like y'all niggas at NYU holding signs up like nobody could pass. This is another fucking country. They beat the brakes off of their citizens, my nigga. They don't care. You think they're like, oh, the barbs are nigga, they beat the brakes off of niggas. Y'all keep talking about this American pussy shit where niggas could just protest all day. In other countries, they don't go for that. They beat the brakes off of you. Please, I'm telling you this. I wasn't born here. I only learned this privilege coming here. They don't sit here for a million hours while y'all block streets, walk back and forth on highways. They fucking kick you the fuck off of there. Please stop saying Nicki Minaj's fans were ever going to affect anything in Amsterdam. Drake fans couldn't, not even Taylor Swift. My nigga, you don't see what the fucking government of Nigeria did? They seen the pussy shit in America. Twitter start acting up. They said, we'll ban Twitter, nigga. We don't need y'all over here if y'all not adopting to our rules. These are different countries. They don't give a fuck about social media, your social causes, the fact that you think you're 20 genders. They don't care. I'm telling you, I don't know why y'all be running around. Yo, it's like this woke police. They don't care about the barbs. Oh, Nicki had like 5,000 people ready for her show. They don't care. These places, unlike America, they fight off yearly coups where people trying to grab guns to overthrow the government. They kill them niggas. All right, yo, we just killed the last nigga who tried to overthrow the government. Who want to do it next? All right, we good. You think they care about Nicki Minaj's fan base of a bunch of gay niggas? Fuck out of here. They don't care. This is not America. They don't care about the pussy shit. Go to some of these countries and think that some of y'all little woke, like, oh, no. Oh, my God. Nigga, they will beat the brakes off of y'all.
They took my bags and put it on the plane.
By the way, this nigga was the most polite nigga.
And before I could know what bags are on the plane.
I see.
Yeah. So.
I'm so sorry for that.
Okay, of course. Where am I going? I have no idea where I'm going.
You have to go to the police station.
What address is that?
It's 5 minutes away. It's 5 minutes away.
What's the address of the police precinct?
When you will get your next show, we have to do it very fast, and we will help. But
you're talking about my show?
Yes.
What about?
By the way, good for Nicki. She has social media. I think only because of her social media, they were this patient with her. I keep trying to tell y'all, these are other countries. They don't care about Nicki. They don't care about Nicki. Let me tell you this. You know what's so crazy about Nicki doing a world tour? Nigga, only America recognizes Nicki's fan base claiming 39 genders. Like Nicki, half of Nicki's fan base is transgenders, my nigga. You think they're recognizing that where she going? Nigga, they've been waiting to get all these niggas in the same place. They not rocking with that. I'm not saying about I don't know about this place in particular, but most places, they ain't rocking with all that shit, my nigga. They ain't rocking with that, bruh. We live in America. Everything out here is sweet. You can act like, if you want to wake up like, I'm a vacuum cleaner. Oh, okay, cool. All right, Mr. Vacuum. I think I'm a seagull. Oh, you could be a seagull. I think I'm a penguin. All right. You look black and white. Penguin. They're not rocking with this shit. America has done created like the land of debauchery and fuckery. You can do whatever you want. You talk shit to the cops. You just act like, yo, I got a phone, so everything is straight. Man, y'all got to look at some of these other, like, you know, yo, no disrespect to Nicki, but they've killed bigger artists in other countries that got stricter rules. Go look it up. Nigga, they're not giving a fuck about no Nicki Minaj. That's a fact. Outside of the United States, they don't give a fuck about Nicki. Nigga, they've killed bigger artists for less. So please don't be thinking like this is the queen. Ain't no, this is, nigga, she the queen of motherfucking New York City, nigga. That's it. Where all that marching shit might actually make a difference. Not in anywhere else. And by the way, I'm not saying she was wrong at all. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just trying to tell y'all, because a lot of people think that the entitlement is always validated. Like, you go to another nigga's country and they have questions about you or your people having weed. And for you, you're like, what? Marijuana? Like, weed? No, yeah, it's a big deal to them. In Dubai, it's a big deal to them. Now, I don't know about Amsterdam, because supposedly Amsterdam was supposed to whip the shits, but maybe it was happened to do where she was going. I don't know. She was going to the UK. I guess that's Manchester. I don't know. Anyway. So the first one is this guy telling her, yo, check this out, bro. The cop wants you to check your shit. Now, here's the funny thing, too. Nicki and her fans actually believe, yo, I'm sorry, this is exactly how petty cops are in other countries. The nigga even told you, I think it's because you filmed the cop. That's why they want to search your shit. Bruh, in most countries, the cop is the jury, judge, executioner of everything, because it's a long day before you get before a judge. Man, I know cops in Jamaica who slap niggas. You talk back to them, they slap you, nigga. They not playing with you. They not about to be like, quote me the rule book. They slap the fuck out of you. Nigga, when you gonna get to court to really go cry about that? And if you act up, they shoot you. They kill you. What you want to do? You dead. Are you dead? What you want to do? So you got to act accordingly. In America, though, you get to bitch all type of shit, quote rules that don't exist. I need a lawyer before I go anywhere. What the fuck? Anyway, this guy was being nice, and then they showed the other cop who was trying to help along.
Yeah, he was like, he doesn't believe you that you don't have more with you than you said.
No, he asked me, do I have any more in those purses? And I said no. And I asked him, where are my bags? They took my bags and put it on the plane before I could know what bags are on the plane.
I see.
Yeah. So.
I'm so sorry for that.
Okay, of course.
Where
am I going? I have no idea where I'm going.
You have to go to the police station.
What address is that?
It's 5 minutes away.
It's 5 minutes away.
What's the address of the police precinct?
When you will get your next show, we have to do it very fast, and we will help. But
you're talking about my show?
Yes.
What about it?
Yo, chat. Let me tell you this. Once again, this is the power of the American passport, and I'm not only blaming Nikki because we all have that entitlement. Trust me, I was born in Jamaica. Trust me, the Jamaican passport is worth dog shit anywhere. Trust me. They see with a Jamaican passport, nigga, it's like you told them you just came from space, nigga. You don't even belong on Earth. Okay? But trust me, I'm an American citizen. I've gone to other countries, and I seen how that American passport make niggas' eyes light up, and I've tried to take advantage of it. I started talking a little shit. Nigga, I went to Mexico, and I was like, yo, man, I was about to violate these niggas. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, nigga. I was in Mexico tweaking, nigga. Nigga, I was about to tell these niggas, man, y'all niggas fuck with me, nigga. I might call Uncle Trump on y'all niggas. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I was tweaking. I was wilding. But that's what happens. Like, yo, we really do be getting into our privilege. Like, we be really thinking we the shit. You feel me? Nigga, I'm looking at these bum ass niggas. I'm like, man. Nigga, I got a picture with me and Uncle Trump on the. Nigga, I'm about to show them that nigga, I'm about to show them a picture of me and Trump like it's kryptonite. Is that Trump? The wall. No, let him go. Yeah, nigga. You're right. Yeah, nigga. Trump, nigga. I was about to do, nigga. Yeah. So I was on. I was tweaking. I was tweaking. I was just mad and entitled. They try to enforce their rules, nigga. Shit, I was wilding. Yeah, I was wilding. I was me. It was me. It wasn't them. It was me. Yo, chat, you ain't really been overseas a lot if you ain't trying to like tweak out over your passport thinking you that nigga. It don't even matter if you got money or not. Yo, when Americans go overseas, nigga, you just be walking. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, chat, tell me if I'm wrong. Every American go overseas, they turn into Republican as soon as they land on the foreign soil. Nigga, you walking around on some shit like, man, y'all fuck with me, man. I might have Trump build a wall tomorrow, nigga. Fuck y'all niggas, man. Yo, you walking in another country, be like, man, y'all niggas fuck with me. Like, if you walking in Ukraine, y'all niggas fuck with me, man. I might have America stop giving y'all niggas aid. Y'all better stop playing. Y'all better stop playing with me. Y'all better stop playing with the king. I'm telling you, us Americans, we wilding on these niggas when we go overseas, man. Nigga, like, we be walking overseas like, nigga, we the vice president. Like, yo, what? Yo, stop playing. Yo, I'm gonna just give y'all like 5 minutes to get this shit right. Yo, Trump been telling us build a wall, nigga. I might bring the first brick. Y'all niggas gonna be fucked. Walking to Ukraine. I know y'all broke ass nigga ain't talking about it. Nigga, I getting bombed every week. Nigga, I stopped the funding over this bitch. Man, fuck is you talking about, man? I'm telling you. When I'm walking with my American passport, nigga, I be stepping. I be like, nigga, I be looking at niggas like, man, get out of here, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, I'll probably be like that until they try to Britney Griner me. I'm like, man, what you mean I got a little roach? I got a little wheat, nigga. I'm about to get out of here, nigga. Man, matter of fact, take the fucking cuffs off me before I holler at Biden. Take the cuffs off me. Oh, no, we talked about it. He said we could keep you. What? What you mean? What you mean he said y'all could keep me? Fuck. Wait, hold on. Nah. I get a phone. Nah, fuck that. I get a phone call. Give me my phone call. What you want to call? Just call the White House. Nah, I need a phone call. Nah, give me the phone call. Fuck, nah, give me the phone call. I need a phone call. Fuck that. Chat, real talk. Chat, real talk. Nigga, I be overseas wildin', nigga. You tell niggas like, you know how niggas holding up money today, ear, nigga, I be having my passport like this, like, what? What, nigga? Nigga, I go overseas, nigga. Nigga, I'm like an ambassador, nigga. I'm already telling niggas, I'm like, bro, y'all fuck with me, nigga. Nigga, we might drop a nuke on you niggas, bro. You pussy niggas play with us. Yo, if I don't get my food and y'all don't get me my luggage in 10 minutes, yo, hold on. Let me make a call. Yo, Trump, man. Yo, these niggas acting up, man. Yo, press the red button, drop a nuke, bro. Fuck them. Nah, fuck these niggas, man. Fuck them. Fuck them. Let them see what's up. Let them see what's up. Fuck these niggas. Oh, y'all good? All right. Nah, Trump, niggas, bitch ass niggas playing with us, man. Make America great. Make America. All right. Yeah, y'all lucky. Y'all motherfuckers is lucky. But I had Trump, you know what I mean? But it's all good, though. All right, just bring my luggage over here, man. Yeah. Y'all niggas don't use our passport like that? Oh, y'all tweaking. Y'all tweaking. I got to teach y'all how to use y'all passport. Well, half of y'all don't leave the States. If y'all niggas leave the States, I'll teach y'all how to use your passport, nigga. My passport, I cut all lines. Yo, all my luggage ain't coming out first. What the fuck? Yo, wildin'. Like, just wildin'. Hey, I'm just trying to tell y'all. Nigga, I be walking through these countries, nigga. Shit. Nigga, I be having a regular hat on. I might as well have a Make America Great hat on, nigga. These niggas be like, nigga, I'm quick as hell to use. Nigga, I be telling them like I represent the whole United States. The whole, nigga, I do a research on every country before I go there. Yo, y'all niggas acting up? Man, I know we just gave y'all pussy niggas like $3 billion. Fuck is you talking about? Fuck is you niggas talking to? You broke bitches. I'll be wildin'. You broke bitches. Y'all can't get my luggage right? Tell me you gonna deliver it tomorrow in the hotel? Fuck. Oh, y'all got it right now? All right, y'all good, man. Y'all good. Appreciate you, brother. Love you. Know you straight. Konnichiwa. Yeah, all that shit. All right, let me get to the hotel, bro. Complimentary? I like that. Yeah, nah, I ain't gonna let Trump build a wall. It's all good. Ain't gonna build no wall when I'm here. You good. What, you got a couple homies? Get a tunnel for you, man. You straight, gang. Konnichiwa. All of that. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, be tweaking. I keep telling you, America, my favorite. Nigga, yo, I was born in Spanish Town Hospital. I lived in Jamaica for 10 years. And when I tell you I love this American passport in America more than any place in the world, you should stop and say, why is that? Nigga, ain't no going back. This is the best place to be, nigga. Want to say I'm drunk? No, I'm not drunk. You see, half of y'all are arrogant American fucks, but y'all just won't be honest with y'all experience like how I am. First of all, Melissa, I seen your comment. You're probably Caucasian. You know I love my Caucasian chat niggas or chat wiggers or chat queens. You're probably the first one to use your privilege. I'm just saying I use mine too. I talk shit. It's all good. All right, people. Anyway. This was the rest of the altercation. Here we go.
You're talking about my show?
Yes.
What about it?
Yeah. We
He said they will help to try to get you there.
They'll help to try to get me to my show? How?
To do it as soon as possible. But
what am I doing? What am I doing? I never gave anyone my... I never... so I'm under arrest.
Yes.
But under arrest for what?
Okay, stop filming now.
Yo, this is the nicest nigga to tell you under arrest, bro. This is the nicest nigga to tell you under arrest, bro. Yo. Yo, even in America, nigga, when you under arrest, nigga, they just slam you against the car and put cuffs on you, nigga. You gotta ask questions later, nigga. You don't get to keep filming these niggas. They're telling you you're under arrest and you still filming? Hell nah, bro.
I'm under arrest for what? Okay. Do you know what happened when I came here?
You have to go inside.
Huh?
Yo, they trying to convince her.
What you say?
Can you please stop filming? Just stop.
Can you please stop? Nah, these are the nicest cops ever.
No, I need a lawyer.
Yo, this is how Amsterdam cops giving it up? I promise you, I swear. If she was in Jamaica, nigga, she would have got one backhand. I don't care if she's a woman. Shut the fuck up. Get up in the fuck. You're getting out of the bumbo clot, Von. We got tabo. We ain't got no type of argument. Like, what the fuck you think we about to keep explaining her ass? Nigga, on the fucking arrest. It's over. Got a Ross clot, Von. We got tabo.
But because I don't know where I'm going.
You will get a lawyer at the office. You can contact the lawyer, but if you just step in the car, then it will go as fast as possible.
And who's going in this vehicle?
So please step.
By the way, no matter what I'm saying, I'm with Nicki Minaj, and I agree with her because hey, listen, I wouldn't do all this, but she got an American passport. Listen, you got to use that American passport to the fullest. Like. Nikki, if you had your phone in one hand, you should have your American passport in the other. Fuck all that shit.
We'll go with you.
Oh, she went. Yo, is this their like paddy wagon, their jail? Oh, this looks like a good jail. Wait, they let her take her phone in there? Oh, nah. Okay, Nikki. Yo, this is why I be like speaking out because like, yo, my nigga, everybody be knowing like you go to jail in Europe and some shit like that, nigga. Like, yo, you ever seen these documentaries about how jail look in Europe, nigga? That shit be looking like a college campus, nigga. You be chilling, nigga, flat screens, everything. Nigga, you gotta go to jail in like Angola, nigga. You gotta go to jail in Zimbabwe, nigga. You gotta go to jail in like Jamaica, nigga. You gotta go to jail like in fucking Bermuda, nigga. You gotta go to jail in like Turks and Caicos, nigga. You gotta go to jail in some places, nigga, where it's just looking like, yo, bruv. Like, yo, you gonna come out here with a venereal infection. Like, what? Nigga, yo, they got see-through glass? Nah, hell nah. Yo, you good, Nikki. They didn't even take her phone, no pat down, no nothing. Okay. I at least a lot of that shit.
To like, comment, and subscribe.
They did tell her ass like 5 minutes though. Okay. All right, Nikki, I see you, girl. I see you. Anyway, that wasn't the end of it, really. So it's apparently, so they found weed in her bags. Her security claimed it. We all know that's Nikki's weed, you know what I mean? But, you know, of course, the security did the right thing. They're supposed to claim it. She got transported to jail where she was supposedly having to write a statement that is her security. She not snitching just because it was already agreed upon. If anything get caught, which by the way, I ain't trying to put my security on blast. My security did security for another hip hop like star who did like a huge tour in the, Europe. And basically what he told me after, like, he went to, I forgot how many cities. He said like about 45 or 60 cities. I can't remember how much. So different countries too, right? So he went to a lot of different countries. I think it was like 40-something countries. Anyway, I asked him, I said, bro, what was the biggest thing you noticed on your, like tour, I guess? And he said, one of the biggest things I noticed is that none of these countries in Europe fucks with weed. They don't. They don't like weed. They don't allow people to bring weed in their country. So I had to, he smokes. He said, I had to learn to just go cold turkey. I couldn't smoke because obviously I wasn't going to jeopardize the tour by trying to, like, say we get to a city, you might find a place that niggas smoke at, but you can't bring that weed into another country. So he said that was one of the main things he had to adjust to, because obviously he's getting paid to be there. So he's like, yo, if we do get weed, we're lucky within a city, but we can't bring it from place to place. That's just not going to happen. And, he was shocked because he thought, because in the United States, like, weed is almost kind of considered damn near legal to most places, that was the case at a lot of places, which is not true. Let me see the other part of Nicki Minaj. Where's she at? So she was arrested, and then she told people how to get to her hotel after she got released. And I ain't gonna lie, man, the Barbs, even overseas, they did show up to her headquarters. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Trying to play this shit. Where is it now? Okay, she was released from custody. Okay, where was this at? I thought, yeah, maybe I just gotta look on Twitter. She was at her hotel because she told her fans, where she was staying, Nicki Minaj Hotel, and her fans showed up here. Okay, I don't know what that is. Anyway, okay.
You look nice
okay, here
and pretty.
So Nicki Minaj's fans showed up to her hotel after she was released by Dutch police after she was accused of carrying drugs at the airport. Bunch of fans showed up.
Thank you, Fendi. Don't do that. Talking about they about to start singing "I See Your True Colors," so I could be up here crying. No, I'm good. Thank you. You look.
Very dedicated fans.
But I'll see you.
Okay. This was a picture of the fans outside the hotel. By the way, they didn't guess what hotel she was at. She told them that she was going to be there.
So calm down.
All right, guys, Nicki said, calm down. If you don't shut up, she's going inside.
No, I wanted to honestly tell you that I love you. And
I'll definitely give Nicki the credit that, man, Nicki has this amazing fan base. I call the most of the Barbs bunch of stans and delusional people, but I'm going to be honest with you, I just don't think there's another artist that could do that in terms of a female artist. I think there's a couple male artists that could, but like female artists, I don't even think that's even close. So I do want to give her credit for that. Her fans love her. And I do hope that, after she's been having a really successful tour, I hope this soothes her spirit in realizing you've affected the lives of so many young women and young, gay niggas, and also just young people in general in your plight and your career, that they all want to show you appreciation. And that sometimes, there's times that Nicki comes off bitter and jealous or whatever. I haven't seen that recently just because she's came off more appreciative. And it's hard not to come off appreciative when you see how much people love you. Like, bro, this is insane.
I'm fucking incredible, and I would have never thought in a billion fucking years that I would have people like you guys coming to see me. This is fucking surreal. You know I love you so much, right?
Deep, baby. We aren't going anywhere, you know that.
Don't stop!
There, if you cry. See you tomorrow, though.
We'll see you tomorrow. All right, love you. Be good and be safe. Everybody gonna get home safe? Yeah. Nobody goes home by themselves, okay?
Our hotel's on the road. We're cool. Hotel's just down the road.
All right.
Love you, Nick.
I ultimately hope that what Nikki has witnessed and experienced with her current tour will make her never engage and argue with another female rapper again. You are a one of a kind, and you have only shown that you bring yourself down and you put this unfair lens that people view you in, like you're some jealous woman of other people. None of these girls, none of these artists that are female compared to you in the size of fan base, in how avid and rabid they are. You are a one of one, and you got to take this moment and you have to just fucking realize, why am I arguing with Meg Thee Stallion, right? Like, yo, Meg Thee Stallion, she happened to sell some tickets at the motherfucking Madison Square Garden, but I'll, you know, without saying too much, I was gonna get some tickets for Meg at Madison Square Garden because, you know, I usually get box suite tickets for a certain shit. There was a under demand and allegedly a conversation that maybe she might cancel in terms of Meg. And I'm not disrespecting Meg. I'm just only telling you what I've heard, because I was gonna get some tickets to give to some, you know, women that I know. And the conversation was that, hey, listen, we actually thought she was gonna cancel, and we gave these tickets away to other people, blah, blah, blah. And I remember when I did ask for tickets, they were like, we thought nobody, there was zero people who cared. As opposed to when Nikki came through the same venue, it was like, and I think she was there for 2 nights, it was like they couldn't find enough tickets. Like, I actually think when they were trying to get me tickets, they were like, oh, are you willing to go to Philly? And that's just how it was rabid. And so I guess I only say that to say, yo, Nikki's a dummy if she be arguing with these artists still, but like, you're bigger than them. Like, you have fans who love you for way more time than them. You put in more work. They regard you as more talented. Like, why do you argue with other artists? You know what I mean? Just enjoy your fandom. You're an elder statesman, but people still love you. Just fucking do your thing and never make it about you and another artist. Like, you actually promote them by doing that. So, you know, congrats to Nikki. Still, you shouldn't have no weed in other countries. I'm not going to be jacking you for that. But I am glad that you're getting shown love by your fan base, because you deserve it. Like, you're an amazing queen. And I do think there was a time that Nikki felt like a lack of love. And I think she was lashing out because she thought what people cared, like the hype and whatever surrounding her, was people were also trying to give the same type of thing to other women. It's like, no, never. Like, you're one of a kind. Enjoy it, but also don't abuse it, all right?
Where is Nikki? Oh, is that
You're lying.
No!
Are you joking? Why would you come your face? Please.
God damn, they really love this chick. Well, good for Nikki. I'm happy. I am happy for her. Good for her. Okay. Yeah, these goddamn barbs is crazy for her. Okay. Anyway, Nicki Minaj, I give you your flowers. You are amazing. You're a one-of-one artist when it comes to rap, hip-hop, and being someone who's just been dedicated with just the art. There is nothing to be said negative about you. You have shown the dedication that you are into the art, the talent, the creativity. You have made it a point, even to sometimes even my critique, that sometimes I felt like you should collaborate with people, and you're one of those people who just hate the idea of anyone even being thought of as helping you or writing for you. You've neglected that, even though I think you should have. I give you all the credit and I give you all the praise. I love to see what's going on, and that's all really I can say. You know, I mean, the arrest is, you know, you're in a different country. I don't care who you are. Get down or lay down. Okay, even Drake got arrested in Sweden. All right. Anyway, all right. Okay. What else did I say? I said I was gonna look at something else. What else, chat? There was something else I said I was gonna look up. Fuck. So I said Nicki and Big Act next stream. Now I know a lot of people think I hate on Nicki, but like I give her credit a lot of the time, man. Like honestly, bro, when I see shit like this, man, I'm like, yo, bro, I just hope she feels okay, bro. Because like a lot of times when I see Nicki start like being upset, I'm like, why are you upset about women who aren't in the same bracket? It feels crazy. Oh, the Tyga and Travis thing. Thank you guys. Love y'all for that. All right. So, have y'all seen all the videos? So, let me tell you what I've heard. So, essentially, they're in Cannes. So, if you guys don't know what Cannes is, which I think Cannes Film Festival, the Cannes Film Festival actually went down and it just ended from the 14th to the 25th. I think it's like 2 weekends, right? Now, there's a bunch of like people who make films and this and third. And, you know, what usually happens is that a lot of people, not only in film and TV, but a lot of people like shit. I mean, sometimes Spotify will be out there. Sometimes Apple Music will be out there. Like there's a lot of people who want to be in that scene. What ends up happening is that they'll throw events, you know, because again, it's like, you know, this Cannes Film Festival is essentially, it's like Coachella, but for industry people. Like, honestly, if you're going to ask me where the industry freak-offs happen, this would be one of the places, Cannes. Real talk, right? It's really meant for the people who are already in this industry, who are movers and shakers. A lot of times you'll see a lot of people go on these little Cannes Film Festival shit, not only the like, oh, they're going to find what films they're going to invest in, but they're going to have these parties. And I've heard about these parties. Somebody had told me, I won't say it too much, they told me that Kendrick Lamar about 3 years ago, actually, let me not give the year because you might try to track it and figure out who my source was. They said they paid Kendrick $4 million. If you're wondering why Kendrick don't perform everywhere, they said Kendrick came out to Cannes and did a private concert, all for industry executives, all for these big wigs and executives at these companies. I won't tell you what companies. And they paid him $4 million. And I was like, what? They said, no, that was a discount. Initially, he wanted 7 or 8. And I'm like, huh? Like, trust me, I'm shocked. But they said he took a discount and got paid $4 million. I was like, what in the fuck? Anyway, I say that to say, the people who are getting wined and dined and like partying and shit like that, these are the people who make the decisions in the film industry and everything else. So you can imagine already what goes on there, right? Regardless, when you hear that musicians are there, they're probably there for the parties. I heard there's always crazy parties because for all the, you know, entities and companies out there, of course, they want to make their presence known because, you know, they look good as a company. But how you get the whole industry to take your company's presence serious there, you got to throw a hella of a party. Now, I don't know which party this was at. Cannes Film Festival, but apparently Travis Scott was there. Now, trust me, Travis Scott wasn't there for no reason. Okay? Maybe we could figure out what party that was. We can't. That's what we need to find out. What party did they get in a fight at? Maybe one of y'all could find it. Or like what company threw the party? They didn't say what party. Do y'all know? Do y'all know what party it was? Okay. Anyway, regardless, I hear the fight was, and by the way, I could safely say I spoke to Tyga, so Tyga gave me the breakdown. Not necessarily of why the fight started, but he told me that, hey, listen, I didn't have to put hands on nobody. That's what he told me. That's, and you could print it, do whatever with it. So I had to put hands on nobody, man. Okay, he said there was a couple Negroes involved, but it wasn't me. I didn't touch nobody. And the conversation about why the altercation happened is that apparently the DJ of the night at this event shouted out the people that were in the building. And when they were like, yo, we got some celebrities in here. Yo, we got Travis Scott in the building. And we got Tyga in the building. Apparently, Travis didn't like the fact that he was being announced and being kind of like lumped in with the likes of Tyga. So Travis and his people who he was with, not necessarily he was there to fight or nothing like that, they went to go, correct what they felt was like an error. From what happened there was a kerfuffle, a little melee that included Southside, who's a producer, getting it in with another guy named AE, who used to date what's her name? Amber Rose. And then Travis then jumps in, okay? Let me see if I could play you what was actually seen, and then we'll go through some more footages. Here we go. Here's one of the clips. By the way, Block 55, you're saying it's Kane's party? No. Yo, so Cans, right? Like, see, y'all don't realize Cans is a city in France. That's not a company. It's a city in France. Okay? I don't know why they pick Cannes, but they all go to Cannes. Now, when they go to Cannes, I'll tell you who was definitely there. Netflix is going to be at Cannes. So Netflix is going to be there, right? Like, it's like companies go there to this film festival. It's an international film festival. They go there and they want to have a presence. It's like corporate flexing. Yo, we're going to not only make our bids, but we want to have events. We want to have people speak about how our what we're going to be doing in the next 2 years. And they always have these parties. Do you get what I'm saying? So Netflix probably has a lit party. They're going to want to entertain people and have people come there. Who they're going to book? They might have like $2-3 million. Yo, we're going to book you. You take $2 million. You take $3 million. Yes, they spend millions of dollars to, if you guys don't know, in the real industry, they spend like, I'll give you a nugget. I'll give you a nugget. Y'all don't get this nugget? Y'all tuned in? Somebody said film festival. No, but I'm telling you how the industry works. Are y'all tuned in? Niggas talking about Luca did it again. Are y'all tuned in, yes or no? I gotta see. Y'all tuned in? I'm trying to listen, I'm trying to give y'all insight. When I'm talking to y'all, I'm giving y'all insight on this fucking industry, bro. If y'all don't want it, it's all good, but I'm trying to give you some insight. Okay, let me tell you this. Y'all ever heard of this? Y'all gonna look at this differently from now on. Y'all ever heard of Complex Con? Y'all have heard of it. I went there. Okay. Let me tell you this. What do you think Complex Con is? Everybody spam it right now. Everybody spam what do you think Complex Con is? Why do you think it's there? You tell me that. Everybody tell me that right now. Everybody tell me, why do you think Complex Con is? I'm going to give y'all an invaluable game. Somebody said promo for artists. Somebody says Freak offs. Somebody says a magazine convention. Somebody says, okay. Let me kill the suspense. If you listen to all these little fashion Negroes who, whatever, you could go to ComplexCon and you get the Murakami. I don't even know these niggas. You'll get them creating a one-of-one thing. You could buy exclusive merch and have resale value. All the fashion Negroes are there, bro. Right? So everybody who got some clothes want to be there. Like, it was seen as the place that, like, new fashion and designs and art would debut, right? Now, let me tell you this. You know, I work for Complex. I did Everyday Struggle. I went to ComplexCon. Joe did not. When I went to ComplexCon, we had to do Everyday Struggle Live. They had these big-ass concerts at nights. And I remember saying, because I remember even at night, I was mad because I didn't get all the tickets. I'm like, yo, I have Complex Most Lit Show, Everyday Struggle. What do you mean? Because I brought mad niggas. I ain't gonna lie. I was expecting niggas to try to jump me, so I brought mad. Like, what you mean? Like, nigga, I should have backstage pass for everybody. Nigga, this is ComplexCon, and I'm the life and soul of Complex, right? By the way, excuse my ego. Let me just tell you the story. This is when I realized the real, true purpose of ComplexCon. If you go to ComplexCon as a consumer, you're like, no, I remember Kobe was alive back then. You'd be like, oh, there was some exclusive Kobe's that were signed. Kobe and Kendrick did some shit the first year I went. So you're like, oh my God. And they were like, oh, we're only selling like 50 of these. Everybody wanted to get exclusive gear. This was supposedly the fashion haven. That same year, I remember 6ix9ine tried to perform, and that didn't go too well. However, it was like, oh, okay, you could get these performances. Some people go to ComplexCon because they're like, oh, we could see these, great people perform. Future performed at the second one, I believe. Actually, no, with 6ix9ine was at the second one, but yeah, all that bullshit happened. The first one was like Anderson .Paak and all that shit. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now, let me kill the suspense. Just tune into what I'm saying here. The day I figured out what ComplexCon was for, I looked at the entire industry very different. Not in a bad way, but realizing that we're all pawns. So the people who stand online for ComplexCon for years or for like days or whatever, or cop tickets, nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody gives a fuck about the little exclusive shit you buy. Nobody cares that you bought something for $200 that you're flipping for $1,000. Nobody cares. This is when I realized it. So I'm in my hotel room and I'm kicking it. And my man, I won't say his name because he's doing bigger and better things now. He hits me and he says, Ak, I need you. He says, I know you're busy. Everybody wants to, because, I don't go out a lot. Like, everybody wants to be in front of you. By the way, that's the same weekend I was with Carl Cherry. We went to this party. I think I met Freddie Gibbs. Like, everybody wants to see Ak because they've never seen Ak before. Cool. My man at Complex, he says, Ak, I need you for a couple minutes. And I'm like, what? Why? What's going on? And I found out the true source of ComplexCon. What ComplexCon is, and this is what most of these other things are. So I'm using ComplexCon as an analogy. ComplexCon isn't for the fans. It's not for you sneaker Negroes. It's not for you niggas who want to collect rare items. Nobody gives a fuck about you. ComplexCon is a grand advertisement for up-and-coming brands. Okay, for 2 seconds, I listened to my man. I say, you know what? I listen to you. You guys is good judgment. I want to say his name. I went over there. It was like a little bar area. In that moment, I realized the reason why ComplexCon existed. The marketing director of Sprite was there. McDonald's was there. To make a long story short, the niggas that was going to spend millions of dollars with Complex on advertisement buys, that's what they came to look to see what Complex was. So Complex put this big show on to be like, we're lit. Look, we're doing 50 million things. Why? Just that the person who runs The marketing for McDonald's could say, okay, we're going to pledge $10 million with y'all. The person for Sprite to say, you know what? We're going to do $13 million with y'all. So I went over there, and number one, I realized how small I was in the grand scheme of things. It was like, hey, this is Akademiks. He's on the biggest show. It's Everyday Struggle. I'm shaking their hands. They don't even know what show I'm on. They don't even give a fuck about me. They're like, oh, is this the thing you're saying the black people like? That's how I'm meeting people through salespeople. The salespeople at Complex were just introducing me like, hey, this is the star right here. Yeah, he's on that show that told you all the black people up. And I'll be like, hey, whatever. And they'll be like, hey, I'm the person who controls everything for Mountain Dew, for Sprite, for McDonald's. And it was like a handshake, and they'd be like, get out of here, nigga. And I'm like, what the fuck? I later found out. Remember I told you I was having a problem getting tickets? You know who didn't have a problem getting tickets? The marketing people who came for McDonald's, who came for Sprite, who came for all this. You know why they didn't have a fucking problem getting tickets? Because ComplexCon is for them. ComplexCon was a huge advertisement to the people who they needed to get money from. We need these niggas to pledge $10, $13, $15 million. So we're showing them how lit we are by throwing this concert that y'all stupid fans think is for y'all, that y'all little hosts think is celebration of you being lit. No, shut the fuck up. We're impressing them. They get all the tickets. They get everything. And that's when I realized, I said, oh shit, this is business as usual. You think a complex con or any type of con is to impress you fans? No, it's to get more money. So when I say cans isn't there to make people feel like it's time to party. It's there to get the money. It's the same shit. It's just a different fucking, like, I'm trying to tell you, like, once you kind of get into the industry, you realize it's the same shit, different toilet. Cans, all it is to get different people licensing different content and spending money. Travis Scott and Tyga, they don't give a fuck about Travis Scott and Tyga, but they're going to be the entertainment for the end of the night. They don't care if they give Travis Scott $3 million. You know why? Because somebody's going to license something they seen at Cannes for Netflix for probably $30 million. Or even way more. That's when I realized, I said, holy shit. I've had this game fucked up. I thought that this shit was just a bunch of jokes and games. ComplexCon is not for the people. It's not for the people who did the content. Same with cans. I'm only giving a ComplexCon example. It doesn't stop there. Anything with a con means, nigga, we're conning you to think it's for you. It ain't for you. It's a advertisement. Trust and believe. I watched it myself. One of the people I met, when I later sold or participated in On the Sticks being sold for a season, or was it 2? I can't remember. That person said, hey, Ak, yo, remember, I met you at ComplexCon. I liked you then. It made me realize how much it was important that these corporate heads who never go out, but when it's time to spend money, they basically go out with, I think that was Microsoft, because it was Xbox, yeah, Microsoft. They went out with Microsoft big ass card, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we do want to do the show with Ak. We met him in we met Ak in Long Beach. He was really nice. Like, he was cracking jokes. He was drinking little drinks with us. He took a couple shots just off of that. They knew my demeanor. Probably we had a couple of corporate calls about like On the Sticks. They paid millions of dollars for that. They spent millions of dollars with Complex. Just think about it. So I only say that to say when we talk about cans, and I know y'all want me to talk about this Tyga, and I'm just trying to tell you, these niggas are irrelevant. Nobody gives a fuck about what they doing. These are niggas who are auto-tune niggas who do nothing. The bigger play is whose party it was. Because somebody had to hire these Negroes. They're not acting. Somebody had to hire them. That's why I keep asking, whose party was it? Who decided to book Tyga? Who decided to book Travis Scott? They got the bread. And they were spending the bread probably to impress somebody else who was at the party, not Tyga. And it's not fans there. It's corporate people. They're just trying to look good to get more money. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The smart ones are always going to get it. Somebody said TwitchCon. Oh, nigga, and I'm on Twitch right now. TwitchCon is not for you fucking fans, you dummy. I don't care what they tell you. TwitchCon is to sell the platform of Twitch to future advertisers. I promise you. That's why they probably take their 5 biggest. That's why they said no to Aiden. Try to go there. Remember Aiden was banned and Aiden's performing. Why they kick Aiden out of TwitchCon that time he went? He's promoting a whole different platform. Why is TwitchCon there? To show how Twitch is great while other advertisement. Look, yo, somebody, Ahmad, run an ad on Twitch for me. They don't have a contract just for my stream. They have a contract for every stream. You know when they sign these contracts? Usually it's either yearly or maybe sometimes it's like for 2 years. They sign them after they have been wooed and courted at TwitchCon. You don't get it? Or am I saying too much? It's to make the investors pull up. If I might be saying too much. I ain't gonna lie. You're an idiot if you think that TwitchCon is for, oh, let's get the fans out here. Oh, we gotta. No, dummy. You fans are gonna watch regardless if they have TwitchCon or not. They're gonna get a large audience. The people with some special badges that you won't ever see or you won't ever, you'll be like, who the fuck are they? They're the advertisers. They're the people who are gonna give Twitch tens of millions of dollars every year. Oh, somebody said I'm snitching? That's why people tell me the game is to be sold and not told, man. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I come on here and I tell a little bit too much truth, right? I tell a little bit too much truth. But anyway, Tyga and this nigga fighting. Tyga didn't fight. AE started fighting with Southside. And I'm going to be honest with you, no disrespect to my man Travis Scott. But Travis Scott light in the foot, man. Travis Scott is 0-3. This shit is kind of disgusting. How the hell Travis Scott get punked by Tory Lanez? Meek Mill was shouting at him at the white party, acting like he beat him up. And now you're getting mushed by Tyga's weed roller AE? Come on, bro. Like, you got to do better, bro. Yo, Travis Scott need to pay some goons around him, bro. Like, this shit is kind of sad. I ain't going to hold you. Anyway, here's the videos from it. Now, I think that first, the person in the white and black you're gonna see, that's Travis. That's after he got mushed, because you're gonna hear the Future song playing backwards. Yeah. This is, I don't know what the fuck. You can't really see much here. But there's another angle, and this angle supposedly showed it. So this guy is AE. Supposedly this is Southside. Let me make sure I can see it. This is AE. That's the nigga who used to marry to what's her name again? What's Shorty's name? What's her name? Amber Rose. This is Amber Rose's ex-husband. And supposedly Southside. You can't really see him in Southside. They're kind of locked up. But you're going to see Travis Scott kind of come over here. And I don't know, Travis Scott, he must need some protein shake or he must need some milk, nigga. Like, this nigga look light in the feet. Nigga, how you talking about all this Rager shit? Like, nigga, you talking about, like, you know what I mean? Fiend! And you getting tossed around like, bruh, this nigga getting tossed around like tumbleweed. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so yeah, I think this is Southside and AE. So Southside here, AE. Supposedly Southside is on Tyga's side. And then, okay, so this is Southside. right? And then never mind. No, actually, no, I got that wrong. No. This is Travis Scott. He comes over here when AE's already locked in with he's kind of like squabbling with Southside, but I ain't gonna lie to you. You know these rappers literally be on drugs. Yo, this nigga Travis Scott got to be like 88 pounds, bro. It's no way you come over here and then you get like pushed the fuck back like this. Look. You try to push him off. This is Travis. Yeah, this is Travis. You can tell this is Travis. It looked like Travis must have performed not too long ago. I don't know if this is, look at his ear. This might be an in-ear. Or maybe it's just like some fucking earrings that got bling on it. But there's something in his ear. And look at this nigga AE. He just moved that nigga back. Look. Yo, he mushed that nigga to the point the Future song just started playing back. I ain't gonna lie, for some reason, I don't know why, every time I see Travis Scott outside of being on the stage, I'm expecting to hear, it's lit! Like, I'll be expecting to hear that. I don't know why, bro. So he mushed that nigga over here. And they're still going at it. Now, here's the thing. People are saying Travis lost the fight. I don't know if he lost the fight. All we know is the initial mush, and that's pretty much all like people care about. But, you know, him and that guy was kind of still getting it in after a while. Yo, Travis, you making too much money not to have like a crash dummy with you, man. Like, you need a nigga like Baca. You need a nigga like Chubbs. You need a nigga who's just like literally like, nigga, pay that nigga $200,000 a year. His job is only to go to jail and to make you look good by wilding out in the times that you're getting checked. Because this is like the third time, Travis. I'm sorry to tell you, brother. And I ain't gonna lie. You know, me and Travis people, like, we cool, but, like, I just got to keep it a bean. Travis, Tory Lanez. Listen, look at this. Like, Tory is 5'3", you 5'7". He shouldn't be talking to you like this, Travis.
We're not the only person that say this. We're not the only one. Listen, days before this, I tweeted, I said, yo, my nigga, you a legend for making your song. At the end of the day, nigga said I sound like something, my nigga. I said what I said. If you felt the way,
I said what I said. Like, yo, Travis, it's supposed to be lit. Yo, what's going on with Travis?
For making your song. At the end of the day, nigga said I sound like something, my nigga. I said what I said. If you felt the way and you want to handle it the way you want to handle it, that's why we're here right now. So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? Do you want to do?
This is when you know Travis was just not about it, bro.
And you want to handle it the way you want to handle it. That's why we're here right now. So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? Do you want to do? No. Are we apologizing, or are you want to shoot the fade, my niggas? I'm just trying.
I ain't gonna lie. The whole shit ended when he said, "Are we apologizing? And you want to shoot the fade?" I'm sorry to tell you, man. Tory took the dub on this, and from what I heard, apparently Travis was in that room with a bunch of gang members who was holding him down. By the way, you see the hen dog right here too, right? Like, he was in the room with a bunch of gang members that held him down, but they would let him doing his thing. And I guess he ain't recognize that, bro, you getting played. That nigga bitching you, dog. Like, no disrespect. Yo, Travis, I fuck with you, but, like, bro, the nigga is shouting at you like you was supposed to be confronting him. He's over here telling you, all right, nigga, yo, I said what I said, but, like, bro, like, what we doing here, nigga? Like, yo, I said what I said. Yo, are we apologizing or we catching a fade? Like, yo. Like, it's like he had no respect for you, Travis. I'm like, yo.
At the end of the day, nigga said I sound like something, my nigga. I said what I said. If you felt the way and you want to handle it the way you want to handle it, that's why we're here right now. So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? Do you want to do? No. Are we apologizing, or you want to shoot the fade, my niggas? I'm just trying. Everybody can get out of here. Every single person can get out of here. Literally, every person can get out of here, and we can shoot the fade, my nigga. And we can just get out. Niggas want to fight. Everybody just get out of here, my nigga. Let's just shoot the fade. Yo, it seems like you're just trying to come at me, my nigga. I'm not for that, my nigga. I'm not for that, my nigga. I'm not for that, my nigga. We can shoot the fade right now. Not that.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Tory big dog decision.
That's why we're here right now. So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? Do you want to do?
Yo, that nigga look like he's trying to find a mediator. Look like Tory had his shirt off like, let's shoot a fade, nigga.
No. Are we apologizing, or are you want to shoot the fade, my niggas?
We apologizing. You shoot the fade. Argument over.
What you want to do, bro? You want to do? No. Are we apologizing?
Yo, once the nigga said, "Are we apologizing?" You're shooting the fade. If you said no, it's over. It's over. Like, yo, Tory won. I'm sorry, you won.
So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? You want to do? No. Are we apologizing, or you want to shoot the fade, my niggas? I'm just trying. Everybody can get out of here. Every single person can get out of here. Literally, every person can get out of here, and we can shoot the fade, my nigga. And we can just get out.
So everybody can get out of here. We can shoot the fade. Oh nah, yo, I didn't even know Tory was like this. Yo, Travis, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know Travis like regrets this. Not only did Tory try to fuck Kylie, like, bruh, Tory literally got the beats from motherfucking Meg Thee Stallion, nigga. Nigga had to pull a blick. Nah, I'm playing. I don't know about that. I'm just joking. I have no idea. But what I'm saying is that, bruh, yo, Travis, you can't turn down a fade with a nigga that Meg Thee Stallion was fading up. You feel me?
If you felt away and you want to handle it the way you want to handle it, that's why we're here right now. So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? You want to do? No. Are we apologizing, or you want to shoot the fade, my niggas? I'm just trying. Everybody can get out of here. Every single person can get out of here. Literally, every person can get out of here, and we can shoot.
I ain't gonna lie, like Tory, like real nigga enough, so crazy. Yo, I hear that Travis was with Mad Crips. That's what I heard. He was with Mad Crips, but they had to respect how Tory was carrying it. Like, yo, bro, we could just get the head up right now. They had to just respect it. Like, all right, shit, that nigga not trying to jump our mans. He not pussy. He just down to squabble. So they looking at Travis like, you down to squabble, right? Like, that's why you got his head. Like, we supposed to be here if niggas trying to pack you out, but that nigga say he want to head up.
And you want to handle it the way you want to handle it. That's why we're here right now. So I'm saying, what do you want to do, bro? You want to do? No. Are we apologizing, or you want to shoot the fade, my niggas? I'm just trying. Everybody can get out of here. Every single person can get out of here. Literally, every person can get out of here, and we can shoot the fade, my nigga. And we can just get out. Niggas want to fight. Everybody just get out of here, my nigga. Let's just shoot the fade.
Yo, everybody get out of here. Let's shoot the fade. Yo, Travis starts. That nigga start panicking, bro. That nigga start panicking, nigga. Yo, that nigga looked at Tory Lane's face and said, yo, this nigga finna go sicko mode on me. Yo, this nigga finna go sicko mode on me.
Everybody can get out of here. Every single person can get out of here. Literally, every person can get out of here, and we can shoot the fade, my nigga. And we can just get out. Niggas want to fight. Everybody just get out of here, my nigga. Let's just shoot the fade. Yo, it seems like you're just trying to come at me, my nigga. I'm not for that, my nigga. I'm not for that, my nigga. I'm not for that, my nigga. We can shoot the fade right now. Not that. It's a man to man. It's a man to man, bro. So y'all want to talk, my nigga. It's how I came on here, my nigga. I understand. It's the way the nigga came on. Yo, let me holler at you, my nigga. It's like I understand what you're trying to do, but yo, my nigga. Be a man about it.
I think so apparently Travis had popped up on him because Travis had Mad Crips with him. Like, this is when Tory, I don't know if y'all know the story, like Tory was moving like super light at certain of these events. I don't know if, there's actually, like, I ain't even gonna tell that other story. There's a story about Tory getting surrounded by some niggas and all I'm gonna say is yeah. All I'm gonna say is, no matter what, Tory's still a real nigga. But there's a story of him at one of these other festivals, got rapped about right here. Where's it at? He says what? So we see man last night they froze, wasn't no camera, wasn't no pose. Just like that one time at Cella, good thing man was pulling out phones. Apparently Tory did, but I heard Tory handle that like a G though, real talk. And I got confirmation on both sides of the fact. I heard Tory handle that shit like a G. Facts. You know what I mean? Like, he did get surrounded and shit, but Tory was like, what's popping? What's good? What's good with any of y'all niggas? You feel me? You know what I mean? Which, by the way, my boy Jizzy always rapping about facts. Come on, stop playing. He not like Kendrick rapping about lies. Anyway, yeah. So I ain't gonna lie, Tory been on that type of shit. Like he been outnumbered a couple times. Tory just always been on some shit like, all right, yo, if y'all niggas gonna try to get me, what's popping? Like, Tory the nigga, he get mad loud and he just get violent. Like, that's him. He just get mad loud and violent. You feel me? Which, that might be the way to go if you're getting jumped or about to get jumped, right? You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
That don't make no My understanding is you tweeted. I can't sound like somebody.
I ain't gonna lie. Travis was copping the most, please. This is crazy. All right. So we got almost two situations he don't look good in. The one with Tiger looking unbothered on yachts afterwards. You know what I mean? This nigga, Travis getting mushed. This one, yo, are we apologizing? We shooting a fade. He ain't say let's shoot the fade. And then the next situation is Meek Mill, Travis Scott, and this was at the white party. And apparently Meek was wilding.
Yeah, my manager's calling him, that's why.
Okay, now this was kind of unclear. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. I've also heard the opposite. So a couple people was like trying to clarify to me, but I can't. I could only speak on what I've seen. Some people say, let me see, was there another? I forgot I did a video on this back in the day. This up, people. Okay. Anyway, I gotta get back to doing videos like that. What I will say, some people did tell me that this wasn't a Travis L. They said Travis beat up Meek, but I'm gonna be honest with you, the storyline just don't make sense. Because some people were like, nah, bro, it wasn't this situation at the white party, at Michael Rubin white party with Meek shouting. It's like, yeah, Meek is shouting, but it's not because Travis was a bitch or nothing like that. He beat up Travis. Only thing I'm going to tell you, though, what doesn't make sense, why the hell would Meek Mill get his ass whooped by Travis Scott and Meek Mill get kicked out? Because Meek got kicked out. You feel what I'm saying? So Meek got, put out of the party because he was wilding. If he got beat up, why the hell would he get put out? You get what I'm saying? So, I don't know. But anyway, yo, Travis, man, you need a crasher on your team, bro. You need a nigga who's just, ain't got nothing to live for, nigga. His job is just to, literally just, put a nigga on the news. On some Playboy Cardi shit, nigga. Put a nigga on the news or something. Feel me? Yeah, definitely. Anyway, Travis, we like you, man. Nobody gives a fuck if you can fight anyway. Just, please, just have security around, man. Or maybe control your liquor. Because these days, people got it you know what I mean? You light on the feet, you know what I mean? And I never met him, but actually, I seen him at the Power Slap event. How much does Travis weigh? Is Travis a little nigga? How much he... I don't know. Maybe one of them chicken chest, bird chest niggas. I don't know. Let me see what Tori said about that.
And then this one, someone had to remind me of. I forgot that this was a thing. The Travis video that had leaked. Travis. How many Travises are there? Scott? Yeah. What about him? Where do y'all stand? I'm cool with the nigga. I mean, I don't know how that video actually ended up getting leaked because from where the camera was, that's where his homies was standing at when the whole situation was going down. Mm. And so I think he thinks that I leaked it, but what he doesn't realize is I get no cool points out of looking like I'm gonna fight you, nigga. Love trap.
Yo, rappers are so funny. They're belittling each other by yo, I get no cool points of trying to fight. Nah, yeah you do. Yeah you do, Tori. Yo, y'all are both rappers who talk crazy. I'm sorry. You get some cool points. This is not the streets. This is rap.
Travis Scott's music, my nigga. You know how long I've been wanting to work with this nigga, bro?
Yeah, and that's
I've been
why
wanting to work with this nigga for years, bro. And it's like,
because that makes sense.
I just hate the fact that so many little tiny things in between us stopped us from working. And so like my whole thing is just like, you know, I'm a stand-up nigga, bro. I come from nothing. I come from being homeless. I come from the bottom, my nigga. If you run in my trailer with a bunch of blood niggas, I'm on that type of time. Period.
Oh, it's blood niggas.
Period. If you want that type of time, I'm on that type of time. And I think that when he ran in there, I think that when he ran in there, he just wasn't expecting me to be on that type of time. Yeah. I have this bad temper where once it starts spinning in this circle, my eyes, they go black. I don't even know what the fuck is going on. It's like this thing, and it keeps going. And the more it goes, the more crazy I'm gonna get. And I felt like he was just spinning the wheel for me, you know, at a certain point. And, you know, I wish the video never surfaced, because even if that happened and I looked a certain way and he looked a certain way, I never want the world to feel like that. I wanted that to be something that we know about each other, because after that situation, we sat there and we reconciled for an hour.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
That don't come out.
And those are the videos that don't come out. Mm-hmm. You know, and I think that the internet made it such a thing that it's like, now me and this person might not never get a chance to work, bro.
Which would be horrible.
Which would be stupid. And it's like, Travis, like, niggas want us to work, bro. And I want to work with you, bro. Fuck all the other shit. I want to work with you, my nigga.
And apparently this was started because Tory wrote for Travis.
I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll put my ego aside and say, bro, I want to work with you, bro. Not because of anything else or anything that's going on, just because I always thought you was dope. You know? I just didn't understand why you was coming at me like that.
Man, I like mature Tory, man. I do. This is awesome. That's another trait of wealth. Maturity.
My nigga Joe. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. Should I get on Discord for a little bit? I could get on Discord for a little bit. Is there something else I'm missing? Like in terms of hip hop? Let me see. Okay. Hold on real quick before I get off of this shit. Yo, you know what's crazy? I don't never check my Reddit. Like, if y'all think I'm lying, these are the Reddits I be checking. No Jumper, Joe Budden, Destiny, Length and Girth, which is I think Fresh and Fit and Flagrant. But I definitely check No Jumper Reddit. You know why? This shit be having all the fuckery. So you don't have to. Adam fired all these niggas. These niggas is tight now. I don't know who this guy is, but he mad at Whack. Hold on, that's what play code these videos. Wait, cause there's one nigga, like there's a big buff nigga, like he tight. Like I don't even know what happened, and I kind of understand his point. I'm gonna give his point on here. Anyway, listen.
Whack 100. I see what you're trying to do, compa. Let's not go back and forth, fool. Let's just run a fade, fool. Me and you, fool.
Yo, I don't know why. I don't know why niggas at No Jumper be saying let's run a fade. Yo, before y'all see a fade at No Jumper, nigga, these niggas gonna see their last paycheck. It ain't happening, bro. Like, but it's a good build up. He say he want to fade a Whack. What's their beef?
Let's just run a fade, fool. Me and you, fool. Look, you have the upper hand, compa. I've been in a bender a whole year.
Who's compa? Compa? What is that? That's not no disrespectful stuff, right?
A fade, fool. Me and you, fool. Look, you have the upper hand, compa. I've been in a bender a whole year. But you don't got my Mexican heart, fool. Let's run that shit, perrito. Whack 100. I see what you're trying to do, compa.
Hey, I like your hat, homie. Whatever his name is. What's his name? His name is Compa. Okay, Compa, I like your hat, bro. I like it.
Come on, babe. You know this. You knew this learning by fucking with me. You been new. I'm not him. I would never do that. I'd rather cancel. mama, like, take everything that I'm saying into consideration. I mean everything I'm saying to you tonight. You're right, I am faded. But I wouldn't have wanted to share this shit with nobody.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even hop on live and like let her
what the fuck is this?
Shit.
Bro.
They say when you're drunk, the truth comes out, right? Right.
Hey, you're sharp. I do got a message for you, bro. I don't know what happened over No Jumper in the last like 4 months, but they got you over there basically with a red nose looking like a clown, nigga. Let me tell you this, brother. Hey, I stand with you, you know, despite everything, despite our issues. I don't like with them. They're trying to flip your whole image like you're like some like simp, that's what the internet always wants to do. They want to turn you into the thing you're the furthest thing from. Please, I'm just telling you, just don't bitch slap a hoe, don't pimp slap a hoe. But yeah, like this ain't looking too good. Somebody sent me some shit like they was trying to send me some proof of you drinking pee. Like this shit sounds so unbelievable. I only believe it's true. Like they sent me some shit. They're like, yo, you gotta expose him. Yo, he told us he drank pee, and I'm like, well, nah, I'm not. Yo, sharp. I fuck with you, okay? I don't care what none of these niggas talking about. This shit was crazy. I ain't gonna believe. Nah, this other shit. This is hilarious. So this other guy, his name is TW Flame. He's the buff dude. He's like super gangster, but like he's like buff. They said he said anything I speak on is public news, and it came out the horse's mouth. Stop reaching before I expose the hoe in niggas. Oh shit. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been trying to see DW, like he's like the heavyweight. I feel like everybody's scared. He the nigga who remember like he said something, but everybody was scared of him. Let me see it.
Whack 100. I see.
Okay,
Let me ask you another question, Brick. On the 10th.
Who's this?
Next month, are you going to your hood or are you not able to? Brick talking about, no one ever talked to me crazy. No one ever pressed me. Okay, yes, they did. But DW just said, stop talking before he exposed the hoe in you, right? That's not talking. I'm sorry, but somebody told me, chill before I expose the.
Yo, Adam, man, why couldn't you not fire these niggas for like 2 more months? Nigga, we were probably gonna see her shooting on camera. Like that's what the whole audience. Yo, Adam, I ain't even gonna hold you. The whole audience want to see the shooting on camera. They don't want to hear about it. They want to see the shots get fired on camera. You feel what I'm saying? Like with all this fucker you got going up here, nigga, you cancel the show too quick. Who the fuck is this? Oh,
Adam, you're worried about the wrong things, champ. You got to worry about paying Dejan about letting him get shot at No Jumper by a fake security guard, and you don't want to pay it. You don't want to pay a black man that much money. You know what I'm saying? Adam.
What?
Adam, you're worried about the wrong things, champ. You got to worry about.
I ain't gonna lie. He the heavyweight champion of No Jumper right now. Like yo, everybody's scared of him. Yo, does anybody have like like a height and weight on him? I heard he's like 6'6". 320, like niggas is in fear of him. Low-key, I'm trying to be his friend. I think Adam was trying to call him gay. I don't think he gay at all. I think this is a real nigga.
About paying Dejan about letting him get shot at No Jumper by a fake security guard, and you don't want to pay it. You don't want to pay.
This is a real nigga right here, man. Who the heck is this?
Speaking of snitching.
Oh shit!
No, it's probably.
Wait, what the fuck?
Speaking of snitching.
No, we're not.
I'm just saying. No, all right, we ain't got to say that. I'm just saying. Can you talk about a shooting that ain't been adjudicated?
I don't want to talk about me personally.
Alleged that nobody even knows what the fuck happened.
But I don't think anybody should.
Because we all know who else is watching this type of shit.
Yes.
First and foremost, yes. We all know 12 is in attendance. Out of the 1,000 people that's in here right now, it's probably 15 different agencies on right now.
At least 5.
No,
give or take.
You can help, but
no, I get it, but I'm just saying
at least 5.
But I would never talk about anything to anybody back then. When it comes to certain situations of whether somebody went through certain things in certain buildings or not,
that ain't my concern. That like not even my concern. Hey man, if that happen, hey, shout out to them, take care of your business. If not, shout out to you, take care of your business. I don't got nothing to do.
Damn, the motherfucking chat kind of is all bullshit. We mind our business, nigga. That's what you strive on. Just mind your business. Whatever you and Cuz got going on, keep it right there.
It's just certain things I wouldn't indulge into because that shit don't got nothing to do with me. Shit, and I've been in the building for a long time. Because I've been in the places. You could be in a place every motherfucker.
I ain't gonna lie. One thing I don't like about no jumper, man. Why y'all scared of this big nigga like he Debo, man? Y'all trying to call him a rat. Just call him a rat. Yo, the nigga said a fake security shot a nigga, bruh. And y'all now speaking in code saying he's snitching. Just say that nigga a snitch. This one I'm like, could somebody tell me why everybody's scared of this nigga, bruh? Is he like Debo? He do kind of look like Debo. I get it. They're really trying to say he's snitching, but nobody want no beef. I don't know why nobody want no beef with this one nigga, man. Let me look him up on YouTube. Maybe he got some infamous fights. This nigga look huge. Pause. Brick been scared of that nigga for like 2 years. DW Flame fight. This nigga look huge. I ain't gonna hold you. Oh, you fought a nigga.
Keith Greenfeld. He's money into the Celebrity Thunderbolt Boxing Ring, representing Jack Rabbit Boxing by way of East Side, Long Beach, California.
Oh, he from Long Beach? Oh, hell nah. He probably a real nigga.
DW Flame.
That nigga look like Mike Tyson in his prime. Holy. Let me see what's going on.
North American Heavyweight Championship.
Okay, let me see how it go.
Sanctioned by USA.
Flame, previously a musical guest on Wild and Out.
Oh, shit. Applying the pressure early in this fight.
Okay.
And Moneybag Rose's mouthpiece has fallen out.
He knocked the nigga mouthpiece out? Okay, Brick, I understand why you apologize. I wouldn't call this nigga no snitch either.
Another thing,
this nigga could tell on me. I wouldn't call him a snitch.
Moneybag Rose needs to do.
101,000 followers on Instagram as @DW Flame. I mentioned this earlier. Name.
Who won this
Flame? Definitely much more muscle bound, I would say, than Moneybag Rose.
Well, DW Flame already establishing that job. Oh, he tries to throw an overhand right and misses.
Now, Moneybag Rose said he needed time to warm up, and that's why he didn't fight 2 fights ago. So we'll see if that warm-up pays off here.
All right, man, let's get to the knockout. Fuck all that. Is this Brittany Renner? Oh, never mind.
Moneybag Rose's headgear is covering his eyes. He's tilting his head.
Oh, shit. Oh!
That right.
Oh!
Charging.
Nah, yo, Sharp. Sharp, you and Brick better apologize to this nigga. He the type of nigga, even if I seen him in the police station with McDonald's and he's saying, Act did it, I'd be like, he ain't telling me. I ain't seen nothing. Who said he told on me? I ain't see it. Who? What? His name in the paperwork. What's his name? I don't know his name. It said DW Flag. I don't know that nigga name. What you talking about? Y'all better stop calling this nigga a snitch.
At him like a raging bull.
Oh!
This thing caught him.
Now, DW Flame he's chewing on his mouthpiece a lot, and that is the reason why.
What? Oh, yeah, I get why. Yo, Brick Baby, apologize to this man. He is not telling on no jumper nigga.
Charging at him like a raging bull.
Look. What?
Oh, Moneybag caught him.
Now, DW Flame he's chewing on his mouthpiece a lot, and that is the reason why the mouthpiece got knocked out.
That nigga hungry.
Earlier. A little bit of chat. Oh, stiff jab.
Oh, shit.
Is swinging for the fences.
That nigga's gonna knock him out.
That's a lot of energy to supply oxygen to those giant muscles.
Oh, shit.
Oh, DW Flame has money back
expended there.
Yo, Adam, I ain't even gonna lie to you. You got a lot of useless niggas on payroll. I would keep this nigga on payroll, bro. This nigga look huge. Pause.
Absolutely nothing.
It's a
fight.
Okay, third round. Let's see what's up.
Car crashes where you know people are okay. I just feel like what I'm waiting for is one of these giant punches to connect. Because if one of them connects, you gotta think it's gonna be curtains. But they are just near misses every time.
Yeah, it's either being lucky moving their head. Oh, and hits them behind the back, which you're not supposed to do.
Shit.
That is not.
Oh! And they go this. What? What DW do?
It's gonna be curtains. But they are just near misses every time.
What?
Yeah, it's either being lucky moving their head.
Oh!
Oh! And hits them behind the back, which you're not supposed to do. Referee Keith.
Man, this referee lucky, man. He should have uppercut the referee too on Insane Crib.
Greensburg is
my man, I don't know what that mean. I don't know what that mean. Please don't hurt me. I don't know what that mean. I just hear this nigga every time I tune into No Jumper and these niggas on the screen. All I hear is on 6-0 Dead Homies and on Insane. I don't know what none of that mean.
Letting DW Flame know that you cannot punch behind the back.
That is a big no-no.
Okay, here we go.
I will say, though, it did land on the ribs.
Here we go.
Oh, left hand finds the hole.
Bitch!
Catches him against the rope.
Oh!
And face plants.
Shit.
That is not ruled a knockdown.
The referee has called the match off. DW Flame flattens out Moneybag Rose.
Moneybag.
Okay, yeah. This nigga's a gangster. I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, Sharp. Y'all niggas gotta apologize to this man, bro. Okay? I'm not trolling y'all neither. I don't take this and say, yo, act over here instigating. This nigga is too tough for y'all to be sneak dissing him like he's snitching. He's too tough. Everybody knows tough niggas could tell on anybody. Word to Alpo. Alpo told on niggas and it was chilling in the hood. Okay, get what I'm saying? Especially if you're not down to squabble with him.
Okay, babe, if I see something or know something, hey man, I don't know shit. I don't know what's going on.
Hit the button.
Oh shit.
The majority of people who are passing judgment on me wanting to create less content are people who are not successful in any way in terms of producing content.
Yo, Adam, you gotta come clean, man. Like, yo, Adam was scared of firing one man, nigga, that DW nigga. That nigga was so, that nigga looked like he got an anger problem. Adam fake fired the whole staff to get rid of one nigga. Yo, watch. Y'all gonna see the craziness about it. Adam wanted to fire one nigga, but he was scared. So he acted like he fired everybody. Watch. Everybody but that one nigga gonna show back up. Watch. I promise y'all. Yo, you know when you scared of that one nigga? He was trying to fire one nigga, but he's scared. So he said, you know what? Everybody fired. So everybody's like, all right, I guess we all fired. Then he secretly called him and said, bro, I must holler at you in 2 weeks. I'm going to get back at it in a week. Yo, you just holler at me like next month, like before July 4th, you be back on the schedule. Watch. Everybody going to be back there, nigga, except that one tough nigga.
The majority of people who are passing judgment on me wanting to create less content are people who are not successful in any way in terms of producing content for the internet.
Oh, it's getting to you.
It's not at all.
Oh, you letting the chatter get to you.
Do I care?
Why your eyes
I'm
are
responding to it. No, that's because I've been smoking weed all day.
You've been losing sleep?
Oh, my God.
It's getting to you worrying about what they got to say?
I'm not worried at all about what they have to say. I'm making the point that I do not give a fuck what they have to say.
The white guy.
Oh, my God. Thank God I have this person to voice my business decisions to.
He's getting to you. It's getting to you. Oh, my God. Isn't that so cute? I see it because I'm wondering why you even care.
The majority of
Okay. What else is in this?
I really wanted this shit. I could have been back in LA. Like, I was letting this shit die down, but you keep bringing my name up every fucking day for no reason.
Huh? Please. No.
What do you mean?
DW, bitch, ain't nobody ever pressed me in my face about nothing. Cause let's just be real about all that other shit. Me and DW is homies and continue to be homies the whole time. Never was a nigga aggressive to me. Never did a nigga talk crazy to me or none of that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And vice versa, cuz like it's a respect thing. Cuz I'm 6'0". I ain't the biggest, buffest nigga, cuz, but my name hold a whole lot of weight, nigga. Take heed to that.
Now, I didn't hear that, though. Yo, Brick, I got to holler at you, man. I hear you really run the West Coast, and niggas say, like, as long as I'm tapped in with you, man, I could go to any hood. So I'm about to get cool with you now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't gotta be the biggest nigga, cuz. I'm gonna let you know that now. You handle business, you just gotta handle your business, nigga, and that's that.
Yeah, nah.
Yo, Sharp, man. I feel bad for you, gang. Yo, Sharp my homie, though. I don't care what nobody say. Yo, Sharp. Listen. You can't go out like this, gang. I'm going to be honest with you. I think you had potentially the most upside. Remember when I was, like, arguing with you? Nigga, there was a time that Big Act used to really acknowledge you, my nigga. And I used to like your show. I haven't seen a Sharp Tank in a minute. Yo, there's mad smuts that you could bring on. This is another thing, Sharp, I'm going to keep it a beam with you. You bit into the Akademiks narrative. Of course I was clowning you that you didn't have any other talents other than clowning bitches. Nigga, so what? You should have kept doing it. Why did you stop doing that shit, nigga? That was your shit. Like, nobody want to hear you talk about rap. Nigga, you don't know nothing about rap. The fuck? We don't want to hear you talk about... We want to hear you violate these bitches. We want to hear you treat them, bruh. Tell these hoes what they... Tell about themselves. That's your thing. I don't know who told you to stop that shit, nigga. I don't know if you, like... Because I was clowning you about it, like, say you was a one-trick pony. Nigga, fuck it. So what if you're a one-trick pony? Keep the trick going. Just keep calling Dago. Nigga, there's mad new whores on the scene. Get a couple of these whores, put them on your show, and violate, bro. Go viral, nigga. That's your thing. Nobody does it better other than Myron. Myron does it good. I ain't gonna lie. Myron's a born natural. It was only Myron and Sharp, and then Sharp just dipped out to like go do the news, and I was like, huh? What is he doing? Yo, it's like, imagine Myron like stopped doing Fresh and Fit, and he's like, I'm just gonna do sports commentary. You're like, nigga, what? Nigga, Sharp was a born natural. Get him a thought, a 304, a goddamn sleaze bag, a scallywag. That nigga was in his bag. I don't know who convinced him to stop. I would have told that nigga to keep doing it for the rest of his career. Fuck that. Who put him on the news? Anyway. Sharp, I stand with you.
They say that.
Okay? And also, that fucking scallywag that was talking about you drinking pee, I don't believe him at all. You a real nigga. Other than you and me got into it, but it's all good, bro. Like, it's water under the bridge. Niggas argue. Like, we argue. Like, men argue. That's all good. You feel me? Shout out to my boy Remo in the corner. Yo, was Brick really like 5'3"? Yo, Brick, you know what you gotta tell that nigga DW? I tell that nigga DW, all that muscles don't mean nothing when you pull out that fourth. Let me stop. Let me move on to the next time. All right, I'm done with no time. It's been a while. All right, man. Okay. Who's this guy? I think I've seen him before. He's funny. All right. Cool. All right, chat, we hit 8 hours. Who y'all know streaming for 8 hours? All right, let me see. I could probably, like, tell me some other bullshit going on. Some other bullshit is going on. All right, who else? All right, since I'm in Reddit land, let me go to Joe Budden podcast. What's in Joe Budden podcast?
Yeah, with your good insurance plan. Think I'm on your ass.
Okay, now.
Man, look, buy a house, fool. Tell me laying down. Yo, Joe.
Want some spicy shit.
The bubbles. I couldn't wait.
Where's the spicy shit?
Hello? Wait, can you come sit right here?
Yeah, come have a seat.
Right.
All right.
Is it safe to assume?
I can't find the spicy shit. Destiny, length of girth. What are you talking about?
Everybody here is.
A lot of things will be hard for you to comprehend. That's why you're in sex work, because you can't offer value in the marketplace.
What the fuck?
Don't worry, I'm not really talking to you. I'm speaking against you as a symbol.
A symbol of what?
A symbol of a decline.
I ain't gonna lie. To be honest, this gotta be funny sometimes. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
It's on time. When guys
Fresh
have
actually hit me up and was like, "Yo, he was talking about like your situation and like he was actually objective." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool."
That she thought that was the ideal guy, but she wasn't he wasn't her first choice. And what happened was,
yo, y'all be just clowning my nigga Fresh, man. Shout out to Fresh though. It's my boy.
If that's the case, if you want to be fair on all boards, why don't you speak about the white culture of rape?
Okay, I ain't got time for that. All right, spam a topic real quick. I need to find like some shit to talk about. We basically at 8 hours. This is like we're at the point of diminishing returns. Are y'all watching? Ugh.
Hey, cause girls don't got the strength as niggas. They don't. I grew up around the other girls. I hate when girls be like, "Oh, I'm a dog. I'm a man. I act just like a nigga out here." No, y'all don't, baby. No, y'all don't. No, it's just not. It's y'all just soft. Y'all females. It's the estrogen, baby. It's not happening. You cannot move like a nigga. You cannot think like a nigga. You cannot act like a man. It's just not happening. And I want y'all to stop lying to yourself, telling yourself that y'all want these niggas to tell y'all the truth. No, y'all don't. Baby, nobody don't want to hear no motherfucking truth. And then when a nigga do start telling y'all the truth, y'all start bugging the fuck out and losing it, which is why the nigga lied to you in the first place. And what the fuck a nigga telling me the truth for?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. Y'all done let this gay nigga like basically be the aficionado on women. So I can't even be mad at him acting like he's a woman. This is a whole broad back, thick back, lard-filled nigga, bruh. Acting like he's a whole feminine woman. You know what I mean? I don't know if he took estrogen blockers, cut his dick. I don't know what he got going on. But all of a sudden, black women have given this nigga the power where he talks crazy to black women. He talks crazy to women. Like he's a woman. Like, nigga, you a man, gang. You feel me? You be acting like a woman, but you a man, bruh. You feel what I'm saying? Told my, oh, y'all women is soft. They're supposed to be soft, you fucking idiot. Then you have like this, you have videos like this nigga that exists. Y'all seen this before? Watch this shit.
Now at 5:30, we're hearing from the very concerned mother of a man who was injured in a highway shooting today. Her son and 2 others were hit by gunfire from another car.
FHP troopers having to shut down I-95 as they attended to those victims. Local 10's Christina Vasquez is live with more on this. Christina.
Yes, and FHP say the shooting victims all expected to be okay, that they were here at the office at the Gentlemen's Club prior to the shooting. And that shooting scene, it's just over the bridge here on the on-ramp of I-95 North. That's less than a mile away.
Say you don't know. He was just riding, listening to his music, and then all of a sudden he hear the gunshots going.
Teresa Harris, stunned to hear someone fired shots at her son Justin.
Justin got shot in the arm.
Seen here being treated for a gunshot wound to the arm. Florida Highway Patrol says as Justin was driving onto the I-95 entrance ramp at Miami Gardens Drive early this morning, another driver, possibly in a white Chevy sedan, rolled up alongside him. Someone from that car firing several shots, hurting Justin, another man in the car,
Get me a Band-Aid and let's go home.
and Saucy Santana.
Celebrity.
Wearing what appears to be a black sports bra, red tights, and the performer's signature trim beard and long eyelashes.
I'm a rapper, like I'm a celebrity.
The music artist was visibly distraught.
These people trying to kill me.
At times in tears. But when Saucy got feisty,
I got signed. I'm the artist. I'm the celebrity. Ready for it to get in the truck. He got shot, get in the truck, let's go.
In order to treat a gunshot wound to the arm.
A lot of time in the entertainment world, you know, people envy someone that's trying to come up to make an honest living.
Teresa is glad everyone is okay, now hoping investigators find the people responsible for a terrifying end to her son's fun evening out with friends.
These guys really need to be taken off the street.
Bro, we're just gonna leave that as that, bro. I ain't got nothing to really say about it. Yo, Saucy, you know, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. I seen recently, and you know, I seen recently you trying to get my my attention, and I'm gonna just be honest with you, my nigga, like, bro, like, there ain't nothing for me and you to talk about. You get what I'm saying? You know, the internet gonna keep gassing it up till it is gonna be what it is. Me and you got nothing to talk about. Me and you not linking up. We not meeting up. I know where I be at. You know where I be at. I would highly suggest that we probably just not even meet up with each other, period. and we could just keep it like that, my nigga. Like, it was just you're a whole man acting like a woman, bro. Like, I'm not even about to like play these type of games with you, and you know what I mean. God bless you, my nigga. You know, but you know, the internet be trying to troll me like, yo, what about you and so? Nah, y'all not about to have me. Me, I know about him on now deal with each other, isn't it? So, but you know, for the record, if anybody ever thought that like I was like hiding from this niggas, every time some shit happened, to be like, hey, what about you and Saucy? I'm not hiding from a motherfucking person. You get what I mean? My address is on Google. Meek Mill know where I'm at. That nigga's bitch ass nigga still ain't pull up to piss on no steps, and he fucking know why. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be doing no pissing afterwards. That's a fact. Anyway, let me just keep it going. Beyond that, what was I trying to put up? Oh, Charleston White went on this interview with Orlando Brown. Charleston White, Orlando Brown. Oh, Taxstone and Joe still going at it, bro. Oh my God. Anyway, let's see this.
Wait, hold on. That's the biggest daddy in the world.
He's the biggest pimp in the world.
He's my biggest daddy in the world. Wait a minute, man. Farrakhan and the rest of these man, these be trucking, man. They chucking gun up in these 14-year-old girls, man. And you got the Muslim community being the number one race to do this shit, man. They doing this shit, man. And now the Christians is thinking it's cool to do this shit.
You making up?
Not no, man. Now these motherfuckers want to be that witch. Beyonce is a witch. Everybody's a witch. These want to be witches. They want to be witches, man. Dig around with this bullshit. Now, next thing you know, yeah, man, I'm cool on that bullshit, man.
Yo, you know you off one when even Charleston White is looking like he's mad sane and mad calm and collected next to you. So what's going on, my man Orlando Brown, dog?
I'm cool, man.
This what you can't do. You can't ask no serious question with this. You just got to be with the bullshit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you no, because it's go throw off the legitimate shit that you talking about, right? Because you got to think, homie, you got to.
Don't you think that?
But no. Listen to him.
Anybody knows?
Listen to me, homie. You got an audience and a fan base that comes.
Shout out to Danza Project, by the way.
Here for great conversation, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So you lose them with this. But that's your law fan base. You got some one-timers that click for this because they think it's gonna be some bullshit. Yeah. But I'm trying to draw a side out of him that'll sell to a HBCU class.
I see what you're saying.
Nah, because he got a mind for the black cop, the intellects, but he taking it to the low vibration shit. Man,
I just can't get a haircut. I just can't get a haircut and get pistol whipped.
Well, I'm trying.
What happened? Wait, hold on, Uncle.
I'm sitting.
What happened?
I'm sitting.
You got a haircut. You got.
Hold on. I'm sitting back trying to see why he bringing this character here when it's player environment.
I want to ask you a simple question.
No. I'm trying to see.
Why can't doors be closed when players is getting a haircut and you get beat up or whatever that was?
Why? Because he just had a very intellectual conversation with Jaguar Wright on Real Life.
Yeah, but why would come in the barbershop and slap you?
Because I with killers, and that was a killer.
I don't like that.
I'm out on bond for that. I took care of that, so you ain't got that. I took care of that. I take care of what I need to do. You see what I'm saying? So this what I'm saying. So if you go do that with the bitch on this bullshit platform, it's a big stage. Yeah. And you got the hotness going.
Absolutely.
Come on, man.
Not a platform bullshit.
I appreciate you saying that.
For Real Life Street Star, but yeah, it's a bullshit platform.
This ain't Real Life Street Star.
I'm telling you.
He's saying that this platform is a little bit different, and we deserve to figure out exactly what's going on outside of the.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Well, I'm trying.
What happened? Wait, hold on, Uncle.
I'm sitting.
What happened?
I'm sitting.
You got a haircut. You got.
Hold on.
I'm sitting back trying to see why he bringing this character here when it's player environment.
I want to ask you a simple question.
No.
What I was trying to figure out was why my main thing was, you know what I'm saying, when I come here, it's like, you know what I'm saying.
Hold on. Go ahead.
No, because we talking about some real life shit. He done went to the Muslim. Come on, man. Everything got to be about.
So what I want to know is what I want to genuinely know. Can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
What I want to genuinely know is how do you feel today? Because for the outside world, when we're looking at you, we're like he's tripping out every single time.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think that your shoes are unwhite, and you're tripping out every time you walk in those shoes as Air Force Ones. And then you, it's cool, but I don't want people to walk into the barber shop. Slap my haircut. That shit. I was gonna beat that up.
I went to jail for killing a white man when I was a kid.
And you threw cops and all kind of shit.
So whatever I got to deal with, I can deal with.
That ass got the. Listen.
I'm out on bond. Can you leave that case alone? That's an open case. I'm out on 2 felony bonds. Can you please quit talking about that?
That's real.
Unless you're gonna let me get the gat.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. This with some bullshit.
Orlando want all the bullshit.
No, he done come.
Nah, this nigga, he's drunk. Yo, Orlando Brown is drunk.
Sat on real life.
I want all the bullshit.
With the line. Come on, homie.
I want all the bullshit.
He done come over here and give y'all the bullshit though.
Nah, I think Charleston White is really trying to have a qualitative conversation.
I mean, we got needs to go. We got to work that out.
I think that's what people don't realize about Charleston. He's not always just trolling. Like, he has a troll side and he has like a serious side.
It ain't go sell.
Give me the motherfucking game.
See, you say the thing is you say things, right? The thing is you say things out in public, and then you have people like Bow Wow responding, saying this guy's crazy. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about that he's never been with me. So why would you say that about Bow Wow if it wasn't true?
You give me a strap, I'm going strap.
Well, homie, this why they gotta think they crazy.
They can't do it, man.
Because between him and Jaguar Wright, they never sit down and have a serious conversation. It's always some theatrics to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always some theatrics. So that's why you can't take what they saying for real, because it's always some theatrics. It's never a real conversational dialogue. Yeah, homie, no, come on, man.
Yeah,
so I call bullshit on everything.
Him outside of a hotel. A hotel. Who was that? Soldier Boy, bitch ass. Who was that?
Yeah, he
catch my outside a hotel.
Try to. Yeah, try to.
He stayed with a mother strap though.
Maybe. You know, man.
You saying
allegedly?
No, he was talking about Unc.
Allegedly.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking he's talking about something else. He's confusing me.
No, that's it.
Allegedly. He's confusing me too.
Could be on niggas, right?
If need be. Sometimes it don't gotta be you. It don't gotta be you.
Man, this with the blood hot room. Say, I'm finna go. I got a streaming with Aiden Ross to go do. I'm not finna stick with this.
You was talk, and I hate that shit. Bitch ass trying to hit you with that bullshit.
Nobody called him.
We don't want to talk about
that bullshit, bro.
Hey, listen.
He said he would walk for you. He said he would have ran down on the phone.
You didn't admit it. You didn't admit it to being f***ing by a Hollywood executive. You wouldn't fight nobody. You didn't admit it to being f***ing by a Hollywood executive.
Yo, you can't beat Charleston White.
Fight nobody. You didn't fight them out your ass.
You didn't fight them niggas out your ass.
Oh, you didn't fight them out your ass in Hollywood. Tough ass. When they were trying to f*** you, did you fight?
Cat Williams, did I stick in you?
When they were trying to f*** you, did you fight?
Cat Williams, did I stick
you, did you fight?
Wait, so you stuck? Are you saying you stuck?
Son named Frankie.
Yeah, I know.
Do you have a son named Frankie? Do you have a son named Frankie? Do you have a son and Frankie?
Did you would have fought that nigga hit me? Did you fight niggas who?
Only thing that looks good to you.
No, I'm trying to switch up now. Did you fight them executives that were trying to
beat up?
Did you fight? I was asleep.
Shot out. You got shot.
Did you fight them niggas that try to fuck you in the ass? Yo, there's a project, man. I ain't gonna lie. They got like some shit going on here. They just putting any two niggas or any situation together. They know this shit gonna be chaos. But they're like, yo, it's entertainment.
Rather get beat up in local. I'd rather get now Marco. I want that and now. Did you listen? You got. I much rather get hit upside the head than get f***ed in the head.
Danielle.
No, listen. You got.
He said no.
You got.
Danielle.
You admitted it though.
You gave me good.
No. You got.
You gave me good.
You didn't know how it was you were 5, so I know you couldn't keep that when you were 5. And your mama.
Is he saying Charleston White gave him good pussy like Bow Wow? Like what the hell?
Left you by your mama and them left you by yourself with them Disney white folks, and them white folks went to on you, and you trying to act.
I feel it. I'm hearing it. Time out.
Yeah, we might.
Let me cut this. Can I take 1 second? I want the mic. 1 second. Are you running? Are you running?
Who's running what?
Are you running when he's got it? Do you feel too much? It's a run.
I left him.
He was as a child, homie. That's why he keep bringing up this shit.
2 kids.
That's why he keep bringing this shit up. The Muslim fucking 14-year-old. He is this been. And he can't take it. All these been to Hollywood. All of them. Raven-Symoné. The earlier they went in. I ain't been to Hollywood yet. I'm trying to get in though. But I'm trying to get in without getting.
I tried to give you daddy because you got 2 kids.
Say, homie,
do that.
Homie, no, homie, listen.
I see it.
Homie, this running from that darkness. That's why he bring it up and talking in parables.
It's a deflection.
I ain't never been. I don't know how the lights go out when your ass get pushed in. But you're going into some darkness. But you're going into some darkness, especially if you didn't want it. So what done happened, homie? They done went to Hollywood at such an early age in life. Man, he's been.
I ain't gonna lie. Charleston's bodying him.
Man, they been throwing these babies in Hollywood. That's why you don't send your kids to Disney.
Here come Jamie Foxx.
Keep drank that shit away. Drink that pain away.
Here come Jamie Foxx.
Man, mash that pain. Mash that pain. You can't be sober. I understand that.
Orlando, with all the shit that you said, with all the shit that you said in all these interviews and anything that you've ever gone in front of, anytime you were ever in front of a mic, have you ever had the opportunity, based on these things you said, to go to therapy and sit in therapy?
Bro, the only thing that I could do is, you know, I can say, here come Jamie Foxx. You know, you can't see the crack.
You were in my house, right?
Why is he bringing up Jamie Foxx?
Right? Smoking meth.
Who? Masking that pain.
You were in my house smoking meth. I told you not to, right? Why are you smoking meth? Are you doing it to mask the pain? After all the times I told you not to do it, why did you do it?
They turn that pain into a sick pleasure.
Raven Simone as a man, you know, the trans world that we live in, bro. The trans world that we live in, it's cool to.
Wait, this nigga does meth?
No, I don't live in no trans world.
Hold on 1 second. Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, the trans world that we actually live in, bro, is kind of different. It's kind of different, bro. You know, like to be a man and then have.
I thought meth fucks with your teeth and shit like that. That nigga look like he got. I mean, this fade don't really look Boosie fade-ish, but look like, you know what I mean? You know what's so crazy about Orlando Brown and most child stars? When you see them even after they're grown, you still see the child in them. Even in their manly or adult appearance, you still see the child in them.
To act like a woman and then actually be a man and then have kids.
Y'all saw they done this little boy. This little boy f***ed up, man. Yeah, man, that's why. This is why. Listen, this is why white people. This is why white people.
Can I finish?
This is why white people didn't want to integrate with black people because we was going to be exposed to this type of world. Black people wasn't supposed to never go to Hollywood. We were supposed to stay in the black.
Go ahead, It's just, it switches on and off.
Go ahead, give me Mike.
It switches on and off.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So you know, the whole thing with me is, you know, I can say that, you know, Jamie Foxx is, you know, Richard Pryor. That's cool. Yeah. But the thing about me is, you know, I didn't come here to do. I came here to make sure I did what I was supposed to do.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, the coolest thing for me is to sit here and have a great conversation. It's not about.
But I feel like a part of you was afraid of it.
What?
Me too.
Afraid of trans?
No, like afraid of showing who you truly are.
When I started saying trans, hold on.
Afraid of showing who you truly are.
I speak.
I know. I'm just saying. I feel like you're.
Okay. I don't know what this guy's name is, but I think he runs Danza Project. Hey, that's a good observation. I do believe that. Orlando Brown has been running from real conversations, and he knows, you know, at this point, you know, I'm not trying to like put people's thing on blast. Orlando Brown is going around and getting paid for interviews, and he probably realizes salacious shit, or even if he says shit that don't make sense, people will take it in the context of making sense because they're like, yo, he's a child star. Look what happened to him. But he's not really having these real conversations about real things he's going through. He's not giving full context or being coherent. He's being kind of, you know, like how he's now.
He's stuck on stage. This is the has-been that's stuck on stage.
When I said...
This the has-been stuck on stage. He's stuck in character.
When I said that, you know, basically, there's a trans world. You dig what I mean? It's cool, bro. But some just don't want to realize that they are really on her, bro.
Yeah. But could I give you? Can I finish? Wait. Let me get my. I just want to be honest for a second about what I know. Yeah. I got you. It's me. It's me. I click it. Right. So here goes what I'm saying. I'm a grown ass man, right? I'm a couple years older than you, and I feel like when I talk to people, I always tried to be that dude like that'll sit there and talk to people and be like, yo, I think that you're truly a lot doper than you're allowing yourself to be on a lot of these platforms because I feel like you're trying not to listen to what I'm trying to say to you, which I want to say this one important thing.
I'm wondering why this guy's even trying to connect with him. Bro, the mere fact that you admitted on this podcast that niggas smoked meth in your house, why would you even put a mic in front of him and expect him to engage? It's like me saying that, yo, bro, you were snorting crack, or no, you were smoking crack or snorting coke earlier before this interview. Why can't you act normal? Like, bro, like these guys are like, you're dealing with an addict. You know what I mean? So it's like, once you're dealing with an addict, that even after you told him don't do meth in your house, he's still doing meth. You just kind of have to come to terms with the fact that, bro, like, whatever you see as a result of that in terms of content, that's not him not trying to be his real self. That is probably a byproduct of the drugs.
I feel like you're a lot doper because I've heard you have conversations with people when you started schooling people, right? And I feel like sometimes you run away from that. Go ahead, give him the mic.
I say, oh, there we go.
Yeah. I'm a magician.
I say hub, and the next thing you know, all is in here. Right? Because Mike, when I say hub,
he want to get you.
So you know, you have a couple stars that I cannot name that are in the building, right?
That's your answer.
Yeah. And then, no, that's not my answer.
Yeah, but
no, listen to me. They can go to Hub and find it. It has nothing to do with find whoever's in the room.
Unfortunately, they can't.
Oh man, you're lying. So my main thing is, listen. All I can tell you is, it's cool when people bend over the couch for, you know, whatever they do. Yeah. They can bend over the couch all day. My main thing is I have talent regardless of whatever it is or whatever's going on. You know, I've been known to have talent, and I just look at certain people that I love, looking at certain people like you. I look at certain people that I love, and I'm like, oh my God, I know this didn't do that. I know this.
Yeah, but you know,
but hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
I don't want to hear that bullshit. I gotta let him finish.
There's certain people. No, we looked at Drake. We looked at Drake.
Yeah.
We looked at Aubrey, bro.
Yeah, we're looking at him.
We looked.
Let me get that camera. Look at me.
We looked at Aubrey, and I'm like, yo, bro, like I promise, bro, like I was a fan. Like I was a dead fan, bro. Like my main thing was,
yeah,
I like the kind of singing thing with the rapping shit. Yeah, it was a while ago. And then next thing you know, it's
man,
like,
what's this talking about?
Next thing you know,
Drake.
Man, what you talking about?
Let's see if I can connect.
I can't.
Yeah. And then we look at a whole bunch of planes, bro. We got planes.
Yeah.
We got planes. We got mountains and all this shit. Next thing you know,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna do this to y'all chat. Like, yeah, this is complete fuckery. It's probably like, I'm pretty sure if y'all smoke and y'all get high, this is probably really entertaining. But right here, nah, I ain't gonna do this to y'all chat. Anyway, yo chat, yo, we did 8 hours today, man. I love y'all so much. Listen, we're gonna be back on tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time, but I will be back on tomorrow. Hopefully I give y'all another 6 hours tomorrow. I appreciate y'all for tuning in today. I think we covered a lot of ground. I want to give thanks to Bradford Cohen for coming on here. I think we did a decent job of getting through the Nicki stuff. We got through the Drake stuff. We got through obviously the Diddy stuff. Even touched on the YSL trial and everything like that. We did a bunch of other smaller topics, and I do appreciate y'all coming in. You know, I don't care when you tuned in or if you tuned in for the whole thing. I appreciate y'all, man. I thank y'all for just tuning in and, you know, allowing me to entertain y'all and allowing me to have your attention for hours on hours. So I appreciate you guys for that. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. I think we kind of got like most of the donations in. If we didn't, we'll kind of push them to tomorrow. I love you guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. Go watch some basketball. And I actually do have like a read that I have to do for NBA. I'll do it tomorrow. Though. So chat. Catch y'all tomorrow. Love y'all.